All right, everyone, welcome to the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 2. I am JRT, and for the very first time, I've got Maui Snake by my side. Maui, how you doing?
I'm doing great, JRT. Thanks for bringing me in right there. Yeah, I don't think we've ever worked together, but we definitely were both in Sweden
We
together at
were,
one point
yes.
for an ESL Challenger event way back when. But no, this is great opportunity to look at some of the rising up and coming talent in North America, along with Nitro. So I'm pretty excited to see him and his glorious return. I mean, like, what's he been doing? Does he still press the wrong keys for abilities, or is he's I think he's on
Oh
top of the
my
game,
God.
right? You got to fill me in on this. Is he on top or what?
I would say yes. Like he actually surprised me with the way he played in the recent revival series that he came through on, and his fragging ability was way better than I thought it was going to be. He came through and was contributing in a way that wasn't expected by anyone. So I'm happy in that regard. I think his calling was a little rusty at times, but he looked overall pretty solid, given that he spent a lot of time playing in the game we shall not name. So I. But
Sure, sure.
let's check out the bracket and talk about everything, right? About these teams that are coming through. It is a very similar lineup that we had in the Revival Series number 1, and I think the only changes are Take Flight are here this time, Undefined as well, and Wildcard are here, but they weren't through the open qualifier. They were actually invited this one, as they should be, because they are the champions of the previous Revival Series. It's Revival Series number 1.
Ooh.
I think overall, like the team that I'm looking out for the most is actually Wildcard. That couple of changes they made to their roster, I think, really looking strong overall, in my opinion. So they're the ones to watch in my eyes. But this matchup is actually a rematch between NRG and Boss from the previous Revival Series, and that means that we get to see if Boss have been able to adapt at all since that previous engagement. Just to fill you in, Maui, honestly, it didn't go well for Boss at all in that
Ooh.
previous one. It was kind of a rough go, and also in their ECL matches that they've played, it was also not great. I don't think they got more than maybe 5 or 6 rounds on both of the maps they played, so it's a little rough right now for the Boss side. But let's check out the individuals here in the Prize Picks NA Revival Series analyst segment and talk first about NRG. And for my money, I would say Breeze is one that has always been performing well. He's actually, since he left that mess at EG, I think he's looked like an entirely different player.
Oh yeah, I feel like now that Breeze is working with some familiar faces, finding a little bit more comfort, it's safe to say that he's had a little bit of an uptick in performance. I mean, I'm excited for what Nitro's going to do. I haven't caught him yet since he's come back from Valorant, but that's what I'm really excited about to see here. And for me, I feel like OC of anyone should be making his mark right now, saying that he's got to be one of the best North American operas out there. And I almost want him to just start going on a huge tear to tell Liquid that they made a mistake getting someone from Europe. Like, this guy was seriously talented, felt like they never used him properly on that roster. And now I feel like he's got to be with a group of guys who will allow his abilities to flourish a bit more. And I want to see a bit more just pug stompy ability from him, because obviously NRG didn't really have the best coming out party, missing earlier in the year the RMR or not even getting to the major. Really tough time for them so far. And I think that with the recent upgrades, the automatic edition, the Nitro one for Walco, that they're a team that really should be looking at this tournament and more as an opportunity to show that they're a cut above everybody else and should be one of the favorites to even make it through the RMR.
No, I agree with you on most fronts there. I think OC is a player that has always been performing well at this level. I think the questions start to become at the tier 1 level if he can perform the way he's expected to, which didn't really happen previously. So maybe that was why there was a little reticence to pick him up. But still, I think he's a great player. Agree with you there. The stat, I mean, looking at Nitro here, 30 frags over 2 maps. Maybe that one's, I don't know. It all depends, right? It depends on how he goes up against this Boss roster. If it's a similar story from the previous ones, then yes, I think that's definitely a player to keep an eye out for. And then Breeze is, again, always my guy. Like, he has been so very good over the last couple of months that I think he's a good player to go for under any circumstances here. Let's switch gears, though, and check out Boss. And there's a big change that happened for Boss, Maui, in that Cryptic, I don't know if you heard about it, but Cryptic actually not IGLing the team anymore, and it's
Oh.
Micro that's picked that up. And I think that that is a good thing for Boss because Cryptic was typically fragging really well. It's just that he wasn't able to reach his full potential because he's IGLing. So he doesn't have that responsibility on his shoulders anymore. And Micro is the one to take that over, which the reason I say it's a good thing is because I think Cryptic obviously has a higher ceiling than necessarily Micro in terms of fragging potential. But I also feel like Cryptic was still doing a good job in terms of calling in a lot of cases, especially his pistol round calls were really good. But all that being said, they can still carry that over with Micro as the IGL. And Cryptic hitting that 26.5 over 2 maps. I think the only challenge here for, I'd say all the players really, in hitting those marks is the fact that they need to actually get some rounds in order to get there because it hasn't happened for them up against NRG the last 2 times. Like I said, it was 13-6 on Anubis in favor of NRG in ECL and then 13-5 on Inferno. They got absolutely slaughtered there.
Mm. I mean, Micro was actually my in-game leader at one point.
Oh, really?
So yeah, we actually played on the commission together back in 2021. And that was a weird time because I wasn't really supposed to play for that roster, but it was the remnants, if you remember, of Big Chillin'. That
Oh,
team
yeah.
3 years ago, yeah, they needed a fifth, and they just asked me to do it. And I was just thinking, okay, I guess these young guys probably want a new in-game leader or something just to help them out. But then he said, you know what, I'm going to try in-game leading now. So it's cool to see that he's going for it 3 years down the line because I didn't know if he was going to keep it up necessarily. We didn't really have the best season. We were kind of taking the scraps from a roster that already had a couple forfeit losses. We didn't do too well, but to see that he actually decided to stick with it as opposed to just kind of pushing it to old man Maui and decided that, he's going to actually try to make a name for himself, despite the fact that I had heard good things about Cryptic before. So I hope that the swamp leads to everybody finding some new form. And I mean, I think for me, when I look at this team, the guy that I was always the most interested in had to be Darty because it always felt like he was taking up some kind of bad roles on CT side, like he was kind of anchor positions in things. And yet I still felt like he was always a pretty positive contributor for them overall. And so I would like to keep an eye on Darty, keep an eye on Slight, and I'm obviously going to give a shout out to Freshie because Freshie and I go way back too. Also, that guy used to watch my streams like 6 years ago.
Oh man, Freshie's awesome. I mean, he's been around for so very long too, and he's a great fragger. So I mean, certainly one of those players, along with Darty. I think those two, when Boss made their run a couple of seasons ago in ECL and went all the way to the grand finals, they were the two that were just absolutely popping off and fragging out like you wouldn't believe. So I mean, definitely, if you want to keep an eye on any of the two players, it'll certainly be them. And of course, looking at Micro, he was previously with Carpe Diem actually, and I thought he was doing a good job calling there. And then they just picked him up and brought him over, of course, right here to Boss, right? So anyway, let's look at the Veto here. I think we might be able to have it on screen. We'll see. I'm getting confirmation now as to whether that's going to happen, and probably not. So let's talk about it anyway.
So,
All right, we're gonna apparently speed vetoes, guys. So we're just gonna jump right into the swing of things. I'm checking it out here. Looks like we got Boss banning Mirage, NRG banning Nuke, Vertigo picked by Boss, Inferno by NRG, and Anubis if we need it. Do you have any thoughts immediately on this, Maui?
I feel like it's probably beneficial for a team like Boss and for Micro to actually be calling on Vertigo. I mean, that's a map that we like. So
Okay.
that's just me referencing stuff from 3 years ago, and I'm sure he's developed his playbook drastically since then. Or I hope so. I hope so, Micro.
Yeah, no, almost certainly. I mean, this is a map actually that Boss liked to play when I think, who was it? Wolfie was playing with them as the op,
Hmm.
and he kind of apparently, according to Cryptic, taught them how to play the map in a lot of ways, in Ancient as well. So it's cool to see that kind of continue to come through, even though it has been a little bit of a struggle for them since Micro joined the roster. It's 1-2 record on it, and they did beat Lag, but lost to Elevate 8-13. So we'll see how this one goes up against the NRG side, and then you're looking at Inferno being picked by NRG. This makes perfect sense. It's one of their top 2 maps. And I mean, I guess they figured that Anubis would kind of swing through as a third map if they need it. And they probably have a lot of confidence in the first 2. So they said, okay, let's go to Inferno. Maybe if we don't get it there, we'll get it on Anubis. I'm talking like this, guys, because honestly, looking at the numbers and everything, NRG is absolutely the favorite to take this one.
Let's see if they're able to hold it up. I
Yeah.
really feel like this team, this NRG team, I know you were interested in wildcard in this one, but
Yes.
if I'm just looking at name value for some of these players throughout the entirety of the bracket, I feel like NRG or Wildcard need to really make a mark here. Like this is if it's if it's an NA Revival bracket, I don't know how Captain America would walk away from that without being the victor. That just seems criminal to me.
Well, I mean, last time it was Wildcard that took it over NRG, man, in the grand finals. So he didn't
He's
walk
got to
away
fix
with it.
that.
He's got to fix it. He's got to get it. Yeah, he's got to get it back and run it back to those grand finals once more. It was pretty interesting actually. It went really well overall between those two teams, but Wildcard just looked a cut above, and I think Stan was calling really well. I love the two Swedes that they added to the roster. I think they're really contributing a lot. I don't know if they're back. They actually were playing from Sweden last time.
Ooh.
So they
And they
still
still won?
Yes, they still won with two players with 120 ping. They still won. Just to give you an idea of how ridiculous that was when we were watching it. But yeah, I don't know if they're over in North America yet. I mean, we'll get confirmation once we cover them. I don't know if we're going to cover them today, but I believe if they make it through to tomorrow, we'll definitely have some information on that. But either way, Wildcard honestly is the team that's impressing me the most, and NRG is right after that if we're not looking at M80 and Liquid and all the other guys who are
Right.
kind of performing well right now in North America.
Yeah, of course. We hopping into this one?
I think so. We should be going into it very soon. Yeah, we were told to speed run the Veto, and then
Let's go.
it took a little bit longer. We're into it though. Going up rev immediately is Boss. We got a little bit of a lag going on there, but we'll get that sorted out very quickly, I'm sure. 1:36 on the clock here, guys. And Boss, oh, they're looking to punch through into this A site immediately, and they're not wasting any time here.
Already left side, right side smokes. Hex, is he gonna push through that? Oh yeah, he definitely is. Whoa! Whoa! What a great flash setup from Nitro there. How is he bursting through with this much ferocity? That is surprising stuff to kick things off. And man, Micro, he's probably thinking, what did we just get hit by? Was that a freight train or was that Hex?
Jeez, yeah, Hex. We didn't really talk about Hex too much in the pregame, but yeah, he's another player who has been very, very impactful for this NRG side. If you look at his numbers over the last, I think, month, yeah, over the last month, he's got a 1.54 impact rating, I believe, leading the team there. Yeah, it's ridiculous. 86 ADR and 1.36 rating, also very high. So, I mean, he has been incredible for NRG. Obviously, some of these numbers are against the lower tier of competition, but also up against Wildcard. He did really well in that previous Revival series. So, yeah, certainly one that's been popping off for the squad.
I have no doubt that Hex is going to be someone that, against domestic NA opposition, he's going to be a farmer. He's going to crop them. Yeah, he's just been a cut above for quite some time and hasn't necessarily translated to the international stage. But wait a second, do they see Breeze? Wait a second, Breeze, yo, okay. All right, okay, that was a weird way to position himself, but either way, good support flash on top of that, coming in, and this should be an easy cleanup. Yes, 4K in total for Breeze, 3 on the round.
Yeah, Breeze looking like his usual self here for NRG. Boss are the ones who are going to have to impress us. As I mentioned earlier, they have not looked pretty up against NRG, although I personally feel like they're much better with Slight and Micro on the roster versus what they had. I mean, Pwn alone retired. I like him as an operator in general, but he just stepped back, so Slight being available was great. And then Micro, I believe, replacing Pluto, which didn't really end up going well for them. I think he was there for a month, and they said, okay, well, this isn't working out. Let's try switching up IGLs instead, which is a very big move to make. So overall, yes, I like the change from Boss. I think they just need a little more time to cook against teams like NRG or the upper tiers of ECL.
Really interesting start here from NRG. 3 players towards B. They were able to clear out that B main position, and now Breeze just holding on to utility. Man, I'm actually really concerned by the fact that Boss wanted to send people B early on in this round, and NRG started 3B. Like, for a first gun round, I find that pretty surprising overall, but yeah, I think they just have so much control towards A right now that they're not all too worried, and got a little bit of a flash setup here for Nitro, automatic, but at this point, Boss, they need some space on the map. They are getting shut down, but okay, they'll finally make some way towards ramp.
No, I agree with you. I mean, they do make some headway into ramp. Micro and Cryptic leading the charge there. See how far they get. 40 seconds left. Automatic's just holding on to the util here, waiting for the opportunity to throw the smoke. There it is. It goes down. It buys them even more time here. 34 seconds left for the bomb to get planted by Boss. Automatic sees the player get into catwalk, taps him for a little bit of damage, then swings to find only one. They were hoping for the trade through the smoke, and in fact, it's going back and forth here. We now sit at a 3v2 and a 3v1 thanks to Breeze's 2K onto Micro and Slight. Darty, last one standing. Could get one here. There it is. So he makes it a 1v2. The problem is doesn't have the bomb and doesn't have time. This is going to be a third round for NRG.
Really quick rotation from NRG there.
Yeah.
The fact that Breeze is able to swoop in, Automatic doing his job as well as OC. Just a great forewarning, and that's what the obvious advantage of map control is there, that they can see that Boss, they're setting up for that ramp play. And yeah, Darty was able to find a lot of space towards B, but he probably expected some sort of contest and that his players wouldn't be shut down so easily. Looks a little weird, looks a little baity, obviously, because he's so late there, but if they were able to take any space at all towards A, get that bomb planted, he probably could have been the X Factor. Not the case this time, but this round, he really does have to be the X Factor. The only rifle for him and his team, and what is this, Fresh? Is this a distraction? What is this? Oh my god, wait, there's nobody even looking at him. Wait, he's getting a lot of space. Oh no, he takes OC down? Whoa, this is getting a little bit awkward for NRG now. Can they quell that threat? Yes.
Oh man, I'm surprised Boss don't just full on push
Me
B
too.
at that moment, right? Like, why wouldn't you with Freshie gaining all that space? And now they're repositioning. Automatic's just going to spam Micro through the smoke. He's lined up for another one at least. Finally does get traded. 3v2 in favor of Boss. Rifle available for Slight that he picks up off the ground, and now they got to work their way in towards the A site. There's still a lot of time left on the clock for them to make a move here, and they might still be able to pick up the pieces from that attempted push towards B. Slight on the... got it on the line. Breeze gets two more, and that will get his kill total up to 8. Still hasn't died. 4-0 for NRG, but let's talk about that initial take there, Maui. You kind of... I guess we agree that they should have gone for it.
Right. The fact that Freshie found that kill towards middle, the fact that those B players were crunched between Freshie and middle and the rest of them towards B main. I don't know if there was any counter utility towards the bottom of B main there that made that so awkward, but they weirdly just did not want to mess with that whatsoever. And I'm going to say, JRT, you're right. Breeze is a monster. Like, he was obviously spotted with that smoke, or the shadow that he showed. He was at a shadow disadvantage, and he killed both of them. Like, that's not supposed to happen. So, good on Breeze.
No, he's looking great. Every single map that I've cast with him in it, I don't think I've seen him have a slow start. And that's a big shift, as I mentioned, from when he was on EG. Automatic going to get the opener here. Speaking of XEG, most of them are actually on this team. Cryptic is going to be his victim to open up the fragging here. Automatic swinging around. Could get caught here, but no! It's actually Hex to get the headshot onto Freshie to support him. Micro manages to get a trade. It's still a man advantage in favor of NRG, as Automatic swinging around towards the site, looking to see if anyone's managed to get through yet. But Boss, they've slowed it up significantly and are just trying to get that side halt control. Darty was thinking about pushing, but he's got all this util being thrown by his teammates towards the A site, so he's waiting to see if NRG get a little impatient first. Flash gonna get thrown. Oh, Nitro's on a monster flank, but misses all of his shots and goes down without getting a single frag. Automatic will get one back here, but it's man advantage for NRG in a situation that maybe it should have been already over.
Nitro could have had him right there in the palm of his hand. But it does look like the rest of his team is going to be able to cover pretty seamlessly, unless Darty finds more shots like that. That's a way to pick off a clutch. But yeah, Breeze swinging in from the catwalk puts him at 9-0, a single assist. Holy, I mean, he's just dominating right now. And Boss, I feel like they were in such a chaotic situation. As soon as Nitro was behind them, they knew that the jig was up, that there was no questions from NRG about Boss's intentions. It kind of sped up a little bit there, but a couple kills that, if they had gone the way of Boss, like that kill on the bomb site, where I think Automatic killed a player right on the corner of a smoke, that could have changed everything. So at least a better attempt from Boss. I'm going to say that. They're making progress in terms of just taking a little bit more space here and there.
Yeah, I think the problem that I'm seeing again, based on their previous times on Vertigo lately, is that they continue to get locked in towards the A site, and they're very hesitant to go towards B for whatever reason. I don't know what it is, but that was something that NRG were picking up on to such an extent in their previous engagement here that they stacked 4 players on A and only had 1 towards B anchoring it down. Nitro's going to get an opening here onto Darty. That makes it a 5v4. without
was a
any
sweet
damage taken on
waterfall.
the energy side. Sorry, was that?
The smoke that Nitro had to cover that waterfall right there, that was nice,
Oh,
actually.
yeah.
Okay, all right, Breeze. It's going to be a cleanup crew. Just Breeze on the job. Okay, actually one, connecting with Nitro. And yeah, Slight with a Tech 9. It's a nice weapon to surprise one player, but no real chance to win the round. A single kill for Boss throughout that one, and Breeze still yet to die. I'm on Breeze watch right now. I'm just keeping track of that. Is he gonna even perish in this first half?
That would be quite an impressive feat if he doesn't. I've seen, I don't know if it was Breeze, but in the previous Revival series, there was a player who went without dying in the first half and then died in the second half, which was super disappointing because I really want to see that, 18-0 or 20-0 performance coming through from a player, which, I mean, seems kind of more likely, I would even say, on MR12 than it is on MR15, right? Because there are fewer rounds for you to have to achieve that on. As we're going to go back to our beautiful faces here, guys, just for a moment to make some adjustments. Hello, yes. But no, it's really troubling for Boss, honestly, this start. 6-0, 6-0. They get locked into that A site too much. When they do go to B, yes, they got one there from Slight, swinging around with Tech 9, but it's just the Tech 9. So they need to find that type of success when the rifles are out.
And I really think you hit the nail on the head already about the fact that they just don't seem to commit towards B. They aren't really even putting that much pressure on it. And when they do, the one time it felt like they could have actually pinned through that B bomb site, they just decided to go all the way back towards A. If they just keep doing that, Nitro, NRG, they're going to read them like a book. And we're back into the action. Hex jiggling here with a incendiary in hand. Automatic. Yeah, okay. Getting a little tricky right there. Oh, what? He doesn't finish the kill. Dang. I don't know if he knows how much damage he did, but really one more bullet or even a nade, that's probably it. There we go. Does finish him off eventually.
There's that nade coming through. Did a little damage to the rest as well, and the second nade doesn't do that much still. They got Boss bottled up, and guess where they are? They're towards A. Again, automatic. Manages to get a blink headshot onto Darty. The second one as well. Oh my goodness, shouldn't have been afforded the opportunity, but Freshy can't finish him. They are dropping like flies. It's all down to Micro. Was a 1v5 before he gets one, and now it is over. Automatic finishes the job 7-0 for NRG.
This has just been dominant. I am really impressed with how clean NRG is. As soon as it feels like a round might get a little bit chaotic, say automatic misses a kill, it feels like every single player from NRG is already around him, ready to trade, ready to help out. This is the exact type of CS that I want to see from a team like NRG, who I'm sure has incredibly high aspirations overall, because so many of these players in the past, just such high highs that they've all faced, and we'll see if they're able to keep it up. They can just really clean if they want to. Boss is looking a little bit messy there, and they're getting stuffed by all this utility.
Yeah, they're stuck in scaffolding right now, waiting out the smoke. Actually going above it. Nitro's playing towards mid quite aggressively here. Freebie for him onto Micro. Not really going to get traded out either. No one really in the vicinity to achieve that, because all four players are towards the A site. Now another smoke being thrown. NRG are just burning time off the clock at this point. And Boss have to make a move. All the Tech 9s are out. Only Tech 9s are out. A smoke available in terms of util. Cryptic manages to get one, maybe a follow-up. Okay, something can materialize here for Boss. Perhaps a bomb plant? Maybe? No! It still doesn't happen as Breeze and Nitro close it out, Maui.
Wow. Yeah. Again, I mean, they get pretty close onto that A bomb site. And Boss, the way that they're playing, it feels like they're inviting this chaos. But NRG, man, they are just so clean with it. The nades to blow up in the smokes. Even when Boss thought they had a moment of reprieve, that was just not the case. And NRG, even though you say you can't teach an old dog new tricks, I mean, they are using all the parts of CS2 that you want them to. Waterfall smokes, nading the smokes, everything that you expect. And this is looking dire for Boss.
Boss also does not have a bomb plant yet in 8 rounds of play.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's troubling. OC sees one of Freebie from the shadow advantage there. Freshy falls off, leaves it up to Nitro here. And they've also got the boost going on for A ramp, which I would imagine Boss are going to lean into, because it seems like that's their safety net. every single round when something goes awry, whether it be towards mid or B. I try to check out what's happening at A. Cryptic, I think he's convinced he cleared this angle. Maybe not. I mean, he's still out of view of the boost. But Slight, okay, yeah, they're not going far enough to expose themselves to it. I imagine there's going to be a player hard clearing this as soon as they come around the corner. At least I certainly hope so, Maui.
Oh, you hope. You hope. It doesn't happen. Nah, not the case. 5v3. Dire once again, boss. I mean, actually, they're taking some space pretty well here, but no, the counter utility, the flashes, everything is stopping them in their tracks once again. I think there might already be a wrap coming about. No, automatic just peeking right through that smoke right there. And if boss even managed a bomb plan here, I think that's a miracle. But Micro, he's going to try to fight his way through this. That's a great shot to kick it off, but he might spot automatic there. No, right behind the default boxes. This is a tense fight. If Micro could stay alive or find a kill, that could open things up. He's been spotted at this point, has to reload, and Slight's taken down by Breeze, who is still flawless in this game. And this would be a masterful clutch. Okay, a second headshot right there. He's got to take down the unkillable man. But does he want to challenge him right here, right now? Breeze, still no deaths, 14 kills. My goodness, he really is not dying.
That is ridiculous. I can't believe he wins that fight. It felt like Micro had everything going his ways. In fact, the only player who's really impressed us in terms of his mechanical ability so far on this map. And I mean, looking what he was able to pull off leading to that point. They knew his position. They double swinged him, and he still came out and got both players leading up to that 1v1 with Breeze. But Breeze, you can't kill him. He can't be taken down.
No one can take down this man. And man, I just keep seeing boss. They keep trying to force the issue towards A. And I get it in the sense that Breeze is the one that plays B, but at this point, it just feels like these A plays have just been stuffed over and over again. That was the closest we've seen thus far. And the only reason it got that close is because Micro had a heroic performance. God. And the utility is just chewing them up. They have no shot. They can't even get up the stairs at this point.
Oh, no!
And okay! He's dead! He's dead! Is this the best chance?
I mean, certainly. Has to be. Breeze, 15-1. Automatic's right behind him. Let's not forget. 14-5. Just he died 5 times. He's been very impactful. Nitro. Waiting behind quad. Okay, Freshie makes it a 3v3. Do they clear out Nitro? That is the big question. Or does Nitro hold his nerve and keep himself hidden behind here long enough? Boss, I like the idea. Slowing it up a little bit. Making NRG second guess themselves. Nitro. Micro feels like he's going to be locked in on this position if Nitro comes around the corner. So Nitro is just playing the patient game, leaving Hex to spot players, and he's going to swing off of Hex engagements here. 38 seconds left. Boss eventually have to make a move forward here.
They have a molly. They throw that towards Nitro. No, wait, really? Where did they throw that?
They threw that where Micro was.
Oh, well, might not matter. All right. OC, quick to flank, though. So, boss, finally, put that bomb down. OC finds himself in the 1v2. First challenge, wins it. Freshie, taken down, now Slight. Usually this is an op-v-op duel between these two guys, but this time around, it's OC. He has to aggress. Slight has no utility left. He's got to hit the shot. OC mauling out the common positions. Has a great feeling that this player is behind the generator, and Slight really choose the time. There it is, and they are on the board. Slight, nice crouch slide there to take down OC and make sure that he's taking him out before he even gets on that bomb. Don't even give him a chance to get close.
Jeez, okay. Finally, somehow, some way, Boss are able to pull that one off. I feel like they just managed to win some engagements eventually here, but that Molotov, I'd like to see it again. Maybe we won't, but it was just weird. Might have just missed the mark. I don't know what they were trying to clear because they'd already had forward positioning in towards the bomb site. Really, the most logical place to throw the Molotov would have been quad, but it doesn't cost them, so it's okay. At least in that round. Now NRG looking to isolate that round victory. Breeze already taken down to half health, so he's going to need to be careful here. He falls back, calls for reinforcements from Nitro, says, hey Nitro, just have a peek over here, man. Help me out if you can. Make sure no one overloads the site.
I like that boss aren't just forcing it up towards A as quickly this time around. But you've got to find a way to replicate that success. It was a nice hit towards B. Maybe they found the answer. Maybe they know that this isn't the best thing for them, but they're going to force it towards A once again. Cryptic down to 15 HP already. OC with the spot. That's a lot of damage, and, well, actually, Micro seems to be mid-rounding them away from A. And Freshie towards middle. Looks like NRG, they're doing a great job of making sure that there is no multiple pincers on this attack, that it is going to be a one-dimensional one at that. But Freshie, he's staying very patient here.
Yeah, 50 seconds left on the clock. He had a lot of control, but realized that rotations might come in, so he's giving them a chance to perhaps get into the open as Freshie. It's just locked in here. In the meantime, Boss are going back towards A, of course. OC waiting here. Cryptic at 15 HP. Freshie does manage to get one on a rotation. That's really nice, at least to catch one. But OC, 2 for 1 there with the AWP. Not really 2 for 1. He got 2 with 2 shots. Hex, the headshot onto Micro. 4v2 in favor of NRG. Freshie and Slight, the last two standing. They're trying to get this bomb planted, but Automatic preventing that for the time being. And now it's only down to Freshie with towards mid. It's over. NRG a 10th. Boss again getting stuck, going to that A site. And going down.
That is a rough way to go for Boss. Felt like they had the man advantage, but they forced the issue onto that side, and OC comes up big. I really wanted him to step up in this game, show that he was a cut above everybody, and really, his number hasn't truly been called until that round. It's been a lot of Breeze, a lot of Automatic, and now when he's tested, he's clean with it. And that's exactly what you want to see.
Yeah, and I mean, Vertigo's not necessarily that Oppers map, right? There's only a couple of places where you can place it, and I don't... Oh, I lost the round here, Maui. So I don't know. Okay, there we go. We're back. Freshie and Slight are going to move in here. But yeah, like I was saying, I mean, maybe we'll see it more on the next one. Inferno, Freshie lines him. That might have been a call-out with the Galil to the head of Breeze and Nitro. Oh, goodness me. Okay. Boss opening up some space for themselves. A ton, in fact. 5v3. They fall off of it. And they readjust themselves in towards what could be a B hit. Freshie's trying to distract towards A, which makes sense given how much Boss have committed there. I could bait NRG into a rotation back to this position. Hex. Oh, he was hard clearing the angle and then looks away from it. Slight the freebie. 5v2 now for Boss in the final round of this first half. Oh, he's going to get caught completely blindsided by Slight as well. And Automatic has to pop off here. Gets 2. And the third, the bomb at his feet. Not the fourth. Darty is able to end it. Wow. What a crazy round to finish off that first half, Maui.
Boss had to win that one for their own pride. It got a little bit messy at the very end, but if you're gifted a 5v3 like that, the whole map is your oyster. So that was, my God, Automatic showing a lot of mechanical prowess right there. I was not expecting him to be the guy to pop off like that, but just really glancing at the stats before this one, it felt like it was probably going to be the Nitro show, going to be a little bit more from Hex here and there, but actually it's the script's kind of reversed, or it's kind of flipped again, I guess, with Breeze and Automatic rolling it back. And yeah, sure, it's a second round for Boss, and it's got to be a pistol, though. They have to build off of that momentum, or I'm just going to wish them farewell prematurely. So let's see, Boss. Are they going to get any info? Looks like they have a couple people towards B at the very least, so this might be where they want to gather the troops if they want to mount this defense.
Here comes Slight swinging around. Great flashbang, but he can't really capitalize on it. So, I mean, 4 players are flashed from it. Here come the dualies again, and not really much. NRG are getting 3, only 2 for Boss, and Micro is fading away from the bomb site, waiting for Freshie to join him. I don't know if... Okay, I thought Freshie for a moment might have lagged out there. No, he's just in an engagement. He knows there's a player around that corner. So it's kind of all up to Micro to defend this B site, as the bomb will get dropped by Freshie. Nice headshot onto OC as he's going to retake control of B. And in fact, it is Automatic in trouble. Only Hex left standing. And maybe, no, not yet. He's still up. Freshie engaging. Hex doesn't have any util, so it's got to be with the guns here in the 1v2. Hex peering around. Knows he needs a quick one here in order to engage with the other player. Micro's very low, so he's going to let Freshie do all of the peeking here. Freshie waiting, popping up. Yeah, they're just chipping away at Hex. Eventually, he'll probably fall in this situation. Just the circumstances not really favoring him. And, I mean, whether it be by time or getting the frag, I think Boss do have this pistol, Maui.
I expect so. Yeah, Freshie cleans it up at the very end. He had a nice round. The kill on the flank towards OC, getting into the back lines, crunching the player that was on the bomb site itself. And it felt like even though Boss, or NRG that is, were able to find some space on the B, they just never were able to find a safe position. Too much pressure from the remaining Boss players, and, well, this is how every comeback begins. A little bit of momentum at the end of the first half, convert a pistol, find a second round on top, but with the mechanics of NRG, I'm not going to count them out. I've seen some ungodly things from a few of these players already in the last 15 minutes, and I feel like you really have your work cut out for you, even with the superior firepower, superior weaponry, nades, everything. I'm just... All right, basically, I'm shell-shocked for boss right now. And so I know that you have to play this one carefully.
Yeah, definitely. Breeze, always scary with that deagle. Doesn't have it out right now. I think he's got util ready. Now he's going to have the pistol ready to fire. Hex and automatic, staring up towards the top of the stairs where Micro is waiting with an MP9, so he could churn through those two quite quickly if they don't play their cards right. And Cryptic jumping up for information. I think he's going to see someone in just a moment. Let's see. Probably in this jump. There we go. So now he's going to fall back. And Micro midair gets one on Hex. We don't see it. It's off screen, guys, but it is all boss here with only OC left standing with a Glock in his hands and the smoke by his side. Throws the smoke and it just doesn't work out. That'll do it. It is 4 for boss. I'm not sure he was just throwing that away so they can't pick it up off his body, but yeah.
Okay. Well, that was supposed to be the easy one. You can build a little bit of confidence now as NRG down 4 to 10. This will be a buy for them, and this is kind of there's a bit of a decision being made here now for boss. What are you going to do with all of these weaker weapons? Micro, Freshy on the MP9, Cryptic on the FAMAS, some kind of aggressive play, wait for NRG to make some kind of error, because gun for gun, NRG is quite favored in this.
Yeah, no question. You just gotta play those MP9s on close angles, and I think they're towards B. Anyway, automatic gets one immediate trade from Slight, so that's good news for boss to fend that off for now. They really want to get a follow-up, though, and be able to recover that fight off the ground, because that is a trick prize indeed to help bolster the defensive side. Not going to risk it, though, and NRG, they're slowly but surely readjusting themselves towards B. They tend to be a lot more confident in their rotations on Vertigo, and you're already seeing it here. Micro, the only one anchoring down the site. He's calling for reinforcements now. Here they come. Cryptic only towards mid. In fact, Cryptic and Freshy are mid. Micro, if he's done here, they're going to be completely overwhelmed. Yeah, Breeze gets the headshot, and now they're trying to get back on boost, but this is tough. Great Molotov throw.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's Micro on an island, and he was left stranded completely. You could see the difference between the way that NRG plays some of these, and I don't think they're really going to be going for this boss. I don't think you can justify this whatsoever. But really, in the first half, you see NRG, if they want to re-clear some space, given that they lost something, they just commit everything. They make sure that the last player is playing incredibly safely far back, and get some very quick clears towards middle, just making sure that they take down any lurk presence or at least force it back. And I think that's what boss was attempting in this round. They were trying to push back any sort of mid presence, but they weren't really met by any resistance, and the player on site in Micro, I mean, he's had some good moments for himself, but that was not one of them, unfortunately.
Cryptic not going to be able to even save his gun here as NRG win the round. And we go into round number 16. Biop's going to come through here both sides, I would imagine. Boss kind of getting desperate. It's not the round, the way they wanted that round to go. Yep. We go again with a little bit better in terms of the guns for boss, because they're not on the bonus round anymore, but still having to settle for an MP9 in their IGL's hands. Micro, and honestly, I'd be giving him a rifle at this point, because he has been the one that's looked the most effective, even though we've seen a little bit of a reawakening from Darty and Slight. But Micro's the one who was almost single-handedly getting them rounds on the board in that first half. OC, Molotov thrown. As we get going here, round 16.
Gotta make a stand here for boss. Gotta make a stand here. They are really having some difficulties holding on to space. Cryptic not having a good game for himself, playing that short side right now. Looks like he wants the contest, actually. Is there gonna be a swing with him? Okay, yeah, okay. Boss, they're swinging at that together. They've taken that space back towards ramp. Now it's a big fight between the utility. Good nade onto OC. That's going to do considerable damage, and it actually might even deter NRG from pushing on forward. I'm interested what the call is from Nitro. Okay, I think they still want a piece of this space. OC, he'll collect the bomb, making his way up ramp with Nitro and automatic. And I mean, the thing is, to at least NRG's credit, Boss do not know what's going on. Slight is just playing around the sandbags at present. He might get an off-angle kill onto, say, Automatic or Nitro, but the other players from Boss, they have 2 on B right now, and this is going to have to be a huge defense from sandbags. This is really Slight. He's got to do a lot. It's got to be now.
All right, Darty finds the headshot onto Nitro. They know a player might be sandbags. Now they're spamming through the smoke. Will eventually find it, but Hex sacrifices his life in order to get that, even though Darty is exceptionally low, so it's not a great 4v3. The problem is time is almost up, and Automatic finds 2 at the perfect moment. Walking into elevators, Cryptic and Darty are gone. Freshie does manage to get one back to make it a 2v2, so still a chance here for Boss to get this retake and defuse the bomb, but they got a lot of angles to clear. Freshie's got the right idea. But Breeze and Automatic are just going to hold their ground. Breeze does actually end up fragged onto the dirt, so Automatic is the last one standing. They tap the bomb. They don't know where he is. He pops out at a perfect time. Micro's gone. Freshie under pressure here. Doesn't have much time to make a decision. Goes for the frag. Does he have time for the defusal? No. No kit. And that is the round in favor of NRG.
Wow, that was so close. I thought NRG were well in control of that one, but a great attempt at bringing it back from Boss. And yeah, it's those kinds of moments that you really want back, because you had a great crossfire between the bomb site player, Slight there at the sandbags, but they weren't able to come up with anything. And even through that, even through a failed crossfire, it felt like they had a huge opportunity to lock down that A bomb site. But Automatic, wow, heroics there. Running through the elevator smoke, finding 2 people with a very simple, cheeky, and almost kind of corny flank. I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of a corny flank. He ran through his own team smoke to get a flank kill, and Boss, this is it, the last stand. And okay, it starts out with a kill. That is needed. Freshie had to find that because he had one of the best weapons in the round. Breeze, though, takes down the lone B defender in Micro. They are flooding the bomb site, and Freshie, you got to come up with 2 more, buddy. They're almost one, but no. Breeze, he's been so strong this whole map, and, well, there's a trade at least. And so, Boss, they're still going to try to fight this one back. They have to.
Oh, that's not going to help. OC locks on to Cryptic and fills him with lead. So 3v2 in favor of NRG. Darty swinging around. Ooh, that's a miss that he's going to want back onto Automatic. Now he slips to the smoke. They don't realize it, and he still can't do anything. OC flicks to find that one. Only Slight left, who does manage to spam the smoke and take down Nitro. This is very feasible for him. Bomb's still not planted. Now Automatic's going to do exactly that, but they're both low in terms of health, so if Slight gets a couple of clean engagements and is able to isolate the 1v1s, it should be good. The thing is, Automatic and OC are not going to allow him to do that. They're playing off each other really well here, so it's unlikely that Slight will be able to get a frag without going down himself. There's the first, and he manages to do it anyway! Slight, the 1v2 clutch! He's gonna defuse the bomb, and a 5th round comes through. That was a lot harder than he made it look.
What? I can't believe that. I am shocked. I thought we were moving on already. I was ready to pack it up for Boss here on Vertigo, but Slight comes up huge. That is unbelievable. That is such a 1-2 ABC crossfire between OC and Automatic. You'd never think that they messed that one up, but somehow, some way, Slight gets it done. Oh my goodness. He actually... Okay, he's on the op already too. Drops the gun to a Cryptic, and maybe there's a little bit more life here for Boss. It's still a crazy journey for them to get back into this one, but every round is pride at this point. And NRG have to definitely swallow theirs after losing what felt like such an obvious round. Oh, not like this.
No.
Not like this. Come on. You fought back. You got some guns, and you don't want to lose a round like this. And oh no, look at the space you took at B. No! No! Breeze! Stop doing Breeze things, man. Oh, come on. No!
Oh, there's no way he wins that fight.
Stop. Just stop it, Breeze. Like, they've had enough. You got to give them some room to breathe at least, but okay. Freshie, 1v2. Last time around, he lost to the time. This time, he's got the kit. Molly, smoke, flash. Tough task, but OC only has a Glock. Oh no, the timing.
What is this timing?
The timing is ridiculous. That's not okay. That's not okay. Are you kidding me? Okay, he He gets behind Catwalk right there, and Freshie at this point, I'm sorry, this is so tough. You might get OC. No, OC's still moving around that? Are you kidding me? I thought OC was dead for sure, and there he goes. Automatic gets the timing on him. I thought Freshie at least had an opportunity there with all the utility, but they were just dodging him perfectly. That was, so funny.
Freshie's going to look back at that one and be like, what the hell? How on earth does this timing happen? Not once, not twice, but 3 times. They dodge him completely as he's trying to clear angles. I agree with you. I thought he was going to get that one and then it would be down to a 1v1, but it doesn't happen. Wow, that is a crazy finish to that one. Unfortunate for Boss because, like you said, they finally had something to build off of and then they lose the eco round, or anti-eco for them. So unfortunate, but that is just the way things go here on Vertigo for them. NRG take a 1-0 lead, going to their map pick of Inferno here. We're going to have the prize pick stats up for you guys in a little bit, but what do you think about that whole map overall, Maui?
That just felt like dominance from NRG. It felt like a clear class difference between their players and the ones that are on Boss. And man, I feel like you actually really called it well. The fact that Boss just seemed a little bit too addicted to just trying to get into that A bomb site over and over and over again. But I'm not gonna lie. When I signed up to do this, I wanted to see Nitro action. I wanted to see Breeze action. I wanted to see automatic action. I wanted to see NRG pop off. So I'm a little bit happy right now. I know I'm being a little bit of a biased caster right now, but I was still rooting for Micro. And he was a good bright spot there for Boss. I mean, he's a guy that I played with before, have a lot of love for him. And to see that he's at least individually holding his own, despite being the in-game leader for Boss, I just wish it went well around him a little bit more. And I wish we had a little bit more of a competitive bout.
No, definitely. And I think the most troubling thing for Boss is that's their pick. And they're going on to Inferno, which they haven't necessarily been very good on over the last few months. So that is going to be a tough task for them. They still, I mean, looking at the last 3 maps, we'll talk about it in a little bit, actually. Let's check out the stats overall here and how ridiculous Breeze was, along with Automatic, both at 23 frags. You see the prize picks frag estimation coming through there. Breeze and Automatic are so close. Automatic in particular, only 3.5, or I'd say 4 frags away from hitting that mark. He really performed better than we both expected, I think.
Oh my goodness, right, yeah. Dang, a lot of value there for Automatic, and he did obviously very well for himself. I mean, Breeze was definitely stealing the show in the very beginning just because of the fact that he had no deaths. But by the end of it all, actually, in terms of ADR, Automatic, he also definitely had some hugely impactful rounds at that. You know what I want, though, for Inferno? I want to say Hex name a little bit more, because I also came into this one thinking he was going to be popping off, and I'll be honest, there are only so many kills to go around when Breeze and Automatic are doing this, but I would like to see more from him, a little bit more from Nitro, too.
No, definitely. I think Nitro, probably the one where I was thinking, okay, he won't necessarily have that pop-off performance, but Hex, certainly, I think they're going to need more of him going to that next map, no question. He loves Inferno, so I expect to see him popping off there, but Breeze continues to be that player that's always at the top of the scoreboard, 1-2 slot every single map, and I'm just continue to be impressed by him. Now we go on, and let's check out Boss as well. I forgot that. They really, I mean, there are some numbers to talk about here. Micro was the one we were highlighting at the beginning. I would say in the first half, he was the only piece kind of activating. Then Slight and Freshie in that second half started to make some noise. But overall, I'd say as a whole, disappointing for this team.
Right. Especially if this is your pick. You would expect that a few of the guys, I mean, we see with the prize picks that people like Cryptic were probably expected to do a little bit better. I mean, my eye was on Darty. I've always kind of found his whole moniker, his whole look, everything about it, his vibe in general to be rather endearing. I feel like he's made trashy classy, and unfortunately, his play was not classy for the first map. And I want to see that change, you know?
Yeah, no, I agree. And Darty's, I'm the same way. Like, I'm always looking towards him to make those really flashy plays to come through and get those frags on the board for the squad and just be a pure fragger. But for whatever reason, that hasn't happened over last season of ECL and like all the entirety of the first half of the year, I would say. And then going into this half, starting the second half of the year, it's just same thing, and it's been a little too quiet for my liking. So maybe he'll give us something on map number 2. Speaking of which, guys, we are going to be headed to Inferno in just a little bit, but before then, we're going to take a quick break. Catch you on the flip side. All right, we're back here with the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 2, map number 2 between NRG and Boss. That first one was all energy all the time. Yes, Boss had a little bit of resurgence at the end of that first half, but sorry, second half, but it didn't really go well for them at all. Now we go on to Inferno, where things haven't gone for them well at all. I mean, they've only played the map once, and it was against Energy, and they lost 5-13. So, I mean, Energy loves to play here. Last month is much better for them, 3-1. And I think their only loss was to the Party Astronauts, who are also in the NA Revival series, of course. And that was actually quite a significant one at a 5-13 as well. As we take a look at Boss, they got all their cams up now. We
Mm.
got player cams for both teams.
Oh, damn, we could see them. Oh,
Yeah.
nice jersey from Slight behind him. We got a hat collection from Cryptic there. Yeah, I mean,
Dude,
JRT, though, I think you've painted the picture rather well, though. The fact that NRG, who we're now seeing in their cameras, except for Breeze, who decided to go full anonymous on us, the rest of them, if this is their map pick, and it was that much of a class difference between them and Boss on map number 1, I would be very surprised and impressed if Boss are able to mount some kind of comeback, a bounce back, and like you said, I mean, they're kind of working with Micro here, who's taking the stead of Cryptic as the in-game leader, and I think it's going to be interesting to see. Like, Micro did very well individually for himself there, but Cryptic seemed to have a bit of a harder time, and I don't want to see that kind of just power disparity come into play here. I don't want to see. I thought Cryptic was always a solid player every time I watched him before,
he
but
was. Yeah.
sometimes if you switch from an in-game leader to a player, you still have that IGL mindset, and if things aren't called the way that you want it to, it's playing in somebody else's system can be a little bit difficult.
No, it's true. I think you're right, and I think oftentimes, even when he was having his crazy run over in ECL those 2 seasons ago, I keep talking about it because that's when Boss impressed me the most. He was top fragging and IGLing at the same time, so he managed to find that rhythm for himself. And maybe they thought, okay, well, let's remove the IGL duties. Maybe you can still come out and top frag and be effective there as well. But that previous map left a ton to be desired, and I agree with you. It's sometimes difficult to make that switch and just turn your brain off and start fragging instead of worrying about where everyone else might be on the map. Maybe he's still making that adaptation, but if he I mean, I don't want to call a roster change early here because it's still very fresh in terms of this change. But if he doesn't start fragging out and putting up the numbers, I think they might need to find someone else who can.
Ooh, yeah, damn. The harsh reality of it, and the slight force back from the Molly. Wow, that is some good utility to clear top banana right there from NRG. OC is going to be throwing the coffin smoke. Do they have a CT smoke? Okay, must have missed that one. There it is. And no,
Okay, there we go.
whoa, okay, all right. That's what we want to see from Cryptic. We want to see some action. We want to see some dualies. And Breeze 1v4, now 3. No hope in hell here. He was a monster on Vertigo, but to retake Banana with no utility, not a chance. But, man, dare I say, if there is anybody in the server that could do it, it would be him. But you got to force some kind of mistake here. Got to hope for some kind of overstep. And it does seem like he's playing with the timing a little bit. It might peel a Boss player in just a second. If he really waits this one out, they might have to turn around eventually. But no, they're just holding the line. They all know where he is. And Breeze taken down by Darty's dualies. Very nice stuff. Kick things off from Boss, who are up 1-0. Those names will be flipped in just a second. There we go. All right. And yeah, there we go. Good start. Better than what we saw at the beginning for Boss in the last one.
Definitely. No, and I mean, good to see Cryptic immediately having an impact here. 2 frags on the board for him, and then Darty with the 3K. So those 2 players we were kind of highlighting at the end of the first map already doing their job here for Boss. It is 1-0 for Boss, by the way, guys. We'll get that scoreboard switched up for you in just a little bit. But yeah, I think that I'm also maybe being a little unnecessarily harsh. Maybe it's recency bias because of what happened on that previous map against Cryptic, I mean, because he is technically their top-rated player right now in terms of rating and impact at 1.23 and 1.11 in the rating category. So, I mean, he's doing his job right now. I just feel like he needs to be stepping up even a little bit more, especially considering that we're not looking at him as an IGL that's fragging now, just as a pure fragger. Anyway, 5v4 already here for Boss as Micro opens up the fragging up against OC. Automatic Hexed, Breeze, and Nitro, they've just got the pistols. I mean, you have one upgraded pistol here. It's on Breeze, but they didn't get that bomb plant in the previous round, so that's all they will be walking into this one with.
This should be a pretty quick cleanup for Boss. Yeah, even though Hex gets the drop on him just by a bit. Doesn't seem like it's going to amount to too much. And Breeze gets a kill right there. And oh my gosh, Slight. That's a bit of an overpeak right there. But there's still Darty, who's going to be holding the line here at Balcony. Okay, I spoke too soon. The firepower difference seems to have come into play tremendously as NRG are somehow going to find a bomb plant off of this round.
What?
I don't even know. What? Are you kidding? Okay, no way. No way. NRG, that is not a round that you are supposed to win. And Boss, perhaps overstepping just a tad there. A few too many brazen peaks, a push down mid, and it was a huge punishment from the players from NRG. Man, you can't even test these guys. You can't even build some confidence because is that a Glock burst?
Fire?
Is that a Glock burst?
It was.
Oh my gosh.
What?
That's humiliating. I'm not gonna lie. That's defeating.
It really, yeah, that really is. And let's not forget, they walked in with a P250. Everyone else onto Glocks, and they still come out with a round victory. That's, you put it perfectly, it's deflating for Boss. You can't build confidence at all, and if anything, it shatters your confidence even more after you finally pick up, you know, an early start here up against NRG on a map that didn't go your way last time with only 5 rounds picked up. And again, I mean, you lose that pistol round, I should say anti-eco. And you're looking down at what will be, well, who knows what NRG will be able to build up off of that, because it's just super embarrassing for them, unfortunately.
So many strong timings from the NRG players. So many, and the thing is that at this level of play, it's just such a. Even though the players that are on Boss are some of the, I would say all 5 of them are probably top 200 in North America. Legitimately, top 200 players in North America.
Yeah.
NRG has 5 players that are probably in the top 30 of North American players, and that difference is massive. People might just think, oh, the elo, anything. Like if you just kind of look at the numbers and things like that, you're kind of like, how is it that much of a difference? But that was a prime example of how there's just such a huge gap between what tier 2 feels like, and I don't even know if I want to call NRG like tier 1, but in North America they're a tier 1 team especially.
Yes.
And so, wow, okay. Well, a little bit of a fight back here, but this is going to be an easy mid-round call for Nitro, as he's clearly going to call for the rest of his players to make their way easily onto that A bomb site, and this should probably be a saved AK for Freshie.
Yeah, just going to be a save for Boss. I doubt they're going to reaggress at all. They've got the body armor, some util, upgraded pistols. There's no reason to throw this away. And Cryptic, I wanted to have a peek into CT just to make sure they were safe to save here and not really having to worry about someone who might be up close. And on the other side for NRG, they don't want to go for an aggressive hunt either, because their money isn't in a position where they can afford to do so. So it's just going to be this at the end of the round in terms of guns up, unless NRG stands too close to the bomb, which, you know, can tend to happen, especially on a map like Inferno, but they should be okay. They don't have much pressure on them at all, and they've planted it in that back corner, so they're even safe to go in towards pit. OC's maybe second-guessing himself as both his teammates walked away here, but no, he's okay. No problem at all, and it will be 2-1 for NRG.
As expected, cleaning things up after they were able to scout things out. Yeah, automatic, nice jumping shot onto Darty there. And this is going to be a Freshie round. It's got to be. AK in hand, the rest of the team should be saving behind this one. Sure, Cryptic's got an MP9, and maybe we can get something cheeky with Micro's Mag 7, which he actually just bought. I didn't expect that to come about, but NRG, as long as they do their due diligence, volley off the angles, clear things together, put yourselves in trade positions, I feel like it should be a third. But we'll see. I mean, Freshie, yeah, he's taking a duel right here. Okay, it's got to be something like this. Yeah, find a free 1v1, and there was an opportunity, but at this point, NRG, they are aware of where that saved rifle is, but it funnels them right into Micro. Okay, this has to net something. Cryptic, Micro, they might spring this trap in just a moment. Nitro's trying to peek, and yes, there it is!
Oh!
Micro with 2! Continuing from some of his flashy performance from the previous map, and that is going to make NRG wonder, where do we go? Feels like both bomb sites are choked off at this point.
Yeah. Oh, Freshie's about to get killed. Yeah, there it is. Breeze actually gets the jump on him. So that will bring things back a little bit. Again, it's not much in the round for Boss. So those first 2 frags were huge for Micro, who's sitting alone on the B site. I guess they're gambling that NRG won't realize. Oh, all alone here. Yeah, Cryptic going to find one onto Breeze, who's just kind of lurking out there. So now NRG have to send the last two players out towards the B site.
Oh!
Micro overloaded. Nothing he can do in that situation. OC gets the right read. He also spots Cryptic crossing over from CT and sprays him down too. That is a great 1-2 punch coming through from OC. Darty and Slight. Last two standing. They've got the AKs. Time ticking away. No bomb, no defusal kits, on their person. So they have to make a quick move here or decide to save the AKs. I feel like the guns are too valuable to risk this right now, and they're still going to go for it with so little time left on the bomb. That is just too risky, in my opinion. Finally, they go back and don't get punished for it. Hex looking around, and they will save the guns, but that was just, they were dipping their toes in too far, in my opinion.
Right. I'm almost surprised that at one point Hex or OC didn't peek out to take him down.
Yeah.
But either way, that was NRG surviving what felt like a practically lost round. I'm actually a little surprised that Freshie went for a peek towards mid there. Maybe in the chaos of the round, he felt like he could get another cheeky one, but also tucking and just hoping that NRG are going to be forced to execute onto a bomb site. You could put yourself into your favorite defensive position, probably could get at least one for free there, and he wanted to take it a step further, and that's when you're just double dipping at that point. Micro had done such a great job, but Slight, he's got the op in his hand. We didn't see this enough on Vertigo, but now we can see if he's able to activate here. He's been pretty quiet throughout the series, and unfortunately for this round, there seems to be no contest towards the apartments, and NRG, they're really taking their time with this one. Very slow default, methodical.
Yeah, they like to go for those slow defaults, honestly, especially against boss, because they can catch them trying to get a little too aggressive on their peaks into mid, and you might see that here from Freshie, who's in the smoke, actually going into Boiler, which is the right read. Does Hex realize someone's waiting in the smoke? He doesn't just yet, but he's tucked into window room. And now Freshie will just get the heck out of there and go towards balcony, maybe? Nope. No, smoke fades. He goes back in. In the meantime, Breeze is going to spray down Slight. And Cryptic could have his hands full. No, they're actually... Oh, Freshie getting in on a flank up against Breeze. That is a very great frag to find. 4v4, numbers even. NRG might rotate in towards a B pincer because Freshie gets that.
Oh yeah, I think they want to. Yeah, I mean, no. Well, they're considering
they're
it.
thinking about it, right?
I think Automatic might have heard something towards this site, and they're not sure where the stack is. In fact, I think NRG is scratching their head why there hasn't really been any contest towards that arch side. And now with Automatic falling, they've got to go towards this A site. Freshie right here, nice shot onto OC, but Hex, Nitro, they're going to be able to find some nice post-plant positions. All of the remaining boss players are rotating in on over. They have a couple mollies, a couple flashes. They do have kits. This is a very doable retake.
Absolutely. I mean, let's see if they can pull it off. It's still very difficult to retake the A site, even in a man advantage situation on Inferno. Because look at this crossfire. It's so scary. Yeah, you have so many angles to clear. Nitro and Hex taking care of business. There it is. 2K for Hex, 1 for Nitro, and NRG are up to a 4th. But yeah, it's just when you're walking in there, you have to clear pit, you have to clear graveyard, you have to clear mini pit, and then you have to look towards site. There's just so much stuff as a CT that you have to keep an eye out for, that eventually there's always a T lurking in a position that you just don't have the opportunity to look towards.
The crossfire that the two remaining players from NRG set up, the graveyard and site positions, it's very strong when you know that every player from the CT side is going to be funneling in through Moto. It's just, you're just walking them into a meat grinder at that point. If there's even a semblance of a doubt, if Automatic didn't get that space, that information towards B, that they were all in that B bomb site, if he didn't know anything, then that graveyard position feels compromised. An apartment's peak, a short peak, could have really broken that one apart, but no, boss, they were just a little bit too strapped for time and funneled themselves right into what was a worst case scenario.
It's really quite a shame for boss. Feels like nothing is really going their way in this series, even when the numbers advantage is there. And I agree with you. I feel like they were just waiting on the NRG side to see what Automatic found towards the B site in terms of information, and he must have heard something, because they immediately, after looking like they wanted to go into Arch and go to that B site, they backed off of it and went to A, and it was absolutely the right decision, because had they rotated into B, it could have been a lot tougher. Not saying they would have won the round, but it would have been much more difficult for them to pull it off, especially especially with Freshie lurking towards A. All that being said, Boss are on a half buy here. It's going to be an MP9, an A1S for Cryptic, and 3 players with body armor. Breeze going for the spam to try and catch a player. Potentially boosted up here, but no one's home in that vicinity at least. They are stacked up into bracket. 4 players here on Boss.
He's jiggling from on top of the mailbox right now, and Freshie, whoa, okay. Looks like he got a kill towards apartments there, and that is actually going to shift the defense a bit. So Breeze falls down, and whoa, Nitro, he's making a read right now. That is nice stuff. Somehow seems to expect that they're going to be moving away from the bomb site. I'm not sure if Hex was able to relay some sort of sound cue that he found, but it is going to be a late bracket clear. 40 seconds remaining. I assume that NRG want to go for some kind of wrap here, and that might be Slight's cue to act, but he just has a USP. Never going to be the firepower you need in order to find a kill there. So there's 2 players in the bomb site, Freshie, Darty. This has got to be a beautiful 1-2 between the 2 of them. Flashes, nades, they're all there. Good kill from him, but now Darty's got to step up huge. Oh, already dinked, and yes,
wow.
The crunch comes about. This is picture perfect from NRG. Well-placed utility, good spacing, good trading, and now Cryptic, I feel like he's locked out of the round. He knows it too. Micro with that AK, probably going to just hightail it out of here. And it's going to be a 5th for NRG.
I mean, that's what you got to do when you're taking the A site. You have to make sure your utility's on point. In particular, that Molotov thrown for back site, right? Because you don't have to look there anymore. You can just say, okay, guys, back site, forget about it. Look at headshot box. Look towards graveyard. That's where they're going to be. And in fact, 2 were at headshot box and towards the corner of the site on A. So well done from NRG getting those trades immediately. Even when that frag does come through from Freshie, it's just not enough to keep Boss in a round where they didn't heavily invest. Let's not forget, this is a half buy that came through, and they still managed to get a couple of players, and they're bringing 2 rifles out of the round. So yes, they lose, but there are some positives to build off of if you're trying to for Boss, which I mean we are a little bit.
Anything, and anything is better than what we saw on the previous map. And really, going into this one, you really set it up well. You set the stage. This was always going to be an NRG favored game. Boss was always going to be on the back foot, so it's just about the little things. It's about demonstrating a willingness to play the right style of CS as opposed to just kind of throwing caution to the wind and, yeah, saving a couple guns, getting a couple kills, bringing a good trap here and there. It's always an uphill battle against a team with as sharp as protocols and players as NRG, so if Boss can take any solace from this game, it's just the little victories. A good starter to the round, a good closer, even a way back into it.
Definitely, and it's always experience. Every single loss is something they can learn from against NRG, and eventually maybe they'll have the answer against this squad. I'm not sure if it's going to happen today, though. And as you guys saw, Automatic earning the PrizePicks check mark, so we got past that 26.5 frag mark, as we all expected because of how well he did. He outperformed himself on map number 1 and only needed 4 here, and he absolutely hit that mark. Slight, I mean, on his time on Wildcard, I actually thought he was quite inconsistent, and that was the reason why he ended up being cut, even though towards, like, I would say the latter part of his time there and when they made it to the ECL Grand Finals last season, he was looking like one of their best players. So that actually took me a little bit off guard, but if you look at his overall performance, I was saying, yeah, I guess this makes sense for them to try and get these 2 European players into the roster, and Slight was kind of in the crosshairs a little bit earlier on in that season, I would say, during his time on Wildcard. Anyway, Cryptic is going to spam away here with the A1S onto Hext, 5v4. So Boss, they've got the numbers here, and they get 3, but Nitro managed to strike true. He is the only one left, and he clears out the site by himself. He still has to try and get the bomb planted, but I mean, this is going to be a difficult ask. There's the nade and the flash. He should be dead, and he is, but he does get the bomb down at least.
Great hold from Cryptic and Slight there.
Yep.
Doing everything you absolutely needed to. It can be so tough on those B-side defenses, but good counter flash there from Cryptic. Perfectly timed, and Slight getting a couple kills himself. That's good stuff. Good protocols between the 2 of them there, and great fragging on top of that too. Great. Also, I really do like the fact that as soon as Nitro's going for that plant, that Micro says, send me in with the flash. At the very worst, it's going to be a 1v1, and still it's going to be probably an advantage one at that. Not ever giving him a chance to breathe, because I'm going to tell you, if Nitro got into the back of that site with Slights off, that could be a questionable retake for the side of Boss.
Yeah, no question. I thought Nitro was looking pretty good, honestly, but there was just too much util for Boss. That was being thrown quite effectively, and it stopped him in his tracks completely. Nitro, speaking of stopping his tracks, is waiting behind the smoke. Throws the nade up and eventually going to make a move in, maybe? No, they're still biding their time. Lots of util being tossed from Boss here on the B site. Want that banana control. They reaggress, and Cryptic actually gets the opener onto Nitro, who's just caught like a deer in headlights there towards top banana.
I'm liking what I'm seeing from Cryptic now. Okay, Vertigo was not the best case for him as an individual player on this team, but his timings here, the counter utility, everything's been really sharp. I hope I don't jinx him here because he's got another B hold ahead of himself. Him and Micro coming together for a couple more kills. Cryptic still alive here at the sandbags, and oh no, Breeze takes him down with a nice wall bang. OC Breeze, 2 versus 3. Darty is already close, and he's going to be able to actually stop any sort of aggress into Church. Not sure if Breeze really wants to push his luck at this point or hold his ground. It looks like Breeze is just going to hold the line. All of the boss players are going to be coming from CT. Breeze, first one here. That's Darty. And Breeze takes him down. Spray only tags Freshy. Now, OC in emo. Slight seems to be holding the line right now. Nade is out, landing right at his face. And Freshy, right before it even lands, is able to score the headshot. A third round from Boss.
Still a little scary because Freshy and Slight lined up for a moment there, so it could have easily gone the way of OC, but the nade was kind of that chaser that really kind of did him in and didn't give him the ability to get comfortable in that spot. So well done from Boss. Again, another great B hold from Cryptic. You highlighted him and he deserves it. I mean, he's been doing a good job keeping NRG at bay and stayed alive long enough to at least give his team a chance to rotate through. I think Breeze did an excellent job with the wall bang and isolating that fight, but Bosser getting into this, which is fantastic news for them on a map where last time, like I mentioned, they only got 5 rounds against NRG. They've already got 3, and they're only 2 rounds back from NRG, who will have the full rifle buy up here with 3 AKs, 2 Galils, and a decent amount of util. Might need to be careful about how much they expend here in this banana fight. As a nade sails through on Boss's end, and Boss haven't really been challenging too much. Yes, they have a late swing back into top banana in the previous round, but they just kind of throw their util and back off into more passive holds, and it has worked again for them. Energy's leaning into A. Oh, Slight almost gets caught out. He's lucky to be alive, as Nitro also taking quite a bit of damage. Breeze does eventually finish off the Opper, and now with Energy, it looked like they were rotating off to go to B, but with getting that frag, they might cycle back to A.
So much pressure. Slight probably wasn't expecting the first jump through. Definitely wasn't expecting the pressure from apartments at that point. So 5v4 advantage. NRG, they've been very strong when it comes to converting these kinds of man-up situations. But okay, I actually like this. Yeah, down a man. We're seeing Boss re-aggressing towards Porch. They have a great understanding that it is very likely to be B, but that's actually not the case. Although, Darty is able to hold his own. But wait a second, he actually kills Nitro. That's not normally the apartment's lurker, and they have left. They have evacuated the entire premises at A. There's still this presence at the B site, but look at this. Actually, they're planning at A right now, and Freshy's taking a fight at the bottom of B banana, and now NRG, they can lock in to some post-plant positions.
I mean, this is, again, similar situation. 3v2, post-plant retake attempt from Boss. Did Freshy get the spot there?
I think
he sees a shadow. Oh, no, but Breeze hits the shot with the op. The overkill with the headshot. Cryptic and Micro are on different sides, so they're going for a pincer here, and there's the first one found. They need to get the last. Hex peeks out, makes it a 1v1 for himself. Cryptic knows the position, but time is running out. Tries to stick to the fuse. Does Hex have the angle? He does, and he finds it with 1 second left on that defusal. NRG are back on the board, but that was a very close round.
That one got incredibly hectic. I'm sure that the comms were not clear at all. The fact that Darty was able to kill the player Nitro in the apartments, Freshy was pushing down middle to flank that player at B. I'm sure both teams were a bit confused, but once NRG actually got onto that A site, bomb planted, I'm sure that their eyes really widened at that point. They knew that they had a great opportunity, and I gotta say, Breeze with the op. You don't see that very often, but nailing Freshy towards short, huge difference maker there.
No question. And here's Cryptic a little more aggressive this round at top banana. Nice nade throw from Micro, and he gets caught! He gets caught by a native automatic. Cryptic manages to get 2 back, but he has traded himself, so we're even numbers after all that chaos at top banana. And Darty is trying to get back in. A smoke's going to be thrown for CT, so he deviates in towards Church. Will likely end up at Coffins here. We'll see if he posts up or decides to poke the prod a little bit more. But as it stands, Energy, it feels like they want to try and sell a B hit here and then rotate back towards A, even though A is the more heavily defended site.
Right, and I feel like because Darty isn't being pressured significantly, he's able to relay this information. Now, Freshie, this boiler position is going to be key. If he's able to at least get one, slow them down, Slight can probably prop himself up for that short angle, and I feel like a lot of this round is going to boil down to what happens in the next few seconds. Freshie, though, yeah, peeks out, and that is exactly what NRG wants. Slight, a missed opportunity there. They know he's probably the lone A defender, and he's got to do absolutely everything. Smoke right in front of his face, and he has to come up with something huge. Okay, no scope on OC. That's a start. All right, but Breeze sniffs him out. What a shot right through the smoke. Knew exactly where he would be on top of that box. And now Darty tasked with a near impossible retake. 2v1. He has to get a jump on this first player, or this is going to be a done deal.
Yeah, this it almost feels like a save needs to be called for him if he doesn't get that first one quickly. He will have a poke from Moto. Gets that? Okay, now he can go in. 1v1. Hexed. Playing from Graveyard. Darty just has to clear the right angle. Darty looking around. Doesn't look into Graveyard. Back turn. Hex the spray down. A 3K for him on the round. And again, he's the last one standing in a 1v1 situation. That is a little heart-wrenching for Boss, honestly, because that's 2 rounds in a row where they're able to get some space back in, fight away with NRG and get it down to a 1v1, but they just don't win it out. It's because they were so close, right? 5-3. They win one of those, you know, the lead is cut down significantly. Instead, it's a 4-round lead for NRG, right?
Right. I feel bad for Freshie. He actually caught them moving up towards long side, and first, he's got to feel a little weird there. He's catching them walking over towards Arch, and the guy's looking at him. Like, you felt like you did a lot of things right. You found a timing, but you're like, why is he walking backwards towards that? And unfortunately, yeah, it doesn't work out with him in the MP9 fight. There is a bit of a trap being laid in the apartment halls. Breeze is going to take them both down. Okay, they actually swung right into him. And Micro, we saw him do something dastardly with his Mag 7 last time. Can he strike lightning once again? No, it's a little too far at this point. Well, Slight's going to help him out. And what? Okay, there's still a bit of a contest, but I don't think that there's any more trickery afoot. Boss 2v4. Yeah, oh, wow, how did that work out? Okay.
I don't know. I was saying the same thing. It was like a
what? No, wait.
Does he get another one onto Hexed? 22 HP, okay. Finally, OC with the op of all things swings around the corner and settles things down. There's been a couple of moments in this round where it felt like Boss could strike and really have a huge impact, but at the end of it, Slight is, okay, yeah, I was going to say, get the rifle, man. Don't go with the Swag 7. You're not going to be a hero with that. And he does back off here. So NRG taking another one, but again, there were those 2 moments, one at Banana and one towards top mid, where it felt like Boss were going to be able to crack through.
It was close. It got messy, and I think that's one thing that I'm not sure if it's by design or what, but Boss is making a few of these rounds at least a little bit more of a head scratcher for NRG. Might have to solidify some of the serious gun round setups, but they can be a bit explosive when they are left to their own devices.
By the way, guys, Breeze hitting that check mark. As you saw earlier, the PrizePicks check mark coming through from him. He is at the top of the scoreboard again by a very significant margin here. The closest player is Hex, who's 6 behind him. And on the server, Cryptic is actually doing quite well for himself this time, only 2 behind Breeze. But, I mean, even with that effort, Boss only have 3 rounds to speak of here in this first half, headed into the final round of it.
Not the look you want as a team for Boss, but I'm glad that we got the Cryptic redemption here.
Yes,
definitely seeing him put more of a just a good foot forward, especially on these B defenses. So that is something I'm going to take away from this game. Cryptic has really been a solid B defender through and through. Gun rounds, eco rounds, doesn't matter. He's always finding a way to have some significant impact. And I want to see Slight have a little bit more impact too. It feels like he's been caught off a couple of times, not ready for some of the tricks from NRG, not ready for the constricting map control that they are implementing. And this is going to be a great opportunity to let that op sing. And there it is. Yes. Okay. Maybe a little bit of a lackadaisical approach from NRG, just springing into action right through bracket there. And that is exactly what Boss wanted. This has to be a conversion for Boss for their own pride.
Yeah, and their confidence too, I would say. It's, you know, we saw NRG come back from it when Micro got that Mag 7 2K a few rounds ago, but that was technically a lighter buy for Boss anyway, so not terribly surprised NRG are able to pull it back there. But this time, they have 4 rifles, the AWP and the MP9. I mean, I don't see any path where NRG should be able to pull this one off, but I say that, and you look towards the A site, it's technically a 3v2 for NRG heading in here, so if they can get maybe one cleanly and then a trade afterwards, so they have 2 players left, it's not too shabby going for the hit here, and they're playing it right. Slight hits the leg shot, and Automatic manages to trade him out immediately. Freshy, not even a trade scheme, just a clean kill. Freshy, waiting in pit, needs to strike here at least for 1. At the very least, and he gets 2 of them. Last one, no. Breeze able to put him down to dirt, so a bomb plant should come through. 13 seconds left. He's going to have to hurry. Oh, they're already here. Likely, he is going to have to get the frag. There's one. The second.
What?
Breeze,
no!
Why are they fighting? Why are they fighting so aggressively with so little time left on the clock? Boss, get dropped by Breeze. Freshy, it's a check mark there anyway, but that doesn't matter. Breeze, unbelievable stuff. There's no reason, Maui. There's no reason.
I can't believe it. I can't believe it. They thought they were safe in numbers, but Breeze. Oh my. The fact that he chooses to swing left first, takes that free 1v1, and he knows exactly how those next 2 are swinging him. Perfect crosshair placement, perfect adjustments. Wow. Breeze has really shown a lot for me here. He is the one player in the server I can safely say is demonstrating what aura looks like. That is just ridiculous from Breeze. I don't know how Boss are going to be able to fight back into this one. I didn't expect it to be much of a fight, but after that, wow, I feel like they are just stuffed. They're stumped, and that was a 5v3. That was a 5v3 and a 1v3.
Yeah. I mean,
wow.
It's
technically it was a 4v1 at one point, right? Because he killed Freshy and then 3 people ran through. Oh my god.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right.
Oh my god. Monster. Breeze monster. Wow.
Yeah, Automatic gets an opener here in the pistol round, and suffice to say, again, it's a similar situation to the previous map where Boss really needs this pistol. Micro gets tapped down to 26, but, you know, he's still standing, so they continue their charge in towards that B site. Oh no, Automatic just continues to get the shots to connect, even that time through the wall and a smoke. Boss still not comfortable enough to find a bomb plant here, which they desperately need. There we go. Freshy's going to plant the bomb, probably going to lose a teammate or himself in the process. Cryptic manages to get the trade here, needs more, won't find it. Slight the last one standing, and Slight is dead with a good trade from Breeze. So that'll do it. 10th round found for NRG. At least Boss gets a bomb plant, but yeah, it's just, I still can't get my mind off of that last round of the first half. Just in that situation with 12 seconds left on the clock, you know that Breeze has to do everything. Let him play around. Let him try to get that bomb plant. But I also understand the logic of trying to overload with numbers. It's just, I don't know if that was the call, given the way things have gone against him so far in this series.
It feels like a decent call in the moment. Just send it as soon as he's planting. You're going to overwhelm him. And I feel like, in all honesty, you do that against every single player in the entire server except for Breeze.
Yes.
But it was Breeze. That's the problem. The call was good, except you did it against the one guy that could counter it with his pure raw ability. Oh, yeah. That's just, I mean... Let's see what Boss is even able to muster. They're starting on the T side here. I mean, they got the bomb plant. Early contest goes the way of Hex, shutting down some of that early banana pressure, and OC, Breeze defending this side. Okay, well, OC seems to be maybe getting overwhelmed. No, he's going to quell that threat very nicely with the FAMAS and the assistance from Automatic. Very simple stuff, and yeah, OC, you want to turn around for that A1S and throw that over. There we go. Get all of the better weapons there. 11-3. Boss. I think it's going to be 4 spies until the end of the game. Yep, we're getting another one here because
You
I don't
have
blame
to.
you. I don't blame you.
They have the money to get the AK, a couple of AKs up, I believe, here. So, yeah, you've got to go for it. You're just down by too much. Surrendering this round to NRG and then playing for overtime with 8 rounds in a row required, no, that's not going to happen.
Right.
So, actually, not even 8, 9 rounds in a row would be needed. Crazy. All right, well, let's see.
Breeze, relax. Breeze, relax. He's just fighting through the window right now, I think. Is he? Oh, he just threw the nade.
So. Yeah.
Maybe he got... was he gonna molly or what? I think he jumped across. About it, and early fight again. Hex this time taking down Cryptic, who did very admirably. I think that's the one thing I'm happy about with Boss so far. There's the Cryptic sighting, the way Micro played on map number 1. I've liked that, but everything else is fairly disastrous, and it doesn't look like it's getting all that much better.
Automatic getting another 2 frags. Hex pitching in for 1 for himself, and that will leave Slight as the last one here, and doesn't have the bomb on his back. It's not a known factor for NRG because the bomb was dropped outside of T-spawn, but it's so out of the realm of possibility for him to go back and get it that he has to literally frag every single remaining player in order to take this one. Starts with the frag onto automatic, so at the very least that's there, but he doesn't have the bomb on his back, and they realize that off of the radar. So they're probably going to go hunting for it, and they absolutely do. It doesn't matter anyway. Breeze gets the last one, 12-3 in favor of NRG.
Right. You mentioned it there. The second that they saw that he didn't have the bomb on him, Hex just beelined it right to the bottom of T stairs and just saw it. And I mean, there were many reasons why that round was over in addition to that one, but that definitely threw the key away. So... final attempt, perhaps, for Boss. And it is yet another force by a couple of Galils, a couple Mac 10s. I just want to see some kind of cool set piece, okay? You know, I want to see something. What's the strap hook holding on to right now? Run something that you just feel, for this kind of buy, can at least put a dent into NRG, and why not test it against Breeze? Because you got to know, if you have one of these kinds of rounds and you have this great strategy that can work against a world-class pit defender like him, then this is the greatest test you could possibly get. Breeze is going to be tested, and look at that. Clean entry onto him. They find the trade onto automatic as well. OC here on the long side, not actually going to be able to find anything too easily, and there we go. That's exactly what I wanted to see. That's a strat where now you know, even against some of the best players in your region, it can actually work.
No question, but now they're going to have to hold on to this site because NRG, they've got the money, at least on 3 players, so they're going to go for this one. They got a huge lead, too. They want to try and end it right here. Freshie and Slight both in mini pit. He's going to try and toss that incendiary back to site. Again, Hex gets the first one on the attempted retake. Freshie the immediate trade, so now it's still 2 players left for Hex and Nitro. Nitro trying to slip in from the apartments. Hex still hanging around towards top mid. Oh, they saw his gun. They saw Nitro in the apartments. I think he's dead. He still manages to get Freshie, but Hex has to try and get out of here because there's no time left. And eventually out of the bomb. He's tried to do damage towards that player in pit, so he was hoping to take him down with him, but it doesn't happen. And Boss doing, like you said, a nice little set piece, nice strategy, pulled off there, executing onto the A site, managing to trade out Breeze, and after that it was smooth sailing pretty much to the end.
Right. Yeah, that's how you maintain a little bit of pride. It's that you got one T-side round, and you did it with a set piece that you practice in your server time and your scrims before this one, and no, you were outclassed today, okay? Boss, you definitely were, but you're gonna keep on fighting, keep trying to run parts of your strap hook, and as long as I'm seeing a team like this not just dissolve into running 1-1-1-1-1 across the map by themselves, then at least I can have a little bit of hope for them for the future, especially against competition domestically that isn't as stacked with talent as this NRG lineup has.
Yeah, and actually, like I said earlier, they are performing pretty well against like the middle tier of ECL and even some of the better teams, but against the top stuff, the top teams, they've been struggling. But you're right, you know, for them to find something to build off of is great here in a map where, again, they're kind of getting blown out. Automatic, gonna take a little bit of early damage here. Not fragged, though. NRG have their anchor OC with the AWP towards the B site. He's going to want a rifler to join him eventually here, especially if he spots out the players, but he's just playing for contact, I believe, right now. Should be able to get it here if they don't flash him out. There's the smoke throw for CT, and he finds the first and is able to escape, so no trade comes through. Here come the rifles to support, and on the other side, Freshy thinks that's an opportunity to slip through. It isn't. Nitro with just the 5-7
what?
does the
Damn.
work, an upgrade, and yeah, I mean, it's pretty much over at this point. 5v2. Slight has to get a very big one, and he does, but Breeze is still waiting on the site. He's got a teammate by side. Actually, I say that. It is technically a 2v1. Breeze, he's been so good though, I figure he'll be able to close this one out. He swings around at the perfect time. There's one and the second. He is, again, good for it. 24 frags he finishes with, 13-4 for NRG, who just did not look fussed at all. We don't get to see his reaction, fortunately, because just some tech issues with that webcam, but still, that was some unbelievable stuff coming through from him again.
Man, yeah, Breeze just looked like clearly the best player in the server by a wide margin. Even people on his team were doing pretty well at times, but map 1, map number 2, sheer dominance. There was a stretch of what, 9 rounds it felt like in the very first half of Vertigo where he didn't even have a single death. Breeze right now definitely feels like a player who has shown that even though he had a bit of a tough start to CS2, I mean, it felt like he had a break. He was trying to come back into the game. At this point, he's shown once again, doesn't matter the version of Counter-Strike, he's a cut above right now. And him, NRG, they're going to be moving on in the PrizePicks NA Revival series.
Yeah, they go on to day 2. Unfortunately for Boss, they're gone again on the first day against NRG again. So it's not exactly been an easy run for them throughout the first 2 series. But, you know, maybe we'll see them back again in series number 3. I think they've still got a lot to show us. Obviously, they're still trying to get everything sorted with Micro as the IGL and Cryptic shifting into a new role. But we saw that Vertigo, yes, was a bit of a loss in terms of the team chemistry and everything for Boss. But then when they got onto it on Inferno, Cryptic was able to finally find himself as a really solid B anchor on the defensive side in particular. Let's check out those stats, though. Those numbers coming through here. Breeze, 47 and 16. That's a plus 31 kill to death differential. Unbelievable. And 113.5 ADR.
That's wild. That's just absurd. Man, what do you even do? What do you even do? And he was even opping people. He was pistoling people. Every gun that he had in his hands, he was just a menace. And there was no pure counter on the opposite side. We see Automatic with 37 kills himself. I mean, he was able to hold up his end of the bargain. Definitely on Vertigo. Had some nice contributions as well. And for the other guys on Energy, again, there's only so much you can go around. Probably would have been nice to see OC have a little bit more impact, but oppers usually are invoked once the game gets a little bit closer, when you have to find those picks. And if your riflers like Breeze and Automatic are getting so much done in terms of their map control, I mean, OC's only got so much he can do after he throws flashes for those guys.
Yeah, and you saw him hold his own towards that B site, right? He gets the important ones. He gets that first one, and that's all he really needed to do in that round. And if he's doing what he needs to when he's called upon, I have no problem at all with it. And as you mentioned, just there are only so many frags to go around across the board. Unfortunately for Boss, none of them able to hit their estimated frag potential, except for Freshy, who got 27. So that's the one bright spot, perhaps. And I think he played pretty solid on Inferno. The team looked better as a unit in that first half on Inferno. I think the scoreline's a little more deceptive, right? Because of those 2 1v1 situations we had in that first half where Boss could have started to take control, and it felt like they were performing better on the map, but those critical moments just weren't converted for them, and that's what made the big difference here.
Right, right. And even though we're sending Boss away from this one, it's definitely a team that I can look at and say, okay, this isn't just 5 guys that are just running around with no clue of what they want to do. There were clear plans that were in place. Definitely looking back at Vertigo, you'd probably want to say to yourselves, why are we not trying to flesh out the B-bomb side a little bit more? But in terms of Inferno, we saw some good calling. I even think that on the CT side of Inferno, they had a couple of nice ideas too to try to bring some rounds back. It's about converting in the late stage. That kind of stuff is going to be up to experience, late round protocols, and making sure that everybody can trust each other and doesn't have to overstep, because that's another thing that caught them off. The fact that you're going to 5v3, do you really need to go for that next peak? Can you just play off of each other? Can you just cycle through your utility to buy time for all of your teammates? And so, yeah, a lot to learn from Boss there. Those are the kinds of experiences that are always going to leave you disappointed, but at the same time with renewed knowledge.
Absolutely. And speaking of experiences, this one, guys, would not be possible without, of course, our wonderful sponsors here. The NA Revival Series is sponsored by PrizePicks. The best North American Counter-Strike players are competing right now, and you can win real money while watching them play. Join PrizePicks to get in on the action. It is super easy to get started. All you have to do is select 2 or more players and choose more or less on their stat projections to build up your lineup. Then sit back and watch your lineup stats rack up. For a limited time, click the link on the panel below or use code REVIVAL when making an account and playing a $5 lineup to receive $50 whether you win or lose. It's a guaranteed win for all new PrizePicks users. Thank you again to PrizePicks for partnering with Complexity and Mythic League to host the NA Revival Series. The PrizePicks NA Revival Cup is also partnered with Mythic League. Players are always asking for a premier solo queue matchmaking experience without cheaters, and Mythic League has been providing this for over 6 years and is now free to play for Face It ranks 1 to 5 in the Silver Division. All players are required to have and use their microphone. The support staff is always available to help out in Discord for live matches, and Smurf accounts are banned swiftly. Additionally, there is a $5,000 in monthly prizes available for subscribers through all divisions. Give Mythic League a try today and use code ML50 for 50% off your first subscription of 1, 3, or 6 months. Guys, we're going to hit a break, but before we do, thank you so much, Maui, for joining us. You're going to be hopping off, replaced by Apples afterwards, but I really appreciate you coming out here and joining us for the PrizePicks NA Revival Series. We will now hit that break. When we come back, we've got Party Astronauts up against Elevate. Welcome back to the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 2. I am JRT, and we've got a new co-caster joining me here today. It is Apples. Apples, how you doing?
I'm doing great, and I'm excited to watch some pretty banging Counter-Strike with you here right now.
Yeah, no, honestly, it should be some good stuff. That first one, I mean, of course, it was a little bit rough, with NRG kind of bodying Boss quite a bit on both maps, I would say. But here, we're going to have the Party Astronauts go up against Elevate. Let's actually check out that bracket to see how the other map went. I should say the other series went that was
Mhm.
featuring Wildcard and Take Flight. And that's the expected result for me. I'm really impressed with the way Wildcard has played lately, and Take Flight qualifying through that open qualifier. While they have been decent in ECL so far this season, and getting through that open qualifier was pretty nice for them, I still had Wildcard going through, and they did. And the same for NRG. I mean, these are two grand finalists from the previous series, so for them to come through is not necessarily shocking apples.
Yeah, I agree here, and Take Flight kinda on a rocky, movement here. Obviously, like you said, able to qualify, but, now getting a lot more experience going into, the next tournaments that they'll be joining
Yeah.
up, seeing if they move on into any more qualifiers. But today, this, Party Astronauts, this is gonna be a really good matchup. I'm excited. I mean, we've seen them, connect, on ESL Challenger, and it's been kind of, we've seen them win, a couple of them win, a couple of them lose, so it's gonna be good.
Oh, absolutely. No, no question at all. And I mean, like, speaking of losing, Elevate has been doing a lot of that, unfortunately, lately. They have lost to Nouns, they lost to Wildcard, two very heavy hitters in ECL, no question. I think the problem is they've also had instability in their roster. And I mean, let's check out the
Mhm,
Prize Picks analyst segment now so we can talk about the individual players. And first, we're going to focus on the Party Astronauts. So I'll get back to Elevate after. But if
mhm.
you're looking at the pop off performers, it is almost always going to be Sixy and Fang. They are the ones who you always want to keep an eye out for. Sixy's a very streaky player. I think if he finds a rhythm early in a map, he can become one of the scariest ones on the roster. And Fang, he's just been a great player overall. He has some tier one experience. He's been up and down in that regard. I think he's still very young considering how much
Mhm.
experience he has, but definitely hitting that 32.5 frag estimate for both Sixy and Fang. I
Ooh.
think they'll be the ones to get to that point.
That's gonna be a couple crazy games. Whenever someone drops 30 kills on a team in any map, it's gonna be a little terrifying for the other. So, seeing what Elevate's estimated, frags are gonna be is gonna be, uh, ooh,
Oh, yeah, we'll get
oh,
elevates. There we
30.
go. Yeah, so
30,
the
so yeah, go ahead.
just these are for the first two maps, right? So it's
Mhm.
not just for one map, but still, yeah, I agree with you. Like getting 30 across two is definitely a challenge in MR12. But yeah, I wanted to highlight Dare in particular. I think Dare was taking on those opping duties when Dia, who I wanted to talk about this before, Dia wasn't part of the roster. We have no idea why he was benched. Frankie took his place for a few maps and actually went pretty well. Better than it did when Dia was on the roster at the beginning of this season, and then Dia joined up again. So I don't know. I still think Dia is an incredible opper. I think that it's great for Elevate to have him back on the roster. I just think that there are some things going on behind the scenes that could prevent Dia from performing as well as he has in the past. But definitely he is the one. I think 29.5 as the frag estimate is a little low, to be honest with you, for Dia. So he's definitely one of my picks to hit that mark. And on the others, my second one is probably Dare, because I think that in general he's just been a solid player for them over the last few months.
Absolutely. You never really know what's going on behind the scenes that could be affecting someone's performance. It could just be the team synergy, could just be drama going on that week. A couple games that Dare had to sit out, or Dia had to sit out,
Yeah.
excuse me. So able to come back playing tonight. We'll have to see if they're able to hit that frag count, estimated frag, but that'll be fun.
Absolutely, no question. So I think we should have the vetoes coming up on our screen
Okay.
soon for you guys, so we can check out what maps we'll be going to. I don't know if they played recently. I'm just trying to see here, going through my
Last
notes,
time was
guys.
like
Yeah, it was.
June.
You're right. Yes, you can talk. Go ahead. I mean,
So, the last time that they had like a best of three, Party Astronauts was able to take it away from Elevate. They were able to win over in Mirage and Anubis, but Elevate did a pretty good showing on Nuke. It was like a 13-8 game. So having a good Nuke is pretty strong right now, and that's going to be actually a pick from Party Astronauts, which is interesting. Maybe they did a little bit of offline work to make sure that they could win against Elevate with how crazy that game went back in that +3.
no question. Yeah, I think Nuke has always been kind of like a very weird map for party astronauts. They
Mhm.
like picking into it sometimes. They don't have a winning record there, but I've seen some ridiculous overtimes come through on their side. And 60 in one of them, I think he almost dropped 50 or something, or 40 or 50 frags. It was something ridiculous in that regard. And yeah, it was against the Falcons. It was 20-22 the loss, and against NRG in the NA Revival Cup. That was
Ooh.
not the NA Revival series, but the NA Revival Cup before this series started. 23-25 the loss there, and that's when 60 popped off and went crazy. But here we're gonna have, yeah, like we said, Nuke Ancient will be map number 2, and that one, I mean, if we're looking at purely the numbers, it's not a good one for the party astronauts. So I think that's an excellent pick from Elevate, which it ends up being their top map with a 13-10 record on their side.
Mhm.
And then Dust 2 as a decider could go either way. So this should be interesting.
It should be interesting, especially with Dust 2 new update. The cat jump could be a little bit easier for CTs
Yes.
to be really aggressive towards mid and taking control because there used to just be like three ways you could really win Dust 2, or I guess two ways, going long and going B. But now you're gonna have to put a lot of heavy pressure in mids, and CTs can really pressure that back. So I'm excited for Dust 2. I haven't seen it yet from any team. A lot of people have been straying away from it from what I've been watching. So this will be a good matchup for Party Astronauts
Yeah,
and
it
Elevate.
sorry, just wanted to build off that point
Go
you're
ahead.
making. Like teams are definitely straying away from Dust 2 more than I expected them to. It feels
Hmm.
like Ancient and Anubis have really been embraced, and Dust 2 just ends up being banned more often than not. So that's why we don't have many numbers a lot of the times for these teams on that map. But still, I mean, if you're looking at Elevate in particular, they've played it 6 times, and I mean that's over. Is that over the last 3 months? Let me double check that because I think it is. Yeah. So like that's not a lot though, since the
No.
map was introduced. And then if you're looking at on the party astronaut side, I think they haven't really played it much at all. The last month they haven't played it at all. Over the last 3 months, they've played it 3 times. So yeah, it's like they're not trying to get onto this map for the most part. It's interesting to see it as the decider between these two teams, and often it just
Hmm.
ends up being a brawl, right? Really puggy.
Absolutely. Very puggy. But Nuke is going to be interesting. I know I said it before, but that's the one map that I saw that Elevate was able to win against them. It was pretty brutal. So this is a really good ban. This is a really good pick. And I'm a little sad that Anubis is going to be banned by Elevate, but I understand because Party Astronauts has beat them twice on that map already. So them floating it all the way towards the end is a little interesting as well. So.
Definitely. Yeah. I mean, we'll see how things end up going on here. I wouldn't. I kind of agree with you that Anubis could have easily been the pick for the party astronauts as opposed to going to Nuke, but it's the
Mhm.
second NA Revival series where I've seen them kind of lean into Nuke and want to try their luck on that map. So, we'll see if it works out for them as we go forward. Just going to check in and see if these guys are ready to go in the server, guys. I think we should be live in just a few moments as Oh, apparently we're still missing players in the server, guys. They don't want to get ready to play. They're still trying to join up, but I mean, at least we have all the vetoes done here. And I
Mhm.
mean, in general, I guess we can talk a little bit about the state of Counter Strike 2 because I always like to jump into this a little bit. And
Okay.
personally, yeah, no, personally, I think there's still a lot that needs to be resolved on in terms of the net code. I think that sometimes there's still issues where I see some desynchronization. We've actually seen it happening on Twitter. I've seen like a lot of clips come out. I think Pone Alone actually had one recently where I
Mhm.
don't think he was playing, but it was on Mirage, and they were going in towards Market, and there was a wide swing with a USP shot, and the player shot into the air like they'd already crossed over on the other side for Market, and they were in the corner. The
Uh-huh.
bullet went in midair and hit the headshot when the player was already way off screen. There wasn't a ping issue either here, so this is the type of stuff that we're still seeing. And I don't know how you feel about it, but for me, I really would like to see that resolved. It's not something that should still be in the game a year after release.
Absolutely not. I mean, I usually play on 80 ping just because my internet just sucks.
Oh,
So
geez. Whoa.
I am pretty regularly dying behind walls. So, but however, I played like a CSGO 10 mans about a week ago, and I was playing even on higher ping. It was like 120, and it felt so smooth. Like every kill connected that I thought I was actually supposed to kill. But when I died, I died. But definitely, the game is not as good as it was in Go. And I feel like everyone says that, blah, 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 blah. But like playing it like after a year since CS2 came out, because I didn't really go back and forth, I really realized, wow, this is not a good situation where we're at right now. It's definitely I'm dying behind walls a lot of the time and ping issues and I'm just constantly lagging. So it's a little difficult. I do commend the people that are able to play on this at such a high level that they don't really they see the issues, but they're able to work with them, able to still win their games. So unfortunately for me, that is not the case.
No, no, it happened. Yeah, but not to say that I don't love the game. I love CS2.
Oh,
I love
I
the
love it.
smokes. I love the mechanics and everything that have been
Yes.
introduced. I just wish we could see those issues kind of resolved and the jumping up on boxes too being so inconsistent. And that's become
Yeah.
more of a factor on Dusty. You talked about the cat box coming through, but I mean oftentimes players are kind of jumping twice to try and make that as
Yeah.
opposed to only the one time. I think there's still some work to do, in particular like that little gap that's there that forces you to make an additional jump. Maybe just
Hmm.
change that or something. I don't know what needs to be done, but I do overall really appreciate that change. So, like in terms of Dust 2, you were talking about it was a little more difficult to get back onto that A site. You didn't really have any options. You had Cat that you would have to go down or come from CT and go up ramp. So, or long, of course. But even
Yeah.
then, like you didn't really have enough chance to put pressure on the T's. And I think that gives another opportunity to players to get into the bomb site. And even at the beginning of rounds, you have that fast cat ability.
Hmm.
So I think this is what you're mentioning as well, that middle pressure that you can put on
Yeah.
the tees consistently without requiring two players to do it either.
So, would you either choose all the issues in CS2 be fixed or a new operation?
Oh my God. Okay, this is actually a tough question for me
Yeah.
because I love skins and I have very much an addiction to yeah, okay, we're the
Me.
same then. So
Me.
like I kind of like I have this happening, this duel in my mind all the time. Like, do I want a new operation? Do I really want that all the new skins that were teased earlier, or do I want to see everything fixed? Maybe a little bit of both would be good. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I think what's probably going through Valve's mind at this time is there are still some issues that are lingering right now, and I don't think they want to drop the operation before that's done because like the amount of backlash
Yeah.
that'll come through, and everything. But at the same time. Oh man, you asked me such a tough question. Which would I choose? I definitely like I think all the issues, if they can be fixed within a reasonable amount of time, I would lean in that direction. But it would be cool to have an operation and all of that additional content as well being added to the game. So I think we need both, to be honest with you. But yeah.
That's such a political answer. So I think both is good.
Yeah.
I think both. I can't choose, sorry, but yeah, I agree. I mean, I spend a lot of my free time looking at skins, like knife and glove combos. Like that is just one of
Yeah.
my favorite things about it. Just because in CS2 they all look so beautiful. They look
Oh
so
yeah.
pretty, bright, and gorgeous. Like I was able to when I was playing the 10 mans, I was able to look at some of my old skins or my new skins and see, oh, they don't look very good here, but they look great now. So I mean, I'd like an operation, but I'm not playing it at such a high level. I'm watching people play at a high level where all the
Right.
issues are happening. So,
Oh, we have a breaking news here, guys.
ooh,
Dare is not in the server today. Intra will be replacing him. That's actually a huge deal because Dare tends to be one of the top rated players for Elevate map after map. So to lose him here means that I would give a significant edge over to Party Astronauts in terms of mechanical ability and fragging ability. That is that is not good. That is not good for Elevate coming in here, as we're going to see Sixy, Infinite, Fang, Wolfie, and Ben Lee. They've been ready for quite some time to get going here. And I mean, I know I highlighted Sixy and Fang as the two players to watch, but the supporting cast is solid as well. Wolfie is a pretty good opera. I think he suffers from inconsistency at times, and
mhm.
Infinite is a great supporting player that can also have his pop-off moments. Ben tends to lurk into the background, but in terms of utility usage, he is number one. I think he's one of those rare players and even IGLs that has over one flash thrown per round on average, oftentimes. So that's really good to see from him and very effective with the flashes as well, usually above the 0.10 flash assist mark per map, or sorry, per round. So that's really good to see for Ben. And I think it's just a very well constructed team. They've had their issues kind of getting everything sorted at times and, integrating Fang into the roster. But overall, I think they're one of those teams to watch along with NRG and Elevate NRG and Wildcard, maybe even Elevate too, but they've been struggling lately. But yeah, at the top of ECL. So we wait to get back into things here, guys, and it looks like once Dare is all connected and ready, we should be good to go. Oh, you know what, guys? I just heard that they had to spawn a new server. So a new server is coming into existence, and we actually are going to hit a quick break. When we come back, we'll have map number 1 between Party Astronauts and Elevate. Keep it locked here, guys. Yeah, this is a lot of damage done by the Party Astronauts towards Elevate. Fang's got a chance to pick off one here. Misses the shot and falls in towards Jaguar and actually goes for that wall bang. 60 in the meantime picked up the Mac 10, gets another one to his name. He's thinking about swinging again, does damage, trade comes through. It is a 2v1 in favor of the Party Astronauts. Snav, the last one standing here. 28 HP, bomb on his back, 30 seconds to work with, and both of the Party Astronauts are peering towards Jaguar, thinking that Snav's going to go in that direction, but he is in fact already on this B site and is going to plant that bomb eventually. Is he just looking around here in cave to clear it out? He's going A? He's going A.
Oh, I like this run. There's a lot here. I mean, a bomb plant would mean anything, even if he loses this. All that investment that Elevate put into this round, it's going to give a little bit more money towards them.
All right, guys. Unfortunately, we were muted for the first round. Sorry about that. We blame our producer, Rob. Sorry, Rob. It's your fault. But we're going to go into this one. We're back here. We're live, if you guys couldn't tell, with the second round of action as Elevate. We're going to go in here. It's just Snav. Throws the Molotov at the perfect time. That is beautiful. It's going to secure the round. Well done from Snav in that situation where things got really scary up against the Party Astronauts force buy. He clutches it out and gives his team a second, even though it looked a little bit rough in the process, and Fang and Infinite get upgrades. There's Infinite finding the AK as well. That, honestly, yes, it's a force buy. Yes, you're losing a lot of money in it, but Party Astronauts afforded themselves potentially another force buy here with those two saved guns.
That's all the SMG kills from the Mac 10s picked up and the MP9s. I mean, $600 a pop, still lots of money. But they're going to have at least 2 rifles here, 3 SMGs on Party Astronauts. Going to force into this. A little low on utility for some of them, but Elevate's going to be able to get their rifles back into this round. AKs and Galils on them. Just trying to gain control of mid here, but Party Astronauts seems to have taken it. Around with Ben. One shelf. Shots really connecting, just mostly utility damage.
Intro just going to go for some wallbang spam here. Whoop, 60. That's a lot of information gained. Doesn't get punished for it. His teammate falls. That's Fang. 60 up close. Can't do anything else.
Ooh.
It is all Elevate in this round. And yeah, I mean, Party Astronauts did pretty much force up again, and I think they're going to want to save these last 2 guns as a result, given that it's a 5v2. Elevate have come storming out of the 8s. I thought they'd be at a disadvantage not having Dare, but it's anything but. Shane has picked up everything in terms of frags. 7 for him, only 1 for Intra, Snav, and Peeping in the first 3 rounds outside of Shane's contribution, so well done from him.
Yeah, hopefully with this next round, Party Astronauts going to be able to possibly save or go into a little bit of a half buy. They haven't been able to really full buy into this. We haven't seen their full CT rounds yet, obviously. It's still round 3. But just like that, Elevate's pockets are getting a little bit deeper. It's going to be harder to disrupt that economy.
Yeah, no question. Party Astronauts will still have a pretty good buy-up into this round because of loss bonus that's kicked in for them. But it's still, like, that is far from the way they envisioned that previous round going. And they might even go for an eco here anyway because of how light the economy is in terms of, like, to get that full-on buy-up. So, yeah, it's not that bad. You've got an MP9, 2 5.7s, good economy, good utility, and the AK-47 for Infinite. See where that AK posts up. It looks like Donut. I don't mind that, you know, because typically we see a lot of very heavy duels towards mid. But as it stands right now, Elevate continue to take up all of that space outside of B. Look at the util damage that's coming through, by the way. Dia and Snav, along with Intro, below 50 health. That could open things up immensely for the Party Astronauts, and now even more damage done.
Oh, Wolfie, almost good for 2 there. All of Elevate pretty low, except for Peeping. The MP9 at least doing 1, but could have definitely done a second. Just Elevate way too quick with the 3 frags here. Now a 4B3. Party Astronauts gonna gamble over to this B site, since these heard a lot of people over here. Probably saw Bomb a bit as well a little bit earlier. I like this. CZ kind of going in front of Infinite. baiting out for the AK. Oh, picks up an AK himself as well.
Snav could punish here. Oh, he pulls up. He's
Ooh.
switching his guns in that moment, and Fang is able to get one immediately traded, but still now Sixy's on the line. Sixy, can he get it? Yes, he can. Peeping's gone. That was one of the healthier players, too. Look at Dia down to 2 HP. Infinite still available. Yes, Sixy goes down to 8 HP, but this could easily swing back in the party astronauts' favor. Util is nil. On the elevate side, there's a couple of smokes and a flash for the party astronauts to try to utilize. Could throw immediately onto the bomb here. I like where Shane is placing himself towards long B, but he can't get anything done. That leaves only the 2 HP Dia. They're going to smoke and defuse this bomb. They have to, you imagine, with the one player still up to support the diffuser. There it is, Sixy, the low HP, gonna stick this diffuser. It's a full 10 seconds required. The spam is good from Dia, and I think that should do the round for Elevate.
Is Dia gonna find this kill? I think Dia's dead here with 2 health. Might as well stay. Just wait around. Both of them dead. Both AKs out of the round. Party astronauts not holding on to that. The next round is gonna be a little difficult for them. And now, maybe even a full buy from them, but really good trades from Elevate. They are staking their claim on this B site so far. 4 times in a row, it's worked out for them. And that's going to be a timeout for them. Interesting. I mean, Dia now, buying the op. That's going to be interesting. It's 4th round here. They have enough money to support that. See where that goes, where they're going to be. Really, I think teen-sided opping is very interesting, especially on Ancient. You can do the boost, you can do A main, you can swing out mid, get a pick in Red Room. But not as versatile as you would be if you were CT side opping. So I'm kind of excited for that. Could be a pause to figure that out.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's a little harder to make the op work on the T side for sure. You almost always see it CT side ancient, CT side any map, of course, but
Yeah.
you will have a CT side ancient usually towards that red room position or into A main and catacombs. But yeah, we'll see what Dia can do. Obviously, he's a very good opper. I would put him in the top 5 in North America, at least in terms of his past performances. And there's the mid-control gain by the party astronauts, finally getting an opening frag for themselves onto Peeping. 5v4, Shane looking to ratchet up the pace towards this B site. Sixy waiting, can't do anything. This is a very tough start here for Sixy. Even though he's got the most frags, just feels like he's constantly kind of getting taken advantage of towards that B site. And Elevate have 4 players on there, 3 of the party astronauts coming in from what will be a flank technically. Wolfie waiting on the other side with the big green. And this is just a very tough retake.
It's going to be hard for them. I mean, they invested so much in this round. It's their first full buy. Or are they even going to try and go for it here? They got to find at least 1 frag to make it worth it. Just to even out their chances a little bit more. 4v4. Wolfie hasn't been good for 1 shot. And Dia is going to answer back with the op shot of their own. Now 2v2. Interest coming out from Cave. Gonna shut down whatever wishes they had of defusing that bomb, and Wolfie's gonna be able to save that off into the next round.
Yeah, 2 rounds in a row where almost everyone's died after the bomb explodes. Wolfie is that lone survivor, like you said, with the AWP. But this is just an overload towards the B site. Sixy, once he's gone, Elevate send all their bodies in that direction and are able to do the damage. I mean, we saw an attempted retake come through. It's just the party astronauts didn't have enough in them. Ben was committed to sticking that defuse line. I don't blame him with how close he was, but Elevate realized what was going on. A quick swing after he loses his defender, and that does it again. So a very strong start for Elevate coming through on their pick.
Ooh, 60 good for 1. But Peeping and Shane just breaking into this bomb site. 2 kills left on the board for Elevate to take, and it's Wolfie and Infinite, MP9 and an op, and looks like Infinite just trying to go for exits here. Just find someone. Here's Snap around the corner, not good for it.
What?
Wolfie's just hiding with the op and A main. It feels like 60 is having a pretty tough game here. Be anchor. I mean, every single time that we see them trying to set up or get into a spot, they either get naded or just more util thrown towards their way are just instantly killed coming up at B
Yeah.
ramp.
I mean, he is getting opening frags, so I can't
Yeah.
necessarily hold it against him. He's very good at that. I almost would want him playing a little further back, though, and have someone else post up so that he can pop off a little bit better. It's Fang there with him more often than not. It just hasn't been good right now for the Party Astronauts here on the mission.
Still, Elevate doing pretty well. Headshots quick, trading out their teammates whenever they do go down to Party Astronauts.
Shane is having an insane game. I did not expect this. I mean, I look towards Dia. Like I mentioned, the pregame, Dia, Dare, sometimes peeping, but Shane is often more of a supporting player in the background. And here he is, top fragging for the squad and leading the server by a very large margin. The closest point to him is 60 at 6. Everyone else is below 3 or below 4. Crazy.
Hey, I mean, sometimes your opponent's just having a good day.
Yeah, he is. Without a doubt. So timeout called briefly there for the Party Astronauts to talk things over, and we run right back into it. Not a single round on the board yet for PA. We've talked about their struggles on Ancient. It hasn't been a good map for them, 3 and 6 over the last 3 months, and I think we're seeing part of the reasons why here in the early goings against Elevate, who have really, gone quite aggressive towards this B site round after round. 60 goes down ramp and gets the opener for himself, down to 7, so he needs to back off, realizes that quickly enough, and he will go back to the bomb site where 2 of his teammates are waiting for him.
Yeah, we also have Wolfie there posted up on long, watching the ramp runoff, and I think this is going to make Elevate kind of pause, obviously. Not going to move too quickly and wait for Party Astronauts to get aggressive, because that's what they've been doing. 6 rounds in a row, Party Astronauts, after they get a kill, they get a little bit more aggressive. Now, rethinking it, falling back. I like this boost in Cave. Able to find their legs before they see them. 60 and Ben able to conjoin themselves together for 2 kills. Now just Snav and Peeping left. Outside B, it's going to be a hard one to crack open now that Party Astronauts has created this wall in Cave.
Snav waits. Looking towards Cave. 60 right around the corner. Good timing for 60, but he can't fire the shot. Snav a little bit faster. And then Peeping, wide swings Wolfie. This is looking so good for the Party Astronauts, but now they're down to only 3 players versus that what was a 5v2. Now a 2v2. Ben trying to get cheeky through the smoke, but Snav is watching that too. Infinite, the last one standing. How has this fallen apart for the Party Astronauts? Infinite now in for a 1v2 clutch. He does get the first, but now his position is known. Peeping. Shadow showing, but Infinite loses the fight anyway. 7-0 for Elevate in a round that absolutely should have gone PA's way.
Yeah, 5v2 endgame. Snav and Peeping just absolutely dunking on Party Astronauts in this round. This is a bad round to lose, especially with how many people they had on this B site to start. How many they were left with? It was 0. I like the push of the smoke, but just the wrong movement, the wrong spot, the wrong timing. Just unfortunate. Party Astronauts. But they're able to get an interesting buy here. MP9, M4s, and the FAMAS on Fang. Still able to invest a little bit in here because their money is just so low. Or their loss bonus is so high.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Well, I mean, that's another opener from 60, so now he's starting to do his job pretty well. He needs the support of his teammates. Let's see if they step up their game. Snap, good nade thrown. Ben's down to 32. Molotov sails in as well. Ben can't get back in to help Fang out, so if they hard clear this angle, Fang is done, but a great smoke thrown. But unfortunately for the Party Astronauts, it's great for their opponents. Oh man, Snav going to get that shot onto Fang, who could have had a good advantage there if that smoke wasn't in his way, and now Ben is down to dirt as well. 4v3 for Elevate. They are swarming around this B site. Infinite and 60 are there, but now, oh my goodness, the wall bang works out for Snav. It just feels like Party Astronauts can't catch a break here. Infinite and Wolfie, last 2 standing. I mean, you have that full loss bonus that we talked about, but still, I mean, these guns are valuable. It's not as easy to buy up, especially considering, on CT side, I should say, especially considering how low they are in terms of money. Infinite does manage to connect onto Intra. So at least a little bit closer. Needs another one. Oh, runs out of bullets at a terrible moment. And Peeping is able to capitalize on that, leaving only Wolfie on an island and on a save.
We haven't really seen the op activate for Wolfie, especially on the CT side. This is unfortunate for Powdery Astronauts. Really unfortunate to get this lead here. I mean, I would say this is a little bit more of a CT-sided map if you know how to use the util, but if the Ts are running you down just like they have been so far, that Elevate's been doing against Party Astronauts, just cracking open every single, I guess, opening that they see, anything that's possible. It's been just absolutely brutal.
I mean, they just keep going B. I don't think they've gone A one time at all. Like, right?
No.
It's just they keep abusing that B site, even though 6E is finding openers round after round, and we're going to see another one here on to Dia, who's, you know, one of those players who's usually popping off. This time he's not. Then they get the wall bang. I think they got 2. Did they get 2?
Yeah,
That's insane.
I think they got 2.
I can't believe that. This is tough. This is tough for PA. And you look at their money, it's not that great. They are going to get 3 MP9s and Infinite onto the 5.7, so they still have a little bit saved in the tank. But man, oh man. This is going from bad to worse for the Party Astronauts.
Okay.
Okay.
It's the jumping MP9. It's going to save them this round.
What? What?
It's the jumping MP9. You can't discount that. As it worked so far. Intra last, and that's going to be Party Astronauts getting their first round.
Okay, Fang. Well, welcome to the server, sir. And I think Ben as well. Like you said, just jumping around with MP9s. Ben swings around, finds 2, and then in midair lands. Can't do it, but Fang does it from midair on his side, then picks up the AK to finish the job. Party Astronauts, in the weirdest way possible, have cracked that goose egg. 8-1, still a very daunting lead for them to look upon, but yeah, at least they get 1 under their belts. Nade gonna sail through, flashbang on the other side from Elevate. A lot of mid-control gained by the Party Astronauts, and now Elevate for the first time are going A, and no one's home!
Oh,
the Party
no.
Astronauts were expecting another quick push. Infinite pops the smoke. Elevate are like, okay, let's just wait for that to fade back in. They do, and they should be able to get a bomb plant as a result right in that top corner of the site. So it's a very strong position to hold from A main and Catacombs. So they're just going to tuck themselves in, and this is very problematic for PA. It's a 5v5, not a single frag yet. And Party Astronauts are trying to power through and get back onto the site.
What an interesting mind game that Elevate has just played on Party Astronauts, but trades coming through. Party Astronauts with the man advantage. Fang's going to be sticking the bomb, has the kit. That's it. That's going to be it. They killed them quicker before I could see it.
Yeah, exactly. No, I mean, they got the frags through the smoke onto the diffuser, but in that moment, it was immediate trade from Party Astronauts. So, good for PA. Managed to get that retake going well. It all started here with 6E again, finding the first frag in the round. So he's been doing his job quite well, but all the other pieces are starting to activate for the Party Astronauts. Finally, they do have the firepower advantage as well, with Elevate only onto pistols here, 3 Tech 9s and 2 Glocks coming through. They will afford themselves a little bit of util. Snav taking the majority of that with 2 flashes in the nade. And now they're just going to rush the A site again because they're like, okay, it was exposed last time. Maybe we can get a bomb plant. They are absolutely right. There's such a heavy lean towards B. And I can't blame the Party Astronauts for doing it, right? Because of how many times Elevate was there, but yeah. Oh, no!
Yeah, the Tech 9 a little bit too damaged right now. Too crazy. Able to at least drop 3 guns off of the Party Astronauts, and this could even be a really tricky retake. I mean, they were able to shut it down pretty quickly. Sizzy able to find 1 in Donut, but this is kind of a scary Donut situation. 2 rifles in there. None of them flash. Able to move. Wolfie finding the 1 on the site, and that's going to be the 2 dead in Donut. Able to find their 3rd round.
Yeah, a little bit of BM. Yeah, why not? Just add the BM in there, you know? Get them fired up. That's what 6E loves to do. So, I mean, look, 3rd round for Party Astronauts, but that could not have been scarier. I felt like Elevate probably should have had that round too. It was 4v2, two rifles picked up off the ground. It's just a lot of great work done from Sixy here into Donut, just clearing out the angles well. I can't believe Peeping doesn't get that trade immediately. So some mistakes made on the Elevate side. Great shots from Sixy. He's up to 13, almost tied with Shane in that server lead at 14 for Shane. And we're heading into the last round of this first half. Phenomenal recovery for the Party Astronauts just to even get 3 rounds out of this mess that we've seen in the first half, as Fang finds the opener onto Shane, and a 5v4 for PA. Nope, 60 another.
Dangerous push through elbow smoke right now. Fang is so close to them. I think they're both waiting for it to fade. Fang can hear them. He's heard him walk over here. Intra not trusting it. Oh, able to find one. Wolfie in mid, able to pick up the pieces. One more player here, and that's going to be at Party Astronauts, ending the half 4-8.
Yeah, I mean, good job from PA to get 4 rounds in a row, let's not forget, because this was 8-0 in favor of Elevate, and I thought they were just going to run away with the map, but instead, it is the Party Astronauts finally finding their second gear and getting into the action here and making this a map. And we're looking at a pistol round that's going to be pretty critical here for PA to jump back into things. I mean, they still got 4 rounds. They kept Elevate off of double digits going to the second half, so that's already a pretty good accomplishment for them. As we have a quick look at Wolfie there, who has been, you know, maybe, I would say, a little quieter than they'd like, but he's 8-3, often on a save mission. That's why he's positive kill to death differential, just because he had the AWP round after round and tried to keep it alive. See what kind of an impact he can have here in this second half. Party Astronauts leaning towards B apples.
Veto coming out. Smokes, flashes, mollies. No pressure from Elevate through mid. They're all going to come through CT. Infinite grabbing the first kill. Intro just trying to spam through the smoke. Grab something. Ooh, a nice kill onto Sizzy. Bomb does get planted, though. There's a lot of smoke that you're going to have to go in here to get this bomb defused for the Party Astronauts. 4v4, and most of them have gone in through cave, B main, and one is actually lurking. That's going to be Fang coming in through CT. Bomb gets defused here. Only 2 seconds left. They bought a kit. They got to make their move here, and Elevate's going to win that from the kit buying.
What? How is that the way? Even Wolfie's laughing. Like, what? How does that end up being the way the round ends? It was Elevate, get the defusal. Jeez, they just didn't expect the kit to be in play, and I mean, you absolutely should. Usually there is one purchased up from the CT side. Party Astronauts just didn't have that read. They lose a round that should have been a victory, honestly, in their favor. It was trending so well for them. And now it's a 5-round deficit instead. But off of that bomb plant and the frags they got in that previous round, they will get an AK and 2 Galils, which means more rifles for the Party Astronauts than Elevate heading into this round. And oftentimes, you know, you might be wondering, why was that A site so open for the Party Astronauts 2 rounds in a row and Elevate abused that? It's because you have to dedicate so much manpower to getting that mid control that sometimes you have to sacrifice that space over on A, as you saw at the beginning of this round, but now Dia has closed that gap.
Coming out. Intra just going to be... Ooh, okay. Great teamwork there. Smoked out from the molly. Not worrying about it. Still getting this mid-control shots coming out. Gonna find at least one through elbow. Sizzy making quick work in Donut, finding player that was supporting. And that's going to be the A site theirs. Intra coming in through CT, at least through the CT smoke. Spraying out, not connecting. Infinite and Fang good for 2. Wolfie going to pile on, but Snav is there with MP9. If we've seen someone clutch before who shouldn't have clutched, it would be Snav. Second one coming out. 2 more players left for them to take.
He's just saying.
Yeah, it's going to be an M4.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, yes, he gets 2 frags, and even some players might think, okay, maybe I can try to get back in the site, but he didn't have the defuse kit. Still 2 players to worry about, and he decides, you know what, let's save this M4 into the next round. We don't have much money because of the investment we made here. And the Party Astronauts win it, even though Elevate felt like they had control of that site and felt like they were going to get in on that retake. So we go back and forth. I mean, right here, just after Intra gets this opening frag, you're like, okay, Party Astronauts don't really have the money or the hardware to get in, but they manage it. And I see Intra, Dia, and Shane all trying to come around at the same time. 3 different players from the Party Astronauts dispatch them. And at this last bit, yes, Snav does get a bit of a damage done on the tail end, but it's not really that big of a deal for the Party Astronauts, who are going to run in here with 3 AKs, the Galil and the MAC-10 up against a rifle and a 4-spot round for Elevate featuring 4 pistols and full body armor.
Three on B, Party Astronauts with early util. Just gonna wait for this push. Could be something. Sizzy outside of Cave. Gonna fall back before anything really connects, but a good Molly's gonna knock a few of the Elevate members out of Cave. Control lost. But not much control gained by the Party Astronauts. Just front Cave, smoked off. I'd be curious about what their buy could be this round. Has to know that they're on a little bit of an eco. Only 2 smokes left on Elevate. They're just waiting for the rotates. They're waiting to hear something else. Some movement from Elevate. Some push. Don't want to lose too many numbers yet. It's their first little bit of a buy on the site. Ooh, and Sizzy with a crate.
Yeah, no, great job by 60 to get the opener there. Fang manages to get one onto Intra as well. It is just the pistols now that are left. The rest dealt with Dia. Oh, hovering around the site, gets 2. Shane into Cave also spots out 60. It's a 2v1 for Elevate. This was just the pistols. Fang throwing the flashbang. They're tapping the bomb, trying to draw him out. A nade brings him down to 34. He's spamming through the smoke and finds Shane. This is utter chaos. Dia sticking the defusal. It's a full 10 seconds required. Fang's not peeking. It finally does, and he will win the round. 6th found for the Party Astronauts. Oh my goodness.
I was a little nervous there for a little bit for Party Astronauts. I mean, the 5-7 does pack a lot of power, a lot of punch, and able to get them at least 3 kills into this round just from the 5-7 alone. Could have been great if someone had a smoke at the end of that round. Could have been something. Could have been another round. Could have been double digits for Elevate. But no, that's Party Astronauts slowly creeping their way back up on this board.
Yeah, they're currently on a 6-1 run. It was 8-0 for Elevate, and that lead is quickly disappearing. Looking at this round, probably won't see much, but the way this one has played out, there's been quite a bit of chaos, even when the pistols are a little bit light. Snav, CZ in his hands, everyone else on USPs, no body armor, no utility. They are stacking the A site with 1 player leaning in towards B. That's Intra. Infinite will likely be meeting up with him shortly. The Party Astronauts are going to be. So this should be a pretty straightforward round victory for the Party Astronauts. Maybe Infinite a little bit vulnerable here, but outside of that, should be a 7th.
Infinite, a little vulnerable here, but could stand to make a little bit of money with this MAC-10. They're able to catch a couple of them unaware. And they're hunting. They want to get the money. They want some of these players to be gone. Nice flash, but doesn't connect on anyone. All of Elevate now just making their way out towards A main and closer to T-spawn. But just one here. Sitting on the boost, 2 in front. Headshot. Good for 2. Almost a 3rd. Has to reload, but that's going to be Wolfie picking it up from him. Not $600, but 300 for Wolfie.
Oh,
Ooh.
Dia. Is that an upgrade that he can find too? We'll see. He manages to grab the rifle. No, I mean, they're going to hunt him down. There's no way Dia escapes from Donut here with the gun. He can't even get to it. 60's chasing him down. He stays alive, but no gun picked up, right? And that's a mission accomplished for 60. 7th round found for the Party Astronauts, only 2 away from tying things up. And, I mean, what really gave Elevate that quick 8-0 lead was how aggressive they were. We saw, you know, because we talked about the fact that you dedicate a lot of manpower towards mid, and they abused that twice in towards the A site. The B site was quick hit after quick hit, where 60 was getting openers, but then they would just overload. We're going to see 60 on screen right now. But yeah, I think Party Astronauts have adjusted well. This second half has been phenomenal for them so far. And the end of that first half,
Hey, Shane.
Yeah, hey Shane,
Sorry.
or not, Fame, on screen now. But I mean, look, it's just that Party Astronauts 4 in a row at the end of that first half was a phenomenal recovery, even though it's been kind of messy on both sides throughout the entirety of this. Finally, the Party Astronauts are finding a way to win those really crazy rounds.
Finally, their time has come, but I mean, Elevate, they've gotten very, very close sometimes. It just hasn't been. I feel like they need to connect their aggressiveness and crazy plays with their save rounds to their buy rounds, because the 5-7 kills have been actually crazy for them on their CT side. So they're able to find some kind of happy medium. That could be good.
Yeah.
Oh, quick trade. Start the round off, but Intra is going to follow it up with a kill of their own, and now Party Astronauts left with less of a man advantage, but it's actually just going to be a quick couple of kills this round. Everyone going a bit aggressive, now 3v3.
I don't know if Sixy got that audio cue from the player going through the Molotov because he was spamming with the AK at the time, but it appears as though he did because he's looking around trying to see where that person went. It was Snav. Wolfie throwing that smoke in towards Red Room, so that will afford the Party Astronauts another distraction potentially. Ben's got the bomb in his back. He's got to get out of here. He just wanted to grab the AK. Now he'll join up with the rest of his squad towards a B site that is very lightly defended. Only one player here, that's Shane, over towards Long B. Could be a flank materializing, and I mean, honestly, Ben is lucky he got in here when he did, because he could have gotten caught out with the bomb on his back, right? Sixy. Headshot found. There it is. B site cleared open. And now you'll have Snav trying to get in towards K, but Sixy's got the read, and Sixy another headshot. Here he's found his rhythm. The Sixy show has started. 21-11 is his scoreline as the Party Astronauts are one round away from tying things up.
This is a 60 ace round, by the way. If anyone was wondering.
Yeah, that's right.
A
I didn't
5
realize.
kills. Oh yeah, once he got this spurt, you saw him. Yeah, I'm going to swing out, even if I had to bait my teammate just a little bit, get that kill. But still, 5 kills on 60. All that roughness that we saw him go through on that CT side, it's, you know, karma's coming back. Able to bring them into 20.
Yeah, no, Sixy, once he gets into this type of rhythm, he becomes such a hard player to stop, in particular on his T side. So I do not envy Elevate right now, as they are going for a half buy here. 3 MP9s, the Deagle, and the P250. B site, once again, a little bit lighter. They're sending Sixy in, buy his lonesome, say, hey, Sixy, go B and kill stuff, basically, and see what you can find. And he does have a little bit of support from Infinite, but he's peered out. Oh, nice nade thrown onto Shane. I think they got the audio cue as well off of it. Sixy, easy swing, great flashbang to support him, and then he throws the smoke. They've got the B site, so they'll grab that bomb and ferry it on over in that direction. Good crossfire set up here. Bang doesn't have to fire a shot. Bentley takes care of business. It is all Party Astronauts in this round. We will be tied up at 9.
Be able to at least find one. I don't know if that's going to be a gun for their money, but looks like Ben is not going to be really letting him go anywhere. He's going to try and find an upgrade, like P250 to his name. Could catch something with Infinite here, but ooh, does find it. I thought it was going to definitely be a missed turn. But now, Party Astronauts know where he's at.
I mean, I'm not sure how much they chase. Yes, Sixy has a lot of money, 8.5k, so he can buy up. And yeah, they don't have to. Dia just walks into Wolfie's cross, and he's like, thank you very much. I will take that AK out of your hands and also grab the op. Excuse me, take the op into the next round. Good job from Sixy again on the entries. I mean, he gains that B site by his lonesome. Does have the support of utility from his teammates, so you can't take anything away from that. And it will be Party Astronauts now on a 9-1 run.
Yeah, it's been very one-sided, one way or the other.
Yeah.
This entire game. I'm not very back and forth, so granting Party Astronauts all this time to build up their bank. Elevate. Every time that they invest into a round, it's going to be important to get the kills or save. So close to 13. Now, this A site has been completely abandoned by Elevate. Now they're going to have to try and get this retake bomb already down. I think that's like 20 seconds into the round.
Yeah, no, it's the same thing Elevate did to the Party Astronauts, right? Is going for that quick A execute, and it's really kind of a good play to make given the current meta on CT side, like I was saying, for that mid aggression. So we'll see what Elevate can do on the attempted retake. There's one found. Line up for the op, can't connect. Oh goodness, the bodies are falling on the Party Astronaut side. Wolfie and 60 need to work. Now it's all up to 60 from A main. They're just gonna stick to Defusal. 60's dropping the bodies, but no, not gonna happen. Defusal comes through. I think there's time for it. Yes, just barely, as Elevate get the full 10 seconds in. 60 tries to pop off again, the rest of his team falling around him, but it will be Elevate hanging on to that lead for now.
The way that I'm going to look at it is that that worked for Elevate because of how much confidence they had in that first half. And they're like, oh, let's just go A now. We can lose a couple rounds here. But Party Astronauts, it's going to be a little bit tighter. It's a little bit harder to lose rounds here now that they're so close. They have 3 rounds left, Elevate, that they need to win this. And now Party Astronauts able to at least invest into this next one. It's a little too close for comfort for them.
60. No, he's walking into a very dangerous angle here. They molly out one, so they have to look to the left and focus entirely on that. Infinite gets the first trade, comes through. A lot of damage taken just going to that Molotov for Shane. How he's still alive? Well, he won't be. Oh no! The nade goes the other way, and how did that hit him? Okay. I don't even know. It looked like it was all the way in cave, but still, it was close enough. With only one HP left. Definitely a CS2 moment coming through there, Apples, as Wolfie does manage to make good on his shot. So now it's a 4v2 for PA. They cycle around to the clear bomb site, and they set themselves up for potentially a 10th round.
A good spot for Fang to be able to find at least one Intra. This is going to be a save from Intra. This is the replacement for another player. Am I correct?
That's right. Yes, Intra's in for Dare right now.
Intra's in for Dare. So at least able to kind of keep up here. 11 kills on the board for them. But saving this rifle would be really, really important into the next round now with their money just not going the well. And I think they also have no loss bonus since they lost or they won the last round.
They should. I think they still have an okay loss bonus. Yeah, it should be okay.
It goes back one by one. My apologies. I'm so sorry. Please
it's okay.
Forgive me. Please forgive me. Please.
If we were back like 4 or 5 years, then you would be correct.
Wait.
Oh, that's whole lot from Intra. What? Wolfie and 60 gone. It doesn't really matter that much. Maybe in the long run, if they go the distance, economy-wise, it could. But that just came out of nowhere. The Colat from Intra saving the op, and he's not typically an opper, right? We are tied up at 10, and it will be a buy-up coming through here. But
that's something to make you feel better about losing a round. That's a pretty sick end round shot, even if he did die.
Yes, true.
Now tied up here, Party Astronauts looking to make it, obviously, a couple more rounds of a win. 60 with the quick boost for Rolf. Not fun to this B-bomb site. Now going to see if they can crack it open one more time. 60 with the early shots, able to spot a shoulder. Isn't able to connect completely. That's going to be stabbed. Having 2 on the site already, and Elevate trying to activate on here. Sees the bomb.
Wow.
Bang. Almost good for 3, but still Ben's going to clean that up. I don't think they see the player towards Slam. Wolfie with a missed shot. Unfortunately, that's going to be stabbed. Taking it for Elevate. 4K in a round.
Unfortunately for the Party Astronauts, but fortunately for Elevate, they somehow hang on there. I mean, look, there was the first 2 frags that came through for Snap. Excellent. After that, it gets so messy. Fang popping off for a couple, and then Snav strikes once more, gets the 4K in the round, and stands on his head in another clutch situation. Timeout called by Elevate, in fact, which is weird because they won the round. But Party Astronauts just can't seem to get their hands on that lead, and like I was mentioning before, now is when that Colat op shot that Intra pulled off has an impact, because the economy is looking a little bit rougher for the Party Astronauts. You see, they are going to force up here and try to get whatever they can, but in this next round, if they lose this one, it'll be even tougher.
It will. You know, I have seen a lot of saves coming out from teams after they win like a pretty quick round. If they're feeling excited, need to calm their nerves, get the next 2 rounds ready, so they're not too hopped up. But still, I mean, a little bit of excitement, a little bit of aggression, never hurt anyone. This is a very important round for Party Astronauts. I mean, they've been able to get the bomb plant on A almost every single time that they've gone there, but now Elevate's a couple more people there for support. Quick trade. Yeah, quick trade.
Oh no, Dia!
Dia?
I don't know if that was a call out or not, but Dia just gets 2 on the Party Astronauts side. Wolfie, last one standing and no longer, and it is 12-10 for Elevate. This comeback might be halted right in its tracks, Apples, and let's see the shot. It was just 2 quick shots in succession coming through from Dia, and that is Elevate on to 12 and 2 opportunities at picking up their map pick.
Let's peek the up one by one.
Yeah.
That could possibly work this time.
Yeah, that's always the best strategy when you're going up against an op.
Yeah, but Party Astronauts on a not great buy. Gonna have to try and win this round. I mean, it's match point, not serious, still match, but only pistols on them and util, full armor, looking to at least get a couple guns out of the hands of Elevate. Possibly reconsider their options mid-round, but still. First half of the map, bottom half of the map, mostly controlled by them, but nothing really too important. But right now, Fang stalking up towards mid. Has all of red room. Could find some CT lurking around here with the Steagle.
Party Astronauts. Yep, they're going in here, and Fang is going to connect for a little bit of damage onto Intra. Snav finds the spray down and can't get the second, but no, actually he does. It is Peeping that's dropped. Snav continuing to contribute here up to 19, leading the server, and this is probably done. Wolfie, 1v4, bomb on his back, could potentially sneak his way into the B site, but I mean, he still has to get 1 frag on Shane at least, and then probably the follow-up on Snav. Shane's a tougher target, and it won't happen. That does it. 13-10 in favor of Elevate. Kind of a shame for the Party Astronauts because it felt like they were getting back into this one, but they could never recover from that 8-0 deficit.
I mean, once you get a little bit tilted, it's almost gone for the rest of the game. That was a really good comeback for them, but just not able to connect it the way that Elevate was able to do it on their T side. Just the aggression wasn't there, the confidence wasn't there. Elevate picked this map, and they picked it for a reason. They were able to show Party Astronauts that they are here to win this best of 3.
Yeah, I mean, look, but the Party Astronauts, they're going on to their map pick of Nuke. We already kind of questioned it a little bit because, yes, it's not the best map for them. Anubis tends to be a lot better, but they go and say, look, Nuke is the one we want to go for. It's the one we play the most. We feel confident there. So let's see if they can kind of pick up the pieces. And, I mean, looking at Party Astronauts, their previous series in ECL, they ended up defeating NRG, who we just saw in that previous series, are a very good team. They beat them on Inferno 13-5 and Anubis, like we said, a map that we thought we'd see them on in the first 2, 16-13. So maybe this Nuke pick will turn out. We can check out the stats here for the Party Astronauts. I think that's incorrect. 60 did not have 36 kills, right? Like that seems incorrect. No, I don't think so.
We did see him pop off a little bit. I think he got his ace around. Oh, I was corrected. 26 kills, actually. I mean, I would have been a little curious. I would have to see a little bit more replays, but 26 kills still. I mean, it was very, very close scoreline. 13-11, I'm pretty sure, to end it out, and CZ leading the charge, but just a few of them not able to really connect, not able to activate. We never really saw Wolfie have a full op round that they were able to dominate at all.
I mean, he was, like I was saying, in the first half, he got those 8 frags, but a lot of it was trying to save the AWP and never really had that impact they were needing from him, I would say, on the T side in particular. But 6E, looking at the PrizePicks estimated frag totals, he's already well on his way to surpassing that 32 total. And Fang had a good map for himself too. 19 frags that were at the beginning a very, very slow start for him. But once he got going, he really put the numbers up. So Party Astronauts, the story of this one is just way too slow of a start. On the Elevate side, everyone contributing. They went for that quick, aggressive style in pretty much every single round, that beginning part of Ancient. And that's what they got, how they got that 8 sorry, I'm just looking at something here, but
You're
I
fine.
got
You're
the
fine.
yeah, intra-leet. I don't think that's correct in terms of his estimated frag total because while
Whoa.
if you could get 1,337 frags in 2 maps, that would be. I think it's impossible technically, mathematically. It's not.
Well,
I think it is mathematically
Well, I
impossible.
mean, how
Maybe if
late
you had a
could
decimal
we
there.
how long is there a cap for like overtime here?
Yeah.
Or are we gonna be sat here for a while? Because we could see Intra do that. I mean, if they have a
No.
couple more overtimes,
I,
but
I think the reason why, guys, and I'm just messing around a little bit, the reason why is that he didn't have an estimated frag total because he was a last minute sub. So there won't be any
that's right.
estimated frag total for Intra. We just can look at it. He's leet. He is leet. I mean, his team won.
Whee!
Elevate. We're able to scrape it out at the end, 13-10. And if you're looking at the rest of the squad, Snav doing pretty well for himself. I think he's on his way to potentially hitting that estimated frag total. And Dia, while he didn't perform as well as I thought he would, at the very least, picks up that 15 is at the halfway mark, leading to his potential estimated frag total as well. The one player to highlight is Shane, who outperformed himself, I would say, under his usual expectations. 17 on the board, and you see, like, usually not a player that is going to get this many frags on one map alone, and his estimated total is 26.5, so probably going to see him connect on that. Guys, we are going to hit a quick break, but when we come back, we're going to have Nuke Party Astronauts map pick to stay alive here in the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 2. See you in a bit. All right, we're back here. PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 2 on map number 2 between the Party Astronauts and Elevate. That first one was pretty wild, honestly. We saw a couple of crazy round win streaks. Party Astronauts, I think, winning almost 7 in a row, and Elevate getting 8 in a row at the beginning. It was really back and forth, but at the end of it, Elevate, throughout all of that chaos, were the ones to reign supreme. So we go on to Nuke, which, again, we kind of questioned. We talked about this a few times between these two squads, if it's going to work out for the Party Astronauts. But I can understand, based on their recent success against Elevate on the map, that they want to go here because they won 13-6 last time they faced them here, right?
Absolutely. They won a bit, and I think Elevate's going to have to pull out a little bit more aggression that we saw on that ancient T side towards this Nuke T side if they end up starting there. So it's going to be interesting to see, and I'm excited to see if Elevate's going to bring that same firepower we saw on the first map.
Yeah, I would imagine Elevate are going to pick onto this. Yeah, they do. Okay. They go to CT
Yeah.
side first. I mean, we've seen teams go to T side first sometimes, but almost always, I would say, CT side is the one that teams want to end up on Nuke. And that's where Elevate will be. All that being said, it is pistol round. We are live. Party Astronauts need a win here to keep the series alive.
Lots of util from Party Astronauts. Forgoing a little bit of armor, but should be good. Top hut Molly thrown down by CZ, and also a flash. It's going to be them activating onto this ace site. Intro with the dualies. No shots connecting for Infinite and Wolfie, but Ben and Fang able to answer it back. Shane and Dia up in heaven. Dropping down. Bomb. Got to get planted. Could have it was just a little bit earlier. Could have been something different. Now a 1v2. Suzy with a quick flash out, but it's going to be Shane with that headshot. Can get the defusal and Elevate winning a quick first round.
Yeah, Elevate winning their second pistol round of the 3 we've played so far here. Pretty decisive retake coming through, and there we go. As the clock, the defuse timer stalled out. It didn't matter. It was, in fact, the Party Astronaut. Excuse me. Wow, now everything's throwing me off because that scoreboard reversed itself. But it's Elevate coming out with that first round. Party Astronauts get the bomb plant, so probably a buy-up going to come here in the second round of play.
Absolutely. Good strat, able to get the plant though. Until used how it was supposed to be, but that flash at the end, not able to really connect how they placed. Now quick nade through door. Fang going out with the Tech 9. Oh, everyone's blind except for him. Fang finding the first one, dropping vent. Be something for lower, but Party Astronaut's gonna just sit around, see if there's any more aggression. It looks like Shane finding a couple towards ramp. Sizzy's able to find one, but Shane does find another one for himself as well.
Okay, Snav going to get a trade back. So pretty good job here by Elevate to keep themselves in it. And even more so here with the frag onto Wolfie. Infinite and Sixy are the last two. And now it's only Infinite. Looks so good for the Party Astronauts taking that B-ramp control. But a great re-aggression from Elevate. As Infinite, he's got the auto shotty. It does the damage for one onto Snav. The problem is he does not have the bomb on his back. So let's see if he decides to go for the dropped rifle that's on the ground here. He absolutely will. Excuse me, dropped rifle. It's a dropped MP9 that's available to him. So 22 HP, 45 seconds left. Maybe just a save, but if he's going to save, keep the shotgun. I don't know. I feel like that's the better choice in this situation. It's the more valuable gun, technically. But now he looks like he wants to try and get something done. This makes sense. 30 seconds left. Why not just throw it all at him?
Oh, he gone mini there. Both of them stacked up towards ramp, but throwing a couple shots there. Infinite. It's a little bit too early here to go a little crazy, I guess. MP9 saved and a Tech 9 saved. No one's even hunting. Dia and Shane, they know too well. They don't want to get up close and personal with that Tech 9, especially with M4s in their hands and head armor and a kit, and now 2 picked up Veto.
Party Astronauts down 0-2 once more for a second consecutive map. And right here, I mean, just a nice little drop by Snap to catch Fang off guard, and then that peek around the corner from Shane as well. It's just a really good job from Elevate to pull things back in this round. And Infinite just going to carry the MP9 forward. I guess it makes more sense to have the MP9, a little more versatile than the shotgun. So he's going to be moving forward with the rest of his squad. And I mean, Fang has bought up the Galil. You have a mixed buy coming through for the party astronauts. It won't be a full investment for a few players, but a lot of them choosing to go down to below the 1K mark. Intra. Spamming away over the top of those smokes. Here's a smoke pop from Dia. Gets full visibility. I think he spotted one. Definitely did. The spam is out 6. He managed to slip through, but no. Ooh. Intra is able to ventilate him with the A1S bullets, and then they know another player's coming through. That is Fang. Down to 15. He almost gets one. The headshot and the dink come through, but it is a 3v2 in favor of Elevate, and now only Ben Leet left standing with a pistol in his hand and a prayer. And he throws up that prayer and it is not answered. Shane with the USP will finish things off. Elevate off to another great start.
Just feels like party astronauts are just a little bit nervous to be moving in, but I like this mini play. Just if those smokes weren't disturbed, if that nade wasn't thrown, it would have been completely different. They had perfect cross smokes to go into secret, but they were just slowly peeking through, slowly moving through yard, a little bit too afraid of them to move into secret. Could have been an easy pop for them, but now Elevate 3 in a row. Economy looking interesting for both of the teams. Obviously, Party Astronauts with a much bigger investment here. AKs and a MAC-10 on Infinite. MP9 could do something. Or, not MP9, SMG could do something.
Yeah. Jumping MAC-10 kill, maybe? Perhaps?
I mean, okay. The MP9 has the highest jumping accuracy in the game. Only second, or P90 is only second one to it. So those jumping kills that they got on Ancient are absolutely crazy. But the flash coming in through, ramp Jane gonna fall back into control, preserve his life, letting Party Astronauts have control of that. But it looks like they're just gonna be stalking around.
Yeah, Party Astronauts feel like they're unsure where they want to go here. Snav. He's kind of been a thorn in their side, and he might continue to be so. Nade's going to sail through. Oh, Infinite IQ killing his heads at a terrible time, but he recovers. Intra is his victim. He comes out with the Molotov and is alive? How? Okay, even throws the Molotov. Shane eventually gets that trade, but Ben Leet keeps that man advantage rolling along. 60 makes it a two-man edge. Now both players for Elevate on this B site, so PA say, you know what, we know one is definitely there, and, well, let's just go to A, and A site is completely clear. They will plant that bomb, and it looks like the Party Astronauts have cracked through for their first round here.
We've seen crazier things come through from Snav, though.
I think it's just the question, do they want to go for it, right, on the Elevate side? Because there's not really that much money on there for Shane and Snav and the rest of the squad. So it's better to keep the rifles up, and I think they're just on a mission to do damage.
Any damage they can do to Party Astronauts will be good. At least one. But that T-spawn lurk from Sizzy, able to take them out along with Wolfie. Party Astronauts fighting their first round. Fang could actually pick it at M4, but we'll see that a little bit later. Yeah, great crossfire from them at the end of there. Hi, Shane.
I feel like Rob is bullying Shane at this point for not having his camera on. He's just throwing it out there. Oh my goodness. Well, back into the swing of things. Infinite going to be setting up the smoke immediately there for the outer yard, and they've got that wall of smokes on lockdown. Molotov sails in as well. Party Astronauts have a significant edge now. Only the USP's up for Elevate. They haven't invested anything else into it. They got all their players stacked up towards A, and that is where the Party Astronauts are headed towards. I don't mind this on an eco round to put everyone on the A site because you have that high ground advantage from the elevated position towards the rafters. Anyway, Fang is going to get one on to Snav, who falls off. I don't think he intended to, but there's a trade from Intra. I think they're realizing where everyone's located at this point, and the result is as expected. Party Astronauts making it look easy.
Could be almost confirmed second round on the board for them. Peeping here just with the USP, waiting for an exit, waiting for an AK to come his way. Only one player left on the A side, all three down lower. With that armor, it's going to be a couple of shots that they need, but Sizzy's there. Able to find it. I like this stack. I like the stack towards Rafter. I mean,
Yeah.
it got them one. Almost a second. Did dink Infinite, at least. But you saw that. You saw the kills. That was good for 3 on that A site. It's coming out through Hut.
Yeah, Party Astronauts, though, they do get that second, which is good for them to get one step closer to tying things up and kind of silencing that CT side, which is not always easy to do on a map like Nuke. In particular, there's a bit of aggression by Elevate towards the outer yard. I think they want to send Intra all the way in here. Yeah. Oh, that's really dangerous. That's really dangerous. PA's not going to clear it aggressively enough, and they do get the trade, but it's kind of costly with Ben Lee down to half health now. 4v4. Still, I mean, with that wall of smokes thrown, it does afford them a lot of control here towards the outside. Dia watching with the op. Ooh, if Wolfie takes a step back and Dia holds the angle, he's in trouble, but Dia will fall off of it. And he goes to the garage instead, readjusting himself. 60 walking into it, and he will eventually be falling to the ground thanks to Dia's shot. But the great trade from Wolfie, usually having the op in his hands, favoring the AK here on this T side. And they've gained control at least, or a player has gone down into secret, and that will help them potentially carve a path out into the B site.
Yeah, I don't think anyone cut that move through secret. Ben Lee now just trying to clear this outside, make sure that no one really even saw that, but Wolfie just kind of holding it, waiting for the vent drop. This is a really good pause from Party Astronauts, making Elevate a little bit nervous, obviously nervous and unsure of their whereabouts, only knowing the outside players because of the op kill. I think one under, though. I think he's tucked in, and that's not dark, but that's the other dark. Shane could be in a really powerful position depending on where they're going to plant the bomb.
15 seconds left. They're going to have to get a move on now. With every second that ticks off the clock, Shane's position becomes more and more powerful. Shane going to only get 8 seconds left. They got to grab that bomb and plant it. Infinite's trying to get it. 4 seconds now. It's not going to happen. Elevate, take down everyone, and it's a 4-2 lead that they get themselves, fending off the Party Astronauts' attempt to tie this one up at 3. Still a lot of money left for PA to buy up in this next round, but that one is a little bit of a shame. I think they just let the clock get away from them a little bit as they were going for this execute in towards the B site. Waited too long at outside, and that is the result. There is the first check mark coming through for PrizePicks. Shane hitting more than 26.5 kills. We talked about him kind of playing above his pay grade, I would say, at this point. At 10 frags, even on this map, too. He's leading the charge. It's not something we usually see, and maybe because Dare isn't in the server, Shane is stepping up and doing this work. I'm surprised.
He's in it to win it. He wants this. He wants to get this done into a map fashion, and you can see that picking up an MP9. Gonna possibly go aggressive this round, especially with that. Maybe we'll see another jumping MP9. But now, Party Astronauts, one player on a Mac 10, all rifles for the rest of them. See if this pause served them any favors, served them any new strats, maybe going a little bit more aggressive. It is their T side. Gotta somehow outsmart Elevate here, and it does look like that. Lots of util coming out through door, but Peeping's gonna be the one to catch at least one onto the site, but the vent drop. The vent drop.
Yeah, the vent drop's great. Shane manages to catch Wolfie lurking around towards that B ramp, but the bomb is planted thanks to a very effective vent drop that comes through. Peeping, waiting for someone to try and poke their nose up that vent, but it's not going to happen. So Elevate going to have to fight their way into this B site to try and get this retake going, and with every second that goes by, this becomes more and more difficult for them to gain control. Party Astronauts playing it patiently here, not showing anyone. Oh, Snap thought someone was in the smoke, and Infinite capitalizes on that. Fang and Ben Leach strike true. It's a 2v2. This should be a round 1. It absolutely is. Infinite wrapping it up with a pretty bow with a 3K on the round, and the Party Astronauts are right back to their winning ways.
They were having a party on that B side. That vent drop was perfect from them. At least Sizzy there, just kind of staying there as bait did make them a little bit confused, but still, these quick kills from Infinite was everything for the round. So nonchalant. On to the next.
Indeed we are. And this is turning out to be a pretty decent T side now for the Party Astronauts. And you see Elevate, this is a force buy surprisingly coming through from them. It's going to feature 3 MP9s, the CZ, and the Scout. I mean, this will really hurt their economy. going into the following round. I know they're probably hovering at a $2,900 loss bonus, but that's not enough to get an effective buy on CT side. So an eco would have been a better call here, but I guess confidence flowing for them. They want to give it a good old shot here. And Snav gets punished immediately. Wolfie does the same to Dia. 5v3 just like that towards the outside. Shane connects for a little bit of chip damage onto Infinite, throws the flashbang to try and reaggress, but Infinite's waiting right there. That is such an aggressive angle. Shane wasn't expecting it. And look, peeping an intra, last two standing, the party astronauts in full control with still a minute left on the clock for them to work with.
Bang could catch someone at Seeker here. AK and Molly. Just kind of keeping him busy there. A little bit of Yuto, but Intra here on top of Marsh. Able to do a bit of damage and a kill onto Fang. That's huge. It's a lot of control taken, and it looks like someone's going to go for that AK. Interesting. Maybe there's someone else in mini. Saw them run out here. Could be a good moment for a jump into mini, but it is smoked out. Sizzy there. So checking their work, making sure that the bomb site is fortified. Nothing ever really peeping in here. Now that AK picked up from Elevate, that's going to be a save all the way in CT spawn. Intra just kind of looking for exits here on top of Mini, just to see if someone does run out towards them.
All right, 6C, CT, or excuse me, T side, a little bit slower than it was in the previous map, but that doesn't matter when Infinite is popping off for the squad. Yeah, that bomb, it's got a pretty wide radius in terms of its explosive range, and Wolfie finds that out the hard way. And that will make it a 4-4 tied scoreline here. Infinite, as I mentioned, look, just great shots, great lineups. We saw that earlier on in the round, and after that, I mean, the round was pretty much done after 55 seconds had expired. As we are tied up at 4, Party Astronauts looking for their first lead on Nuke on their T side to boot.
No, they hasn't really let them push up either close to them. They get close, get a couple rounds, but now Party Astronauts going so aggressive. I mean, that a full vent drop too, except for Wolfie sitting in lobby here. This is a full vent drop. Elevate's gonna have to act fast if they want to get anything out of this round, but still an AK that is so important to save.
I don't think I've seen... Sorry, go ahead, Apples.
No, you're good. Go ahead. I want to know what you haven't seen.
I was just going to say, I haven't really seen vent drops work that effectively twice in a half in a really long time on T side. So credit to the Party Astronauts, really making that one work quite well.
Wolfie could get in a bad spot here and does go down to a 5-7. That's another AK picked up for Elevate. It's going to be actually really good for the next round. Not dropping any players. 5v4 save.
Yeah, full 5-man save. You don't see that very often. I mean, a couple of AKs, like you said, pretty good. Okay, Shane goes down to the bomb anyway. It's just so hard to escape this bomb on Nuke sometimes when you're low on health. And I mean, right there, like you mentioned, I mean, it's the full 5-man save, a couple of rifles carried over. Elevate, we're on an eco anyway, so that's a nice little bonus for them. But the Party Astronauts are happy. They're thrilled, in fact, because of the way this one started out. For them to be in the lead, 5-4 T side. Their CT side is already better on Nuke than their T side is, so that's good news for them. So we'll see if they can continue to build up the rounds here T side. Or if Elevate will put a stop to all of this chaos.
And a pretty good buy for Elevate considering the save. Just trying to put pressure outside. The cross smokes are down, but most of Elevate have kind of banded outside, just sticking to A site and ramp. Bentley, almost spam through the smoke, but that's going to be Dia grabbing 2. Infinite, oh my gosh, 2 utility kills here, a nade and a molly. The snap going to be victorious here. Well, Wolfie left with only 2 health. Just gonna get the bomb down.
Oh, not even. Wolfie Tried to stick the bomb plants. Now says, what do you think you are doing, sir? And then just rips that bomb right out of his hands with the bullets of his AK. And Elevate are right back to it. A tied scoreline 5-5 as we head into the second to last round of this first half. Party Astronauts, because they got a nice little round win streak under their belts, they do have enough money to buy up here. It'll be pretty much a full-on buy. I think only one piece of util missing on Fang's hands, but outside of that, they're looking pretty strong. And on the other side for Elevate, they've got everything they could hope for as well. A couple of AKs, 2 M4s, and the AWP in Dia's hands. Interesting to see Wolfie just completely leaning away from the op in this half. I think it's partly due to the economy and the way it's gone, and also because they want to run a more aggressive mobile T side. Fang going to be leaning in towards Hut. Looks for that fight, finds it, but there's so much presence on A. Maybe Party Astronauts, sensing that, decide to move away from it and charge right towards B ramp, which, I mean, is pretty lightly defended. In fact, completely undefended at this point. They'll get a free path into the B site.
Do you think one is at least down, maybe even two, but yep, that's going to be one watching from clock. Shane with one, good for a second, almost a third, but Fang is there.
Wow.
Dia, though, coming in from single with that up. Oh, the timing, infinite in dark. Last one alive, crossing this site. I don't even think they know that he's down here. Not even sure where he's at, but Dia's holding this angle. Good for one, good for a second.
Oh my goodness. Sorry, they're lucky that Peeping had that angle coming in from ramp, because otherwise it looked like Infinite was about to put a clip on the board, but it doesn't happen. Oh boy. Shane, I mean, honestly, there should have been a trade from the Party Astronauts at that point. He was kind of isolated towards the B site itself. Yes, there was support from Decon, and I think the double doors shortly afterwards from Elevate, but if they get that first one on Shane a little cleaner, then it opens up a much better path for them towards getting a plant onto B, but it doesn't happen. And Elevate have retaken the lead here. Money, not great now for the Party Astronauts. They're forcing up whatever they can get in the final round of play here in this first half. 60, the Galil, everyone else onto either pistols or SMGs. In fact, only one SMG for Wolfie. Oh, Intra, what a spot around the edge of the smoke. They don't realize it, and not a reaction in sight.
Gosh.
60 just could not figure out what was going on in time, and Intra gets 2 for free. No damage taken.
Almost absolutely free. Party Astronauts have no control of outside here, at least trying to throw something. The bomb is walking out there right now. Intra, they must be saying he's won, but he's not able to find a third for himself. Throwing a flash, Ben Lee out there alone. Trying to get something with this MAC-10 or this Tech-9, finds the head, not the shot. He finds a fourth. Peeping, closing it out, and that's going to be Elevate leading the half 7-5.
Yeah, still, I mean, look, great job from Elevate shutting down the Party Astronauts last 2 rounds. Maybe a little bit easier in that one because it was 3 players with pistols, but right here, I mean, this is just a huge oversight from PA, and 60 could not react quickly enough. Usually he's pretty quick on the trigger, but in that situation, it just caught off guard. Maybe the smoke was still in his eyes as he was coming out of it. Not sure what was happening there, but either way, it is a 2-round lead for Elevate heading into the second half. I still think that this is a very recoverable situation for the Party Astronauts. Switching over to the CT side, 5 rounds T side is exceptionally serviceable. Let's see what happens here on pistol round as we get going, second half.
Ooh, Fang with the first. Spam coming back, trying to find the trade, but not going to hit it. Fang, though, going to find more damage of his own. More players are just kind of stacked in lobby here, trying to crack onto the site. He's kind of looking towards ramp, trying to wait for the push from Party Astronauts, but Elevate. Gonna have to do something here. Sizzy, though, on top of Hut with the dualies. Trying to do something. There, does something.
Yeah, a little bit more than that, in fact. And Fang pitches in for a couple of his own. Party Astronauts should have this one in the bag. They do. 60 finding the 2K, 3K for Fang, and the Party Astronauts dominating Elevate on that pistol. They've split the pistols 2-2 pretty evenly here, as you would expect, given the scoreline of the first. And then here, a very close one as well. 1 round separating the 2 squads again, as we've got another check mark a lot later than I thought it would happen, honestly, with how well 60 performed that first map, but he does get that check mark for more than 32 kills from PrizePicks. So that's the second player to hit at this point. First one was Shane We'll see if we get more, as this one feels like it's shaping up to be quite a long map.
Like this position from Fang. Gonna be able to see movement towards Mini. No smokes coming out from Elevate. On outside. Just trying to play again, just for the aggression. Trying to find a head. Trying to find something. These P250s can do some work. If you allow them. Silence is deafening. Fang's gonna try and swing out. See if he can find anything. Wolfie spots the first noise cues coming through. Does trade it out there, but Fang and Wolfie not done. Last player on top of Mini. Snav trying to do something. Fang wanted to get a cheeky nade kill there, but not gonna connect. As he was killed before he could even get there.
Yeah, no problem there. I'm sure he's not too disappointed with the fact that his team was able to comfortably win that anti-eco. There were pistol upgrades there for Elevate, but I like the aggression from PA. They don't let Elevate get control of the outside and immediately shut them down as soon as they pop their heads around that corner. So, tied up again, 7-7, but Elevate, as mentioned, they were waiting for this moment. They've got their first full-on gun buy, 4 AKs, and the Galil coming through. Util's a little bit lighter than they'd like to see. So we'll see how they deploy that. Have to be very careful. They have enough for a wall of smoke should they choose to deploy that. But as it stands, it looks like they're just playing contact towards outside. Fang has been really good from this position so far here in this second half. He's got Wolfie supporting from Mini should he need him, and he's really tucked in far back, so he'll have an edge if Elevate choose to take the fight here. And again, like because of the limited utility, they are just playing contact with 4 players towards the outside, and this could be the advantage of Fang. There's 1, 2, and not the third just yet. Actually, it was Wolfie who got that first one. Anyway, Wolfie manages to get another one to his name. Shane strikes back for a couple, but the Party Astronauts get the trades, and it will be peeping who is last to fall. Party Astronauts are back in the lead.
Nice flash assist there. Great teamwork, great positioning from all the Party Astronauts here on this nuke. I mean, like we said a little bit before, Elevate was able to win against Party Astronauts earlier at ESL Challenger this past summer. I think it was 13-8. So Party Astronauts did a lot of work here, it seems. Elevate not running circles around them like we saw on that Ancient game. Party Astronauts really holding, PA's holding their own. Wolfie now with an op. Do something wacky outside. Now that they've shown aggression towards Garage, holding a different angle, tighter angle, but Elevate take a page on the book of Party Astronauts and drop a couple down vent.
Alrighty, well, Infinite got the first frag. Elevate still have 4 players around lobby. It feels like they're going to lean in towards ramp eventually. Did they lose bomb? They did. They lost bomb.
Oh.
Party Astronauts have that bomb. I think that was the attempted vent drop there. They were hoping the bomb planter could get down and plant the bomb at B while they distracted at the A site or maybe into ramp. But anyway, now they're going to have to try and get back into B, maybe fight their way forward to that bomb. It doesn't seem likely that Elevate will be able to get back into this one.
Tech 9 shots, trying to do something. A lot of damage, but just completely shut down Intra. The last one there. Able to find one for himself, but still not going to be the one to close the round in. Party Astronauts with a 2-round lead here, and I think that's all CT side that they have been able to win against Elevate so far. Not letting them run their T side against them. Saw the, not embarrassment, but just the defeat and the anger that they had on their Ancient CT side against Elevate. Able to really show them what they're made of here.
For
on
sure.
This nuke.
No, I mean, Elevate have to strike back here. They've got an opportunity with the AKs up. Wolfie throws the nade in. I mean, good control from the Party Astronauts. In fact, quite aggressive into lobby. A lobby crunch coming through in this situation. Well, let's see how it pans out. Peeping gonna get one. Fang finds the trade immediately. But look at the space Elevate have gained off of that aggressive movement by the Party Astronauts. They have all that control outside. One player in garage. Infinite realizing that. So he's gonna throw the nade in. That should do a decent amount of damage. Actually, it doesn't. I mean, Intra only goes down to 86. So now the Party Astronauts are tucked in here, one towards lockers, Infinite leaning into ramp, Intra's gaining all this space without being spotted out at all, but Fang That's a good off angle, honestly. Intra, not expecting it at all. 4v3 edge gain from the party astronauts.
Still this outside control. Can't really go and get control of heaven, hell, or ramp now. Snap gonna be another one that's moving up a little bit closer, but Fang good for a second here in that position.
Oh, what?
Shane? All right, nice nade and nice AK headshot kill. They're gonna even it out. 2v2 now. Definitely could be possible if we see Shane do anything a little bit differently. Has a bomb on their back, and looks like they're moving a little bit closer to ramp, just making sure that they still have outside control.
I mean, if Elevate win this map, it's Shane. Honestly, that's going to carry them there, it seems. What a sequence for him. Now they have the space to get a plant potentially here onto this A site. 9 seconds left. Dia is playing Overwatch here. Trying to make sure that no one's going to come and deal damage to his teammate. But no, it doesn't work out. Ben Leet, who hasn't made that much noise in the fragging department so far in this series, gets a key clutch. 1v2 comes out, and the defusal as well. 10th round for the party astronauts, even though it felt like Elevate. We're going to do the job.
Yeah, those 2 kills from Shane coming out definitely gave them a lot of edge there, but what could they have done differently to really secure this? This perfect angle from Fang, this control on this CT side was perfect from them. Now, Elevate's gonna have to show just a little bit more aggression, just a little bit different from what they've been doing. I mean, Party Astronauts, their angles, everything's been perfect for them.
Fang hitting the PrizePicks check mark there with more than 32.5 frags. That's our 3rd check mark so far of the series. As the party astronauts have not yielded a single round victory to Elevate so far in this second half.
Saw they threw the mini smoke, acting like they were going to be going down vent. That cued Fang to go down, but no one went down vent. All of Elevate's still outside. T-spawn, slowly. Creeping in through lobby. There's one less player on the A site to take care of.
One minute on the clock. Intra just waiting out this smoke. Elevate want to find that opening kill. They want to fire the opening shot here, but Wolfie has other ideas. Swinging around to this angle. Can he spot out Intra? Peeping, the timing's not good, and he misses the shot and the opportunity to even take it. Peeping gets the second as well. 60 on an island, and he will be overloaded by the Elevate squad. Only Fang and Infinite left, and they are full on saving. No way they fight back into this one. Elevate are finally on the board on their T side.
That was absolutely perfect timing from Peeping. I don't even think that's just timing that you have to know from game sense, just from playing so long, knowing the right times to peek, right time to come out through door. Fang could maybe find one for his trouble out here, but still in such a dangerous spot. Infinite going down, trying to save this M4. He'll find one for himself, but quickly traded out. Perfect opener from Peeping. That's the op out of contention for Party Astronauts.
Yeah, I mean, they should still be able to buy back into it, but a great job from Elevate by making that a very expensive round for the Party Astronauts. Timeout called by Elevate to talk things over as they want to see what they're going to do in this next round, because it's not going to get any easier, of course. Party Astronauts are going to have that full buy again, as mentioned. But should Elevate win here, they will crack the economy of PA and force them onto an eco round.
I think before we went to player cams, looked like Wolfie did have an op. Looks like that was invested in for himself this round, or from another teammate. Just want to keep that control, keep that sight line, especially for outside. So important for Party Astronauts. We'll have to see. Going to this next. If Elevate's able to crack that open again, could mean some very close quarters for Party Astronauts. Still double digits, not able to crack into 1-1. Elevate's still not letting them jump there.
Well, if he tosses the Incendiary forward, he's going for an aggressive peek with that AWP off of the Incendiary. But look at this. Ben Leet tucked into Hut. I thought for a moment he was thinking about pushing out here. Maybe now off of that nade he will. Yeah, coming around. Uh-oh, Ben Leet gone. Now peeping, challenges again against this push. The attempted lobby crunch goes completely awry for the party astronauts. Will be the last one in that area, and he also falls. So it's only Fang left in Mini to defend against an all-out potential push here by Elevate. They're being cautious still because peeping's quite low, but you have to imagine that they just have to pick a site and go together, and they should be fine. Fang trying to slip in, catch them on a rotation, and well, Fang gets one, but only one. Shane immediately trades him out. That means that, as mentioned, party astronauts going to go on an eco, and Elevate potentially going to tie this one up at 10.
I understand the lobby crunch here. I understand their need for being aggressive, punishing Elevate for all the space that they're taking. But when they're just in lobby, just waiting there, Ben Leet, that swing out so confident, then just sees 3 players looking at him. A little bit unfortunate for party astronauts. Now down to an eco, as you said. Gonna have to do something crazy here. Or is Elevate gonna be able to vent drop once again? Almost gonna get that player.
What?
What?
Was that the bomb? That was the bomb.
That
was the bomb. That went right into Mini and took a fight. I don't know why. They did not go down the vent, and that is so unfortunate for Elevate now. As Infinite comes around, they can still win this round because of how little party astronauts have to work with, but they have to fight back in just to recover the bomb. Oh man, that is kind of a blunder there. Peeping gets the headshot onto Fang, and they will regain control. It's only Ben and Wolfie left. They are very lucky that this is just pistols on the side of the party astronauts, even though, like you mentioned earlier, this 5-7 can pack quite a punch if you afford it the opportunity to do so. Wolfie, knife out for some reason, not going to gain the advantage in that fight. And Ben, well, does manage to keep one player away from him, but the smoke is going to come through. That means that the bomb can be picked up by Elevate. They're going to pop the smoke with a nade, and Ben almost goes down to it. 3 HP left. Should be okay for Elevate, despite that opening mistake in the round, and it will be Dia, the spray done onto Ben. We are tied up at 10.
You know, I don't want to fault Wolfie, because if I had a butterfly lure, I would probably be looking at it as much as I could.
Yeah. All the butterfly knives are beautiful, honestly.
Yeah, Elevate 3-round lead so far. And this T-side proving that they know how to be T-sided team here. Ranchos now back on rifles, limited util for a few of them, but still able to fortify the sources of entry. I think Elevate may be a little nervous. See if they can find their opening. It's been peeping a couple of rounds in a row. It's been the catalyst onto the site. Do something here. Just waiting for that early aggression from party astronauts. Not coming out. They have a full buy here. It's going to be a little dangerous if they do just pop out of Mini and pop out of Hut, pop out of something. That's going to be lots of money lost. Not much gained.
Perfect Molotov for Hut there by Elevate, so that'll force the player off the top of it and maybe convince the party astronaut the hit will go towards the A side. But you have Infinite boosted up here, a spot that's often overlooked, but it isn't this time. Shane immediately looks up, Intra gets the trade even though his teammate goes down, and Wolfie trying to get that man advantage back in the party astronaut's favor, but it won't happen. Elevate charge in towards the B site. Ben might be able to pop through these double doors. He's instead going to wait and bide his time as Snav catches Wolfie trying to rotate in to support his IGL. Oh boy, and Dia opens the door and says, "Hello, Ben. Peekaboo. I got an AK for you." Pull it right to the dome. Fang tries to come in to recover, but that won't happen either. And Elevate are going to be on to 11.
Yeah, just perfect reaction times. Perfect everything there from Elevate. Dropping 2 players still. So much money in their bank. So much money to work with for the next 2 rounds. I mean, party astronauts just falling flat, not able to shoot back, not getting the trains that are needed. The spacing for Elevate's been perfect, and just their T-side's been so strong here. Sizzy, though, this M4 could mean a lot going into the next round, but could still be very, very difficult. Could possibly be an interesting buy, especially since everyone's just around 3K. Sizzy could drop one, get a little bit of util for himself, but still, you need a lot of util to hold down that A site.
Yeah, I feel like it would be a mistake for the Party Astronauts to invest into this round, even though, yes, you might be yielding a 12 to elevate. You just got to do what you can with that rifle and then maybe lightly invest for the remaining players. They're talking it over right now, but I think just upgrading some pistols to see how that works out. I say talking it over, but I think Sixy's just sitting there and chilling.
So is Fang.
He's not doing the talking. It's mostly
So
Ben.
Wolfie.
Ben is the one talking the entire time here. No one else is really going to say anything while they let their IGL speak, and there you go. So let's see how it pans out for them. Decisions have been made. What will they do? Will it be an investment into the round, a risky force buy, or do they decide to go for the lighter pistol upgrades around the saved M4? Looks like the decision is just pistol upgrades. They are waiting until the next one to get that investment going, which means if Sixy doesn't pop off here or the pistols don't strike true for something, then Elevate are going to be on to map and series point. Oh, Sixy gets nothing, but Wolfie does manage to get the trade, and he'll probably be able to pick up the M4 off the ground.
Fire hot, Fang.
Okay, Ben got it.
Still 4v4, not much space taken from Elevate. Now, Infinite so pushed up in lobby here. A little bit of team damage from Snap. Does get traded out at least as Shane is able to find it now. A 2v2, 2 pistols and 2 AKs. And Elevate, like, not much info from positions of the other 2 players. No, someone must be near ramp. Someone must be there, but knows that they're on an eco. They're going to be stalking outside. This could be a secret play.
Elevate biding their time because they've lost a lot more bodies than I honestly expect them to here. 38 seconds left. Going into mini. Clearing it out. No one's home. Wow, are they going to cycle all the way towards heaven to try and clear that out first before they go for the take? I guess I can't really blame them. So that's going to be the plan. 23 seconds left now. They're playing it slow. Eventually going to have to get a move on to get this bomb planted. Under 20 seconds now. Peeping. Followed by Shane. Again, they have to get to this bomb site quickly. The bomb's going to be dropped here. Peeping's just going to watch and make sure that his bomb planter can get the job done. 5 seconds left now. Oh, the Molotov Wolf. He thought he could get through it, but he didn't. Burns to an itty-bitty crisp, and Fang is the last one standing. Just going to grab that AK, try to spot out the player heaven, and then potentially go for the hero defusal. But it's going to take a lot for him to achieve that.
Talking him through many. No one really finding him out here. One in the smoke, one in heaven. Could be good for one at least. Oh, the timing here could find Shane. No audio cues. Everyone's walking. Big nade down to 34, but Shane's too quick with it. That walk into hut too slow. 12, and now Elevate at map and series point here. AK could have been everything. But that it goes down to a team kill. And Party Astronauts still not able to take it.
Yeah, it felt like for a moment the Party Astronauts would be able to take that round, but like you mentioned, you know, the team kill really gave Elevate a lot more difficulty in finding it than they would have liked, and it's just an unfortunate situation, right? When you're lining up the shot and your teammate walks in front of you trying to do the same, and it happens sometimes, especially on lobby Nuke when you're trying to get in there because it's pretty cramped. Anyway, Party Astronauts, for a second straight map, 12-10, their opponent leads against them, so they need 2 rounds in a row just to push it to overtime. If Elevate take this one, though, it is done, and the Party Astronauts will be eliminated from the NA Revival PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 2.
Look very serious in these cams. Time to lock in. Time to try and push yourself into OT. the Util. We have the op on Wolfie. We have the M4s and everyone else, but it's going to be Elevate also with the AKs. Their money is so good right now. There's going to be some cross smokes coming out. Fang with a nice boost. Could see any cross coming in through Secret. I don't know if he sees the top of the heads or even just the bottom, but nice support nade. Not going to find anything. Elevate throwing the outside smokes, but just waiting on the lobby push. They know Party Astronauts have done a couple times in this half.
Yeah, eventually those smokes going to fade, though, so Elevate didn't make their play quickly enough to take advantage of that. Perhaps they're going to re-smoke it. They have the ability to get another couple thrown out there. We'll see what they decide to do as they send a couple of players retreating back towards T-spawn. Yeah, they're lining up smokes once more. I think my guess is they're going to try and fake it again and then push into the A site. Let's see how this pans out. Nades, Util sailing in from 60. There's that smoke. Wall put up again and Elevate. 36 seconds left now. They've got to get a move on. What are they going to end up doing? I mean, look, a Molotov will likely be thrown for top of hut, and I think they're just going to execute at under the 30-second mark. Here they come. Elevate trying to charge in. Util is good. They know that no one can be top of hut right now, but all of them are going to have to funnel in from Squeaky. 17 seconds, 60, flashed out, still gets the shot before he dies. Fang contributes as well. Shane pops off for 2. Infinite strikes back for 2 of his own, and it's all down to Intra. He's down the vent, 5 seconds left, no time to plant the bomb. This one is likely over. Yeah, he just tries to bait out a peek, and it will be an 11th found for the Party Astronauts because Elevate just waited too long to go for their execute.
Definitely way too long. Setting out outside smokes twice. At least Shane able to get a couple onto the site before quickly traded out, but Wolfie finally with that op we've seen not too many times in a clutch spot, able to find that kill. End the round. But only got 1 second left on the clock. Elevate here. They need to close this out here and now if they don't want to go to OT, but Party Astronauts could possibly bring it there.
Yeah, an Infinite. Hitting the PrizePicks check mark there. So that's another player doing the expected frag estimation from PrizePicks. Good to see for the Party Astronauts, but again, like we mentioned, one more round needed from them to send us to overtime. Elevate. Once more are in the lobby. Just biding their time. We'll see if they go a little bit faster into this round. Ramp could be vulnerable. I mean, the A site defense has been pretty solid for the Party Astronauts. Infinite's going to try and pop that smoke. In fact, no, the nade goes too far, so maybe some damage done there. Not nothing too crazy for Elevate. By the way, Shane, 29 frags for Elevate.
Gosh.
He is flirting with 30 here.
So Elevate once again. 40 seconds, 45 seconds left on the clock. Molly's coming out. One for top hut. One for in hut. Paying good for 2 and a third at the bottom of vent. Trying to go for a vent drop, but now 3 kills. That could be it. Shane and Snap, last 2 here just by door. Ben Lee gonna phase this smoke. Going down vent. They heard the drop. Not going to act on it, going a little slow. At least going to throw a nade, but Wolfie through Mini going to clean it up with a nice 2K, and that's going to be us going to overtime.
What a ballsy play from Fang coming through there at the bottom of vent. Just looks up and is greeted with what is a Christmas gift here. They didn't realize what was going on. Like, why can't we get down this ladder? What's happening? And Fang says, well, it's because my head is there, and here's my gun. And takes down 3 with the spray down. Wow. Well done from Fang, and we are indeed in OT. The Party Astronauts not going to fall on this map anyway in regulation. They're trying to push us to a 3rd map. They need a win here in overtime to get it. Let's see what Elevate can do on their T side here because the last 2 rounds have left a lot to be desired from them.
A lot. Absolutely a lot. It's kind of late Util. Kind of waiting for the push, but now quickly onto the site. But Ben Lee, too quick for it. Does get quickly traded out by Peeping, but Sizzy dancing around the smoke. Does get found out. Snap finds another one. All Party Astronauts over towards Mini. Not much he can do. Infinite at least gonna try and go through heaven, but I think he just got smoked out. Wolf will throw a couple shots in, but the bomb gets planted for Elevate.
Oh, Infinite was flashed out there. You saw it on his cam. Fully whited there on his screen, and it's going to be a 4v2 in favor of Elevate. Party Astronauts going to fall off here. That overtime money, yes, there's a lot of it, but you want to keep that op up and running, and Wolfie will be saving that. Fang perhaps can fight a little bit more forward, and that won't yield anything. So Wolfie just on a mission to save the big green. 13-12 in favor of Elevate, and as is usually the case, the team that had those map points in regulation wins the first one in overtime.
Where was that when they needed that 13th
Exactly.
round? Ooh. That was a little close for comfort for Wolfie, but still. Perfect execute out onto A side, only dropping one at least onto there. Peeping with the 3K that round as well. Just peeping up when you don't expect it.
Peeping. Classic. No. It's a 26th round here of play, guys. Elevate looking to make it 14 now. Here's that wall of smokes they like to throw and very often not really commit on, and that's again the case here. Elevate all stacked up in lobby together. One player watching outside to make sure there isn't any aggression from the Party Astronauts, but PA's been pretty patient, I would say, and have held very passive lines throughout their CT side of Nuke.
I like that they have Infinite on ramp. Pretty strong spot for him to be, considering top fragger here in this map so far. Good for a couple, but now Flash coming out. So is he just gonna answer it with the smoke? Molly coming out, at least trying to throw a couple A-site nades, some setup stuff, but there's 3 players you're gonna have to worry about. One on Rafters, or I guess Mustang. That could be something to be reckoned with. Infinite actually all the way down from ramp. Could find a couple heads here, finds the first. Does not get traded out. Not a great start for Elevate, and 30 seconds are left on the clock. They're gonna have to commit somewhere, and they're guessing it may be ramp.
I feel like Elevate just, as Shane is going to get a headshot onto Fang, he's up to 30 now. I just feel like they've been so hesitant on some of these rounds on T side, and they keep waiting until time kind of runs out on them, force themselves into tough situations as they are dropping like flies, and 60 will get the 2K and the 13th round for the Party Astronauts. They've been way more effective when they've just gone with conviction, with quick hits, and that's when they're winning their rounds. When they do these slow plays, it just nothing really happens. They just wait out the time, and then Party Astronauts get the frags immediately once they show face.
Yeah, even a flash there could have been meant everything for Elevate. Just to blind a couple players on there, not have like a full 3-man firing squad. Just keeping out the door. Wolfie with a nice opening onto Dia. With that op shot. Now Infinite could get a lot of pressure here on ramp. Not able to do target selection. Does get counted out. Bang finding one. Does get traded as Peeping's going to make his way down B ramp. Take control of control. Oh my gosh, Sissy with the spray. Now a 1v2 clutch. See if Snav is able to take it for them. We've seen him do it before. Knows one player's there. Finds the head, but not the shots connecting. Ben Lee gonna get that. Party Astronauts leading the first half of OT.
Yeah, it felt like Elevate had the advantage there until 60 comes through in control and gets the 2K spray down. Nice flick at the beginning there from Wolfie as well. We didn't see that during the stream itself, but either way, 14-13 in favor of the Party Astronauts. We go into the second half of overtime. PA need 2 more rounds, and we're headed to a map number 3. Otherwise, well, it could be another overtime unless Elevate win out here and get all 3 rounds. We're pretty good on their CT side. It was kind of close, honestly. Party Astronauts were back and forth in the early goings until Elevate took those last 2 rounds of regulation in that first half. Now they head back to their defensive side, and they're hoping for a lot more success than that. 4 party astronauts going outside, which Elevate did not do at any point in the overtime so far on their T side. And they're going to go into secret. No one's really towards B.
That could be definitely dangerous. At least sending Fang down to do first recon to see if anyone is down there. And looks like the information's coming out. Ben and 60 following suit.
Oh my goodness.
Nice double peek from there, taking an infinite out. Top fragger on party astronauts, but still Shane here, good for 1 and a second and a third. What a spray down. That's 3K. Almost finding another one, taking the knife out. Gotta take a peek as Peepin's gonna find that. Elevate tying it up, 14-14. That's gonna be AKs for a lot of the team members.
Unbelievable. Party astronauts just getting picked apart one after the other. Shane, I mean, it makes it look like it's 3 1v1s, but it's just good movement on his side to position himself for favorable fights one after the other. 14-14. Party astronauts certainly wanted a little more success on their first T round of overtime than that, but they're just going to have to swallow that bitter pill. Dia watching with the AWP. See if he can find his rhythm once more. Hasn't had the performance that we're used to seeing from him, whereas Shane is having a performance that we don't often see from him. Intra, oh, gone immediately. Nice opener from Fang. Does the trade come through is the question. Snav playing towards Mini, backs off a little bit. I think he might have seen the player go into garage. Yeah, because he's relayed that over to Dia. Fang gets the follow-up onto Snav. Dia needs to do work, gets 1, pulls at the dually, second guesses himself, and that costs him his life. 4v2 in favor of PA. Shane and Peeping, last 2 standing, and they are on very different parts of the map at this point. Peeping won't get anything either, just damage.
Last one here, AK in hand, and a flash. Looks like party astronauts, 4 of these players. Let's the bomb over on the A site. At least gonna do just a bit of damage before Infinite's taken out. Party astronauts now bringing it to 15. Is Elevate gonna be able to bring this to a double overtime, possibly?
Well, typically once party astronauts get into overtime on Nuke, it goes into, you know, triple, quadruple overtime. So we'll see. I don't think we're done yet. As Elevate, one more round potentially for them here on this map. Party astronauts really want to close it out and send us to a decider on Dust 2, where we don't really know what we're going to get. Both these teams don't have that much experience on the map so far. Probably just a brawl where the star players will be able to shine, which might lean towards the way of the party astronauts, but I say that. Shane is the one who's been the most effective player so far on both sides. Anyway, we're not there yet. Elevate, still a chance to stay in this one and push to double overtime. Snav. Here, oh, timing not great, but he doesn't get punished for that? Really? I'm surprised Snav is alive, and he gets a frag off it, but there's 2 right on back from the party astronauts. They are trying to close it out right here. Shane, who's been so very good, will be tested. He finds another one, delivering at a critical juncture. 3v3, 1 minute left on the clock for the party astronauts to rotate up, and it will be Wolfie catching Peeping looking the wrong way. Infinite trying to slip around here. Doesn't know which direction he wants to go in at this point. He's just trying to deviate himself in towards Decon. Only 1 HP on his person. 43 seconds left. He needs to grab that bomb and get onto the site.
This walk peek. Oh, the timing! That could have been everything. Infinite just on 1 health, as you said. Everyone trying to recoup this bomb. I mean, if they all run at it, someone's going to have to grab it. Interesting. Keep it out. Gonna get found. Shane here. We've seen it do it before. It's not gonna be it. Not here, not now. Party astronauts gonna take this map 16-14. Hero plays aren't gonna come in from Elevate this round.
Wow. We're going to a third, even though Elevate had the opportunity to close this one out in regulation. That will not come to fruition. So, Party Astronauts, I mean, credit to them, had to win 2 in a row in regulation just to get us to this point, and then are far more effective in the overtime than Elevate are. I think Elevate just got caught up in their own heads on their T side, burning too much time off the clock, unsure of what they wanted to do, and then they make a last minute, or last second, I should say, desperation attempt on executes, and the Party Astronauts just ate that up every single time. So we go on to Dust 2, which I already mentioned. Apples is a little bit of an unknown territory, I would say, for both these teams.
Yeah, it's gonna be like you said in the pre-show, a little bit of a puggy map. We're gonna see a lot of just fun. Possible, I'm gonna have a lot of fun because I love playing on Dust 2. It's gonna be interesting. A lot of star riflers, like you said during the map, was kind of popping up. See what works. See who's gonna be happening. You said that did favor a little bit towards Party
Yep.
Astronauts. You think so?
I think
All
so.
right.
I think so. I think Sixie and Fang are just such lethal players that on a map like Dust 2, it's just fun for them. And I think that they're going to be able to really capitalize on their opportunities there. Speaking of which, let's check out the stats here. Fang and Sixie, 46 for Fang over 2 maps, 43 for Sixie, and 38 for Infinite. All 3
Ooh.
of those players hitting their prize picks, estimated frag totals, and surpassing them. Wolfie was so close, 1 frag away, and he would have been the 4th player to join that party. And also Ben Leet, 2 away himself. So close to all players hitting their expectations and surpassing them, but Party Astronauts, for one, I think they played very well on Nuke, even though it was a little bit of a struggle at times. They did manage to pull it together when it counted the most.
Absolutely. I feel like they paused a lot when we saw them doing a lot of aggressive things towards the beginning of the rounds, at least the beginning of the halves, but they were able to kind of make Elevate question a lot. And it's exactly what happened. Then they were able to close that out, but still, Elevate here, Intra. Wow. He's got a lot off here.
Yeah, no, I mean, Intra didn't have, obviously, like we mentioned, because he's the sub, didn't have a prize picks estimated frag total, but he might have one for map number 3, because map number 3 is an entirely new story with new estimates coming through for both the teams. But looking down the scoreboard, the only 2 players that hit their frag totals over 2 maps were Snav, just barely, and Shane demolished
Whoa.
his estimation. 51 frags for him over 2 maps, an absolutely unbelievable performance from him. I thought that he would be able to carry Elevate to victory in a 2-0, but Party Astronauts just proved to be too much to deal with. Even at the end, in a 3v1, I was looking thinking, okay, well, I think Shane might be able to clutch this one out, but he goes down immediately. Just couldn't get that first player who crossed over out of his sight lines, and then afterwards was a nice little peek from PA to close it out. So that's going to wrap up map number 2, guys. When we come back from this break, we're going to have map number 3 for you on Dust 2 to decide which team will advance to tomorrow's action. we're back here, folks, with the final map of the day for the PrizePicks NA Revival Series number 2. Elevate and Party Astronauts going the distance. We go to Dust 2, and you can see what got us here, of course. Nuke was not the first map, that was the second map, but Ancient, the first map, was actually one where we thought that it would just be a runaway victory for Elevate. Ended up being very, very close, going 22 rounds, 12-10 in their favor. Then Nuke, well, you guys just saw that. That was a back and forth slugfest that the Party Astronauts were able to be superior on. And then Dust 2, our decider, the final map, I think going to be another brawl between these two squads, and one where, like we were talking about before the break, Apples, I feel like the edge will lie where the star power is, and that's more on the Party Astronauts side.
Absolutely. And it's going to be fun. It's going to be a little bit wacky. I mean, Dust 2 always kind of throws out things that you don't normally see. It's a very puggy map, only kind of 3 ways to get through there. It's long, mid, or B upper. So I'm excited for this. It's going to be a really good map. We're going to see a lot of possibly clips coming through. I mean, we saw a lot from Shane last game on Nuke, saw a couple 3Ks. I think they are now over 50 for their total kills for this entire series. So there's a lot of people that I'm looking for some start party here.
Yeah, for sure. I think you rightfully highlighting Shane. I think he's going to be one that doesn't feel like he'll be stopped going on to Dust 2. If he is, I'll be surprised, because he's just been really on another level here throughout the entirety of this series. We have all the players in the server ready to go. We're just about to get started here, guys. But yeah, I mean, up to this point, it's been very, I want to say, scrappy Counter-Strike coming through from both sides. It doesn't necessarily feel like either team has gained the edge in terms of momentum on either map. I mean, yes, the Party Astronauts were able to take that previous one, but Elevate could have just as easily found their way to victory there. So it's going to be, I think, a very great map 3 to watch.
Absolutely. Elevate could have definitely closed that out in that second map too. They just kind of slowed down on their T side, got very, very cautious. Didn't want to lose the rounds too quickly, but like you said, burning time, and only gave themselves like 20, 30 seconds to really get onto bomb site, where almost all the Party Astronauts were kind of stacked there. So feeding their kills, feeding all of the stats that they need. Party Astronauts able to take that. So this is going to be a good map. I'm excited. Dust 2 is always fun. I know I've said that like 5 times, but I really like Dust 2.
I mean, to be honest, it's my favorite map as well. I'm often just queuing into Dust 2 only just to play it in
Yeah.
competitive. It's the map I grew up with, and my favorite overall to play competitively. So, you know, it's always been there in every version of Counter-Strike. Well, it took a little while for it to be in the original Counter-Strike, right? It wasn't the first one. That's why it's called Dust 2, because there was a Dust 1 once upon a time that is no longer really played, sadly, because I actually really enjoyed that map too. I'm sad that it hasn't really made a comeback in any way and isn't really existing in Counter-Strike 2, and hasn't really been around in Counter-Strike 1. Counter-Strike Global Offensive
Counter-Strike
for
1.
quite some time. Yeah, Counter-Strike 1 is like 1.0 probably,
Yeah,
the
one.
original.
Yeah.
No, I've been around since like beta 3, to be honest with you. I'm too old. Let's not talk about the age here. Like it's yeah. It's
You saw my face. You saw
yeah.
it.
It's been a while for me. Yeah. I played I think I started in beta 2, but my internet wasn't good enough because I was on a 56K modem that didn't connect well enough. And then eventually our phone line was fixed and I could play in beta 3. And it was crazy.
Oh, you
honestly.
said internet and then phone line, and
Yeah.
that's all I needed to know.
Yeah. Yep, I'm that old. You got it. You got it. You know the range now. I won't say it. 1:34 on the clock as we go into the action here. I mean, you can just check on Wikipedia, honestly, but we go into the action as Party Astronauts are looking to try and take this one away from Elevate with the reverse sweep.
Starting a CT side, Elevate just kind of gaining some information here, throwing a couple flashes now. We'll see no shots connecting for anything. Full util, not full util, but still 4 bits of util on Elevate. I like this. Bomb is up towards B tons. Only 2, I think that's 1 player actually from Party Astronauts sitting here. That's Ben. Pretty powerful position. Could not really see them, but does hear them. Fang gonna grab 1 at least from Cat. Bomb's gonna get planted. Ben just kind of figuring out who he wants to shoot out first. Does get 1. Unfortunate, but still. It's gonna be bomb plants for Elevate.
Infinite swings on through, gets the headshot onto Dia. Wolfie does the same on Shane. It's all down to Snav. His position completely exposed. He can't connect for the final blow on Infinite, and Infinite will do him a mercy with the bullet to the dome. 1-0 in favor of the Party Astronauts here, as that's a very convincing retake on the pistol round there. Let's see if they can keep it up with the follow-up round victory. But good news for Elevate, they get the bomb plant so they can force up here.
Absolutely. Love the replays of headshots with the USP. So clean, so quick. Oh, and looks like Elevate not actually going to be really forcing in too much into this round, snaking around 2K.
Surprising. As they decide, actually, did I make a mistake? No, they got the bomb plant in that round, right? Okay, so they decided not to go for the force buy and go for the eco into the next round. And that's happening more and more often now because of that because the bomb plant's only worth $600 versus $800. And if you don't get frags, which they didn't in that previous round, then you're in a tough spot. So I understand it. Peeping gets the headshot though onto Wolfie, so that's a gun available for them to pick up. Peeping immediately grabs that. They take advantage of the situation. They send 3 players up cat. Fang is trying to respond. Infinite has already dropped Dia. Fang creeping forward, peeping, gets the edge, the headshot found. Infinite trying to find the immediate trade. Will he do so? Yes, and he probably gets the next one as well. He does. Snav, the last one standing.
Lone Deagle in mid. 2 targets for him. Finds the first. Sizzy, though, so close. The MP9 able to pick up a chunk of cash for that kill on Snav. Still, nice shot. Party Astronauts dropping a couple more players than I'm sure they care to admit here. Lots of M4s, lots of damage to the economy, but that's all right. They won the round. And Elevate, though, kind of an interesting spot here. Are going to be able to buy back into this, not buy back, but buy first into this round. AKs in util to their name, and we'll have to see if they're going to be able to play this T side like they should be.
Elevate sending 2 players into the upper tunnels here. Now going to be a third, the bomb joining them. Doesn't feel like they're leaning in for a B hit, at least straight from the B tunnels, because 3 players going into lower. They're trying to go for a mid to B. But as it stands, Elevate kind of playing defaults outside of long and at top of mid. As that's Nade going to sail through into the smoke just to try and pop it there and gain some visibility for the Party Astronauts. They don't see anything. So now you see Elevate, the bomb at least, is lining up that mid to B smoke. Will come through. Play off of it is another question. Sixy's fully blinded here for a moment. He's going to throw the pop flash around the corner, but the hit might be going. Oh no! Sixy's going to spam through the smoke, connecting onto Dia, taking him down to 24 HP, but Dia manages to live to try again here as the Elevator are trying to decide where they want to go. It feels like they're running into that weird roadblock that happened on the previous map where they just couldn't make a decision and then stalled out for too long.
Yeah, which is really difficult to get out of once you're in that rut. Now here, I guess just really banking on over-rotation from Party Astronauts, but this really sneaky jump up Xbox, pretty sure they could have heard just a little bit there, but not able to see their heads through the smoke. Wolfie here, armed with an MP9, would do a lot of damage, but 20 seconds left on the clock. They have to act now. Wolfie jumping down pretty smartly, saving his life, but letting them have Cat. Infinite going down. Shane finding it, and Diaz gotta plant the bomb now.
That cat box is so tempting to jump up on, but it takes time to get there, so by the time your jump is executed, they could just ventilate you with the bullets, and eventually he's just going to fall off that position. It might be a full save for the Party Astronauts, 4-man save, and indeed, that is going to be the call. They just weren't really in a position to counter that execute up cat, so we will see Elevate getting their first round without requiring more than 1 frag.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I really like the addition of the cat box, but you said it earlier when we were talking about it, that it's just a little bit too inconsistent right now. A little bit harder to jump up on there, and through the bit of fire, rain, anything utility thrown at them. All right, that's full save here. strong. It's the first time that Elevate their pauses are working for them. I don't think Party Astronauts is going to let them take care of it too quickly. Or run away with it.
Well, Party Astronauts were technically on a bonus round in that previous one, but it kind of feels like they're on it again. Although they do have 3 M4s this time, but 2 MP9s in the mix. Well, they feel like they want to try and get some noise made over towards this B site, which they absolutely do. Maybe attracting more attention from the Party Astronauts. At least a smoke is thrown for mid by Wolfie, but they still want to keep 3 players towards this A site. Ben and Wolfie have spread those MP9s out, 1 per site. And they got 2 M4s pushing up Cat now. This is pretty aggressive from PA. Looking for that mid-control. Shane just not expecting it at all. He gets his head taken clean off. Infinite AK upgrade. Wolfie an upgrade from the MP9 to the M4. And now Elevate potentially trying to exploit the gap towards long. No one is there, but they don't get up towards the A site quickly enough. And now the bodies for the Party Astronauts have arrived.
Good boost from Infinite. They don't have to spend too much time jumping on those cat boxes, just waiting for the cross from smoke. Elevate just not moving, trying to throw a couple shots, seeing if they can possibly drop at least 1 body before they collapse onto the site, but a little scary for them to move up here. Well, it's no more util, a couple mollies and flashes, but it looks like they're just dry pushing up here. Sizzy the first one to meet contact, but it's going to be Intra taking it down. Fang and Ben are there to pick up 2 of their own. Infinite kind of lost in the sauce there. Stab and Dia are going to clean it up. That slow stalk up towards Car, proving differently.
Okay, well, Dia's been very quiet over the first 2 maps, but good to see him finally wake up there. His first 3 frags could not have come at a better moment, tapping the heads of 3 Party Astronauts to close out the round, tie things up at 2, and PA, well, they've kind of run out of cash. They will be afforded upgrades off of their default pistols, at least for a couple of players. That's Fang and Sixy. But everyone else sticking to the USP. 3 pieces of util purchased up, and they're already gone. It was a nade stack, and it works out. Frag onto Dia. They swing around again. That's Fang, but he gets his head taken off as soon as he turns that corner. Now Elevate will try to take control of long. In fact, they pretty much already have. Ben waiting with the USP towards CT. And where is that P250 for 60? It is at the B site, so it won't really have much of an impact here should Elevate go quickly towards A.
CT cross smoke coming out. Ben looks like he's going to dance around this, see if he can find someone. Everyone with head armor. It's not going to be a 1 shot. You got to be good for 2, and against an AK could prove dangerously. They're just kind of waiting. They're going to get aggressive here. They have to know that they're on a save. No util flying from Party Astronaut. Shane waiting. Pop keeping it a grab 2, and now a second. Shane the only one going to get dropped there. Now Sizzy, the last one here, P250. Have to rotate up through Cat. Could do a little bit of damage, maybe get a gun out, but it's going to be a bit difficult for him. Oh.
Oh. No. No. For a moment, we're like, hey, no. Sixy gets naded out. Elevate find themselves a 3rd, and they are now in the lead for the first time here. On Dust 2, you see him just crab walking around. There's a Party Astronauts trying to creep up there towards long, and yeah, it doesn't really work out. But that was just the pistols. Here we go. On to the rifles again for the Party Astronauts. Can't get that important AWP out into play. Dust 2 is one of those maps where you can run probably as many ops as you want if you had infinite money, but it is a double op setup is not unusual for either side. I would say more so the CT side, maybe not as much T side. Shane's going to get a couple here. He's starting to pop off once more. He's up to 5, leading the charge for his squad, although he's tied with Peeping. And Party Astronauts lose 2 very early on in this round.
Spread very thin here. Bomb sitting outside or inside lower. Infinite, nice flash, but not going to connect with the shots. Knows where 2 players' whereabouts are. Wolfie's trying to find it, but Shane is just good for another. Op shots raining through from top mid. Wolfie kind of running this show. Bomb's going to be onto this beam side. Ben has really moved out from B doors there. Peeping at least gonna be able to save one of his teammates here, and it's all down to Infinite just so that M4 see if we find anything. I think the op is still top mid. Could be able to find him on an off angle. Peep around. Maybe he's zoomed in. There we go. That's an op down, but there's player towards long doors. That's gonna be Snap finding it, picking the op back up for his team.
All right, Elevate stringing together quite a few rounds for themselves, 4 to be precise, after that 2-0 start for the Party Astronauts, and that rifle round didn't yield much at all for PA. I mean, you look at the bodies left standing at the end of it, yeah, I mean, Infinite gets that one at the end, but it's 3 players still up for Elevate. And you're looking at the money for the Party Astronauts, again, it's not in a great place, so they have to settle for some pistol upgrades. A little bit of body armor for 3 players, but outside of that, it's going to be a tough one. Elevate, they like to be aggressive. Could be an all-up B rush coming through. Here it is. The nades connect. The pistol gets some damage. 60 a frag. Could get another one. No. Overloaded by that sheer manpower coming through for Elevate, and it will be probably the round for Elevate as a result, because they still have tons of util available to them. And the Party Astronauts, I mean, maybe they can try hunting for some guns on exits, but I don't think much is going to happen here.
If there's anyone to hunt for something, it should not be Infinite with that body armor and all that util still on their body. Wolfie, though, a good spot for something. I think this would be a great angle for Zeus.
It is. Yeah.
Yeah.
For sure.
But maybe not going to find something. Elevate coming in through mid. Almost completely circling them, actually.
Well, that's going to do it. Yeah. 5-2 in favor of Elevate. Round win streak has to end at some point. Maybe it doesn't. Elevate could just run this one all the way and keep Party Astronauts at only 2. But here comes the AWP, the big green in Wolfie's hands. Another player that I think we've been waiting to see a little more from so far here. Maybe we'll get it. Both offers haven't really performed that much, I would say, in terms of the sheer numbers.
Shane on the op. You've seen him do a lot on a rifle, but it looks like switching that over
might have just
back to
positioning.
Dia.
Yeah. Whoa! Collat for Wolfie. Intra and Dia are gone simultaneously. That's a good way to kick things off with your first round, having the op in your hands. 60 waiting here. He sees the muzzle flash, and he thought he might have had the opportunity to get that one. He doesn't, and Peeping actually gets the follow-up after taking down the opper of the Party Astronauts. So we're down to a 3v3 despite the Collat to open things up.
Yeah, Sizzy unfortunately getting caught with util that time. Party Astronauts, such a good opener. Be a shame if they let this go to waste, but Elevate so far, even it up. Bomb's gonna be upper tons. Just a Ben Leet there. Snap gonna be throwing a couple of bits of util over towards the A, keeping a couple players here, at least just one. Ben's good for one and a second. That's bomb down in B-ton. Snap gonna get caught from mid. This Fang's gonna jump on over. It's gonna be Party Astronauts coming back. You jinxed it.
I guess a little bit, yeah. I mean, look, Wolfie doing a great job to open that round. I thought Peeping had to crack the door open enough to ensure that Elevate would get back into this one in a bigger way, but Ben Leet holds the fort towards B, and then Fang catches the player jumping off the cat and in midair. So a third round finally found here for the Party Astronauts. 5-round win streak ended for Elevate. On the other side, for the Party Astronauts, the 2 players that I thought we'd see more from up to this point, Fang and 60, only have 7 frags combined. Maybe they'll wake up here. Dia gets that one. Utility damage is massive here for the Party Astronauts, but the frags just aren't coming through. Fang falls as well. Shane continues his hot form, and he even gets the third, a 10th on the map. He is again averaging more than a frag per round, and even caps it off with the 4K there. This man cannot be stopped, it seems.
Cannot. And you saw the combo. You saw the Ruby. You saw the slingshots.
Oh,
I think
yeah.
it's the swag that could definitely be contributing to that, but just Beautiful, beautiful shots coming in through Shane. Definitely the star player that we were waiting for. Elevate on this Dust 2 map. Show what they're made of. Now Party Astronauts at a weird buy, just buying down a 2K, making sure that you can buy next round. Wolfie with a little bit more, trying to possibly get an op in the next round. Nothing's spotted from Dia down mid. Ooh, nice nade. Been better. But Shane moving.
One thing that I think is really great from Ben as an IGL is he really is great at keeping a level head in even situations where other teams might crumble. And we saw it on map number 1 where they were down 8-0. They managed to recover. Even on map 2 of Nuke, they had to get 2 in a row to push to overtime. And right here, down 6-3, you still see him very serious, you know, talking to his troops, keeping them calm, cool, and collected. And trying to get them back into what is a tough first half so far here on Dust 2. Fang manages to get the opener. Okay, a follow-up. Almost. He has to fade away a little bit. Doesn't take any damage in that fight at all. Now he gets taken down by Intra, and his teammate will fall off here. They still manage to get one back, and Dia's low at 14 HP. But in terms of util advantage, it is entirely in Elevate's favor because it's only a flashbang available for the Party Astronauts. That's in 6C's hands. Maybe the guns will be enough. Intra manages to spray down Wolfie with the AK. Infinite pops up, headshot, peeking around again. Maybe another headshot coming through from him. Ben's on a huge flank. Ben gets 2. That could be the round here. 21 seconds left, peeping. Tosses the nade on forward. The Molotov as well. He can't get the bomb. This is probably done. The Party Astronauts know it, so they're just talking themselves into cat, and they will get a 4th for themselves. Ben, not usually the fragger, doing the work here, even though he falls it. Oh, wait! Is there time? There could be time for that bomb plan. I was talking too soon! This one's not done!
Oh my god, Peeping could be the one to save this. CZ only with a 5-7. The shot's not connecting for him. Peep being able to take it back. Elevate going 7-3. Okay, go back for that op.
Oh no, that was theirs! That was theirs! I jinxed them, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Caster Chris Party Astronauts. I don't understand. Ben didn't even have to take that fight, to be honest. He could have just waited at the bottom of the cat. And you saw the frustration from 6C, kind of slamming the desk a little bit there after losing that fight. But I think he was more frustrated with the way that one materialized because they had bomb control, so little time left on the clock. All they had to do was, you know, be a little patient, hide themselves behind cover, let him get the bomb if he wants to, and then you can pop out and see if you can catch him trying to plant it, because he would have to rush it one way or another for a cat plant. Anyway, 6C's angry, which is not necessarily a good thing for Elevate, because he plays well when he's got a fire in his belly. 5v4 in favor of the Party Astronauts to open things up here. Wow, I can't believe they lost that round.
See, I'm just going a little bit more aggressive than usual. Infinite gonna get found out. Ben was a little bit closer to long doors a bit earlier. Still too afraid of Dia and this AK. Knows that someone has to be here, will be here. Gonna smoke him off though. Not allowing that. That's gonna be a shutout for the long push as they're making their way down mid. Bomb just still waiting upper tons. Elevate need to find something here. Frag. A kill, something, just to open up 1 point, but Party Astronaut's not really giving them an inch of space. Leave the mid site.
Elevate. Letting the time burn away once more. This is going to be an A hit. Yeah, a little bit of util being dropped there for a teammate, I suppose, just to get that Molotov thrown towards the A site. 24 seconds now. Fang and Ben could punish here. It's a pretty good crossfire, honestly. Especially if the Molotov doesn't go towards Goose. It doesn't. It goes for sight. Fang can tuck in here. 15 seconds left. They get the one on Ben and the other one on Fang. Wow. Elevate doing great work under the gun here. And it will be, this time, I think I can call it, yeah, an 8th round picked up from Elevate.
Yeah, you can call it now. I don't think Sizzy or Wolfie are going to go for this. Too important. Bringing it into the last round of the half. At least having that op, all that armor, and that util on themselves. Looks like Elevate doesn't want them to keep that. Their money's fine. They can go for this. Dia's getting a little frisky towards this B site, and says he's going to punish.
All right, but at the end of it, Elevate now have an 8-3 lead. This could easily be a much closer game, right? Like we could easily be tied up at this point, or both teams within a round of each other. Instead, it's an 8-3 lead for Elevate, and they do manage to keep their guns, at least on the Party Astronaut side, which will help because they don't have much money at all heading into this final round of play. Although loss bonus might be pretty good. Either way, they need the guns because... there we go. Yeah, because they save 2, everyone's able to get rifles across the board, and the util is strong as well. But Party Astronauts, they don't need util. They don't need guns. I mean, they do, but they need rounds right now. That's the most important thing. A 4th one would be huge for them here. Even though, oh no, Infinite caught with util in his hands towards long A. Gets op down. Benlete. Pressure could be on here at the B site. But instead, Elevate, I mean, they're biding their time, and I can't really blame them. Things have gone really well for them on Dust 2 when they've taken their time and gone for those last-second executes. 60, good spot, and gets nothing. Oh, boy. Shane, headshot onto him, 5v3 for Elevate.
I like that position from 60, just wasn't able to capitalize. The double swing too much for him. Now Ben and Fang left here. I mean, it's the last round. No need to save, but Ben finding one, almost a second. Does at least have info on one player and where they are. And try to get the bomb plant. This could be a Fang 1v4. But I think may have caught a timing on him.
You're a little too optimistic there, Apples, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, listen. I want everyone to have fun.
Well... I mean, I don't know if Fang's going to have too much fun in this situation. Nate's going to sail through here. Bomb ticking away. I mean, eventually he's got to go for this. It's the last round. Trying to charge out. Not much hope. At least gets one, but the bomb's already going to explode here. No time left. Elevate do nail the final shot and frag. 9-3 in their favor. Heading into the second half, and there is a check mark for Shane on map number 3, getting more than 13 kills. He has been the man of the hour. I would say the man of the last 3 hours here in this series. Unbelievable stuff coming through from him.
What I'm kind of liking from Elevate is that they let the people with the spawns to really go for the picks if they want. We've seen Shane go for a pick. We've seen Snab also go for it, and both times it's worked out for them. But the op always finds its way back to Dia. Now, this be site. It looks like the move with the bomb through tons. Little bit of some movement for the Party Astronauts towards the long, but Peeping is here with the dualies. Forced to be reckoned with. Not anymore.
Indeed. Infinite took care of that. The raid boss is gone. Not even a raid boss. I think he just had the dualies. But anyway, Intra. Oh, Wolfie going to get that frag onto Intra. Snap. Actually, Shane on the flank gets one onto Fang. He is a raid boss with dualies having the body armor. Dia gone. Shane still doing work. This is unbelievable. He's the last one standing now after Snap gets one, but I've got everything on Shane at this point because of how well he has played, and no, it doesn't happen. See, as soon as I call it, it's not coming through, so I'm just caster cursing everyone in this map. But 4th round for the Party Astronaut.
Great round for them to win. Could be 9-3 curse. But still, let's see how they're able to do this by. Got the plant. And the win. So it looks like AKs, Mac 10s, looking to make some money. They kind of have a length that they got to get to catch up with Elevate. So making sure that they get that bank up. But Elevate, oh, nade stack along doors. They're all flashed. How is this going to get punished? It's going to be Molly. Another flash coming through. Sizzy good for 2. Infinite able to trade him out. 2 players left. Not letting them get the guns. Let's juggle them away.
Good idea. Making sure that Elevate will have nothing to retrieve. And they just send that bomb packing its way towards the B site. Won't even need to be planted. Infinite and Wolfie take care of business, and the Party Astronauts open up this second half with a couple of rounds in a row here on their T side, narrowing the lead to only 4 rounds here for Elevate. But here comes that full-on buy. It won't feature the op yet because they don't have the money to afford it, but it will be A1S's. And weirdly, it's Dust 2, and we haven't been talking about the op much, aside from the Colat that came through from Wolfie. Outside of that, there's nothing. It's been the rifles that have been shining.
I haven't even really seen too many people top mid. Grabbing the early picks. Too much importance to keep that one player up, especially in the last map of a best-of-3 series. Party Astronaut's taking a lot of control in long. Snap all the way back onto site. Just trying to keep pressure, throwing a couple shots down there. Party Astronaut's just chilling, throwing the car molly, of course. One in big pit. Really deep. Kind of juggling along here. Let's see if this is even capitalized up on here. I think they're just waiting to see if anything tries to rotate, if anyone's gonna leave early. Just it's 1 minute, halfway through the round. Seen this come through from Elevate. They're just kind of pausing.
Yeah, I mean, Party Astronaut's trying to sell that an A hit is coming, or at least an A fake is coming, because no one's charged over, and it's working. Elevate's biting.
Ooh.
This is well done from the Party Astronauts. So they should have a free A site to plant on once they re-smoke here towards long, which they do have in their hands, because Infinite's got that util available to them. And yeah, Elevate's realizing, oh wait, no, God, they're going towards A. We got to get back there. Dia throws some util over, but he gets his head just taken right on off. And Elevate realizing the errors of their way, saying, guys, I don't think we have a path back in here. This might just be a save. So well played by the Party Astronauts.
Great fake. Great save here. I mean, 4K. Fang looking to make some money coming in through upper tons. He's able to get maybe just a little bit more from where he is. No, someone is close to him, but still looking to upgrade, at least for the next round. Yeah, Party Astronauts playing their T side really, really well. Better than I thought after seeing that great lead from Elevate. So they played their T side. See if it's going to be able to continue as the gap gets smaller and smaller between this round differential.
Yeah, Party Astronauts really eating into it. 3 rounds separating them from Elevate. But one thing that's great about that 4-man save for Elevate is you basically reset yourselves without having to really reinvest into much in terms of firepower. In this round, Dia, I think he might just save for the op at this point. Maybe go for a light upgrade, and that's exactly what he does. He's got that Deagle and the armor along with an Incendiary, but outside of that, it won't be much. And I don't know, maybe he spent a little bit too much to get the op in the next round. We'll see. Party Astronauts, in the meantime, they're focused. Want to try and find a follow-up round victory. 3 players charging down towards mid. Util thrown, mid to B smoke is out, and they're just going to go for it. Sending the players out into mid. They're being given all of that space as well. Snav actually spamming through the smoke and spotting out 60. That will make the Party Astronauts second guess themselves. Maybe they need to keep an eye on CT, but peeping, oh lucky that shot did not come from an AK. It was the M4 dinking him down to 22. Snav in the meantime does work. Intra does as well. Wolfie and Fang are the last 2. They do manage to do some damage, but it's only Wolfie left after Fang falls right by his side and Intra gets the last. Elevate are into double digits.
And I think with that, Dia can go up with the op next round, but still AK a lot better. Lucky spam from Snav, and I think he also finds another one in the smoke. I mean, mid-take to B without getting any players killed is always a little bit dangerous. Not going to be able to really capitalize too much on the loss of CTIs on mid. So quickly. Ooh! Nice peek from Wolfie. Great entry. That's going to cause another player from Elevate move a little bit closer, shoot long. Keep him peeping alone in mid.
Smoking a pop there. Peeping's vision a little bit disguised off, so he will just throw some bullets and a nade in that direction. No one spotted off that smoke pop, and now 60 actually gets dinked down to 17 HP. Peeping, unable to finish him off. There's that mid to B smoke again. Party Astronauts have been throwing it a lot here. Peeping, the spam comes through. He's doing a ton of damage. Just can't find the frags just yet. Now the Party Astronauts decide, you know what? I think camp might be a good idea. So 3 players are going to head in that direction. Peeping, I think maybe a little bit more damage done there through the door. There is some utility flying out. Dia looking to have his moment, but he only gets one onto 60. Immediately traded after that. Peeping has to wait until that Molotov dissipates before he makes a move, and in fact takes tons of damage from him, but still actually connects onto Fang. Wolfie, along with Ben Leet, the last 2. Wolfie, a great shot. Peeping pops up onto the cat boost spot, gets Wolfie. Ben Leet, the last one standing, makes it a 1v1. Can the IGL clutch it out for the Party Astronauts against the hottest player on the server in Shane? The answer is no. Shane delivers the killing blow again. 11-6 for Elevate.
I want to say, while Peeping didn't get the kills there, definitely did his job making mid not enticing for Party Astronauts to go and forcing them through cat. And Elevate granted a lot of space there, even in the post plant. Now so close to the end. And Elevate finally getting the op on their side. Could do something in mid, but then Party Astronauts on a really strange force buy here, not wanting them to get that 12th round. Don't want to go back into overtime. They want to finish it. They want to keep this 5 round at least, or at the most differential.
Yeah, I'm surprised they forced up here, really. I mean, I guess they want to give them, like you said, they're give themselves the best chance at succeeding here and preventing Elevate from getting to map and series point. Shane kind of overloaded here in terms of the flashes and the smokes. If they can find him without dying, losing one player, that's great, and they do. 60. Headshot. Do they realize Peeping's here? They do as well. Party Astronauts poised to take this one. The util's there as well. B-site is very difficult to retake, and Elevate are going to call this one off. They don't have that much money either. The force buy is phenomenal. Great call from Ben. 7 rounds secured.
Great call. I want to count of how many rounds were saved with 3+ players on a CT side. Because holy buckets. MR12, I mean, it shortened the games a lot, and go ahead. You had more words.
No. I mean, like, oftentimes we see this on a map like Inferno, where it's very difficult to get back into that A site in particular, so teams go for those 3-man saves often. But on Dust 2, it's kind of the same story towards B. We were saying, like, how it's easier for the CTs to retake the A site now, having the cap boost spot. We need something that makes it easier to retake B as well, so that we don't have those saves coming through, because it just feels like, you know, a lot of teams think it's a lost cause, and given that their money is low, they don't want to go for it. Maybe another path in from the tunnels, having 2 paths towards the bomb site, maybe opening up behind car, so there's a tunnel from there's a path from upper tunnels towards the B site from car. That could be an option. It's something I proposed in the past, but I just think there needs to be one more place for the T's to have to look at in order to give those CTs a chance to get into the site. Anyway, I just want solutions to saves. That's it. Like, I get it. It makes sense sometimes, but you want to see the fights. They won't ever fully disappear, but in that situation, 3 players alive, there should be a viable path in for them.
Playing this slowly. Party Astronauts kind of poking in through B. Deciding against that. Looks like a cat 8 split. No one really looking too deeply on long, except for Shane. Oh, nice shot from Dia on cat. That's gonna be bomb. That's not bomb down, but that's 1 player down. A lot of firepower towards this A site.
Well, 60 Got a frag somewhere on the map, and now Ben Leet is going to get another one right on the A site. Intra spamming away, peeping as well, and they're getting frags themselves again from CT. Fang puts them down, though, with some headshots and says, this round is mine and ours for the Party Astronauts. 3K for him, 8th found, 3 rounds back now, and it will be likely an eco coming through for the Elevate side. The Party Astronauts are not out of this one by any means. Oh my goodness, this sequence. I think we got a check mark. Yeah, peeping with the PrizePicks check mark. He goes past those 14 kills that he was predicted to get.
Well, if you're trying to get the mid pick there, not finding it, but able to count, see how many players are towards B, and looking like a very easy take. Smoke's coming out long. Yeah, in Infinite here, or Intra here. You're on the smoke. Oh, ooh, nice, through it. ZZ does collect at least 1 kill. I didn't even think he was found. Yes, he was. I'm looking at the wrong side of the screen.
It's okay. Bomb planted, taken away. Smoke gonna get tossed by Wolfie. Doesn't see the player elevator yet. Has to worry about that flank. And okay, pulls the Tech 9 and it actually works. He gets both. I thought that would be problematic for him, but actually a good call considering he was going up against the pistols. 3K for Wolfie, as it's 11-9 now. Little maybe scary there for them as that Deagle shot rang true, but Wolfie was pretty solid in this round. And now only 2 rounds separate these 2 squads. Can the Party Astronauts, for the first time, keep Elevate off of map point in regulation? Both times before this, Elevate were the ones to get it. And, I mean, they managed to fend them off and push them to overtime on Nuke and win that. But it would be great for them if they can find something here in regulation to get that opportunity at closing out this series first. And Fang, well, he does a good job with the AWP, which we do not see him on often. That was just positional, I'm assuming. As Snav charges up to find Ben. Infinite, the immediate trade on peeping as he got a little too aggressive, going down cat apples.
This long has been working for Party Astronauts so far, but Snav is the first one to really punish the mid gap here, pushing all the way up. Outside along doors, able to find a second onto Infinite. Now a 3v3. Doesn't have bomb, but still gonna hold this position. Make them nervous. Make them nervous of a long push. He's gonna go up towards mid. Join up with Intra and Dia. It's gonna be an interesting retake. If they do go for this, they're gonna want to go for this. Maybe. I mean, one is already lower cat. Below in CT. They gotta find a kill here and soon. Snap, the only one with the kit, down to 14 health. Pop it up. Gonna see the player Goose. No one picking their heads out. Util flying out. Flashes and nades. But it's gonna be Snap. It's gonna get blinded. Can't find the first one, but CZ with a perfect peek out from Goose. Gonna grab 2. Fang with the op. Go on then. He's been op. Okay, Fang.
Yeah, no, it's not often we see the op in Fang's hands, but certainly doing a great job for the Party Astronauts. Maybe said, you know what, guys, I'm pretty good with this on Dust 2. Give me a shot at it, and it works out. It might have just started off based on positioning, but he hung on to it and did an awesome job. The Party Astronauts not only hit double digits, but Elevate don't have as much money as they'd like in this situation. It will be a half buy coming through from them, which actually isn't that bad, considering they've got an M4. Bought up here, a scout for intro, which the scout can be exceptionally lethal if you can find those headshots. 60 misses the op shot, so I think it might just be they're giving the op to the player with the best spawn towards long each round and seeing how it works out. This time 60 doesn't connect on anything, so he passes it back to Wolfie.
I like that. That's how we saw Elevate really playing their T side as well. Party Astronauts with the ability to possibly tie it up here. So there's only one in mid. Not gonna peek through that smoke, just kind of waiting, peeking around the USP. So stock up cat starts. Party Astronauts, don't get me a little confused. Where are Elevate? Where are the players? No, you still thrown out. Just one smoke towards cat. clock. Just coming to spam up through Cat. Looks like it possibly will be something. That's a CT smoke. Looks like Bomba is actually going to go back towards mid, back towards lower tons. Wolfie going to buy mid.
Oh, this is actually a really good call from the Party Astronauts. 23 seconds left. Only one player on that B site, and it's Dia with a pistol. He can't get anything done. And then Wolfie finds Peeping. I believe that was towards mid as Peeping was trying to cross over to support his B player. So that's a very nice setup for PA. This is their round. I doubt Elevate challenges any further because they want to save the A1S for sure. Intro's got the scout, and he also wants to hang on to that. And it will be Party Astronauts tying things up at 11, not losing a single body in this round.
Intro not gonna go down to that molly, just a little bit of damage onto them. Wolfie knows where they are. Plus, no aggression coming out from Elevate. They don't want to lose these guns. Wolfie just gonna wait around, see if anything. Yeah, this is pretty strong. Keeping that M4 and that scout, even if it's just a scout, it's quicker than an op. Could mean something. Could mean everything here. Now tied up 11-11. Who's going to be the first? Has to be someone. It's got to be someone.
Absolutely. I mean, look, it turns out the scout just didn't matter at all. They probably could have fought a little bit more, maybe done some damage to the Party Astronauts, but even damage didn't matter, and I think Elevate realized that, so they just kept some kill bonus potentially out of the pockets of the Party Astronauts, but PA can buy it for the remainder of regulation, even if they were to lose guns in that previous round. Zixi, ooh, standing in the fire and the flames, trying to find one onto Peeping, does damage, but he also takes some in turn, so pretty even engagement after all is said and done there for the Party Astronauts, and Elevate, with 3 players dedicated to long, do manage to keep control of it. They say, okay, we've got things under our control here now, we can back off. 2 players go back to the A site, leave Intro behind to hold down the fort. Party Astronauts making the quick readjustment. Infinite walking into that Molotov. Not sure if that was a missed timing, or perhaps he wants to bait out a peek here. Either way, the Party Astronauts appear poised to go for a hit towards the A site. Still a lot of time left in the clock, though. They can make a readjustment here, but with 4 players committed and no one really spotted up ahead, they have the space to execute on a plan here and a strategy to get into this A site.
Really like from Peeping. Definitely Peep out of that corner. Dia finding one. He's trying to find another, but he's going to get Peeping out from that molly. That's going to be huge. That was a really important site player to be able to pop up and kill those players' cat. Going to be a little bit harder, but now that they have car control, able to find one. Shots connecting, but the kill's not coming through. All the kills coming through now. That's going to be Elevate grabbing that round. Dia with that op. That was a perfect placement, perfect execution from them. 4K in the round. Elevate bringing it to match point.
Wow, I think that's the first time that we've seen the op have so much impact in this entire series in one round. Dia hits the first one. I thought he was going to get traded out immediately afterwards, but somehow survives behind that smoke and pops around every single time, nailing one after the other right to the ground. And there is Fang getting the PrizePicks check mark. But what the Party Astronauts don't get is an opportunity to close things out in regulation. For the 3rd straight map, Elevate are the first ones to 12. Party Astronauts need to force OT just to get themselves another crack at winning this series and a chance at day 2. And we do see a double op not only on the Party Astronaut side, but on Elevate's side for the first time in the map for both teams. That is interesting that it comes through at this moment.
They both know how important this round is.
Yeah.
I mean, taking the long-range fights, it's a little bit easier. No one's with the shotgun here. No one with an MP9. It's all rifles and ops. So, oh, I like this 3-player push-up through long. Could get caught out from Infinite here, and now Ben has joined them. Flash coming through. Infinite finding the first. Does get traded. Shane blind and Peeping at least gonna find one from
Oh, no.
Cat. That's gonna be Snap. Grabbing another one. 2 players left on Party Astronauts. The blinding flash is going to not let Fang grab that kill. Big nade, and just trying to scale up towards sight here.
They've got control of the site. The thing is, the bomb has to cross over. It should be able to. But Wolfie wants to have a look towards long. He thinks the flank is coming. He's right, and that is a good shot to hit. 2v2 now. I mean, eventually you have to move with the bomb. A huge risk being taken by Wolfie here, but he just wants to hold off, and they expect him to push up. So I like the idea again from Wolfie, but he misses the shot, and that is the risk because the bomb is lost now. 23 seconds left on the clock. Fang has to come all the way back. It just needs to be frags here to push it to overtime. There's one. 16 seconds left now. He might be able to hightail it to the bomb site. Just gets the headshot, though, and Fang has a lot to celebrate there as he pushes his team to overtime, just gets out of his chair, and he's pumped to have found that for his team in a situation that was very difficult.
That was almost over. That was almost it for Party Astronauts, but just right there where he needed to be, that one tap headshot. Able to take it back. Didn't even need to grab the bomb, just working on the two players there. Wolfie, I mean, very, very courageous mistake, but still, Fang able to close it out for them, and now we are going into OT.
Yeah. Infinite hitting that green check mark there, the PrizePicks check mark, for more than 15.5 frags, which is, I mean, I feel like everyone at this point might be able to get their expected frag mark in because we're into overtime, and I don't think there's been a player that hasn't really stood out. Intra maybe at only 10 frags, but everyone else is doing their job at one point or another. Shane continues to be ridiculous, hitting 20, but on the other side, the Party Astronauts are all threats. Ben Leet has also hit his check mark. For the first time, I think, in this series, he's gotten to a point in terms of frags that go beyond his expectations, and you're seeing him here at 12. But yeah, good to see from Ben.
Great to see from Ben. Yeah, obviously gonna go into just a little bit of a pause. Trying to make sure everyone is here in the server, ready to go. Figure out who is going to go into tomorrow's gaming. Who's going to get eliminated? Who's going to win? Ben with IGL. Lots of pressure on his shoulders right now. His team has been able to carry it into OT for now the second time.
Yeah, I think a lot of bold calls required to get there, Apples. I mean, look back at a few rounds, right, with that force buy call by Ben to go into the B site, and they just kind of went for a full-on B rush, and they get both frags without any type of response. And then at the end, Wolfie, with the bomb on his back, holding towards long doors, gets one, can't get the follow-up, and Fang has to full-on hightail it just to get the frags. I don't think he would have had time to plant the bomb, even if he sprints all the way towards the bomb site, so he just has to win it on frags and finds it. So they were very creative to get to this point, but now they have to find a way to push it across the finish line and stop Elevate from doing the same.
Quick B pop already from Party Astronaut. Shane not able to get the kill is so blind, just gonna fall back into the smoke. Everyone's blind. What a flash that throw was. He's able to find one. Lots of nade damage coming through as well. Now a 3v4, but Party Astronauts have the lay of the site. Not sure if they have the bomb. They do have the bomb. Able to plant here, and looks like half of Elevate's gonna be going up through tons. Snav gonna be waiting here in mid, seeing what can happen. What can be done with that op in mid?
Wolfie spots the barrel, hits the shot. Dia's gone, looking for a follow-up, finds it. Wolfie, we're trying to get back into the site, and Infinite helps him get there. I mean, Wolfie's just jumping up and down, trying to get away from the geometry, and Infinite says, I got you, don't worry about it. I'm going to take care of that. Snav, the last one standing, and he's just going to save the op here, as it will be 13-12 in favor of the Party Astronauts, and all of a sudden the ops are starting to have a huge impact. Dia had that 4K. Before that, Wolfie in the last round managed to connect for, I think, a couple before Fang had to clutch it out, and right here, Wolfie, another two.
So using Party Astronauts onto the site just so quick. I mean, we've seen it from both teams before. Their T sites sometimes are just a little bit slower, just a little bit more labored. But that was quick and easy and to the point for Party Astronauts, and it granted them the first round in OT.
Wolfie, the latest player to hit the PrizePicks check mark, more than 15 frags secured for him. Party Astronauts are happy their Opper is finding his groove. Although in this round, he won't have it. It's going to be AKs for everyone. Double op setup for Elevate. They're going for that quick B pop again. Shane in the smoke. I think they spotted him. They know he's here now. Spamming into it, and Sixy will find that. Dia and Peeping on the outside looking in. They pop the smoke, but Intra doesn't realize Fang was waiting around those double doors. The Party Astronauts are just leading Elevate around by their noses.
It is a party on this B site, and it's working out for them so far. Fang gonna pick up at least 2 kills in mid before Dia's gonna punish that lurk, the op, and now I don't even know if he's gonna be able to save this. Infinite able to spot him out, being the only one left. Forced to save one more time. Only one more round in this half in overtime. I wonder, are they gonna do it again? Are they going to go back to this B site? It's worked so well if it hasn't been able to change that positioning. Shane's been on the same spot on the site, smoked out, flashed out, and found in under almost 20 seconds every round so far.
Oh yeah, no, it's been problematic for him. They are giving him so much to deal with that he can't even have an opportunity to fire his gun. Like, it's just they're immediately on the site. He's flashed out, smoked out, and then they spam through the smoke once they spot him around the edge of it. So Party Astronauts, I wouldn't be surprised if they tried for that one again. It's so much success occurring towards that B site. Double op was saved by Elevate, so they can bring into this next round. Oh, the ops exchange frags. Wolfie onto Snav and Dia towards Ben. Now a bit of a push attempted by Dia. Intra waiting in lower. Fang takes his head right off. The Party Astronauts trying to get the clean sweep in the first half of overtime, and they are taking one more step closer to doing exactly that. Dia and Shane, last 2 available for Elevate. Shane needs to pop off here. He won't. He goes down after 1. Dia manages to connect through the smoke, but they know where he is now, so they just have to recover that bomb. They dedicate a couple of smokes to doing exactly that. And Dia looking to slip through. He should be spotted. Wolfie's watching for this. Looking away at the wrong moment, maybe. Do they expect a cap boost? Now he goes for a jumping off. That is a bold play, Mr. Dia. But it won't work out. 15-12 in favor of the Party Astronauts. They have 3 opportunities to close out the map and the series.
Yeah, tough from Elevate. I mean, I think we've seen it twice now. Their CT side not as strong as their T. They are such an aggressive team. So aggressive. They just kind of go for it whenever they feel like, especially on that T side on Ancient. We saw them go 8 straight rounds with no punishment back from Party Astronauts, and now they have it back in their hands. They have their T side. I mean, T side. Let's see if they're able to even take it back for them. Make it go double OT. A missed shot from Snav. It's not going to be mid secured, knowing that there's another op in here. Actually, 2 more ops.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Oh, overlooks car, though. Ben gets 1. Maybe the second. Tags Peeping for a little bit of damage. Swings around wide, but he's blinded. And Peeping is able to secure himself a frag on the round. Dia hits that green check mark. Right before that, it was 60. So I think everyone's having a party here. In terms of the check marks, it will be Elevate fending off, maybe fending off elimination here. Fang pulled off a crazy clutch before. Bomb still hasn't been planted. I think he's realized that it's going towards the A site. Something has tipped him off here. He's fading off towards T-spawn. Bomb gets planted. Doesn't have to save the M4 here, but an op would be phenomenal. And there it is on the ground, available for him. And there's the op that will be carried forward into the next round to be dropped off to Wolfie.
It's actually going to be huge for them. That could mean everything for Party Astronauts. You know, just has to be saving this. I don't think Elevate's really going to go for too much here. Maybe just a 1 cheeky look out. Yeah, it looks like Dia's just traveling just a bit towards mid. Yeah, great round. Don't want to give anything into Fang's hands if they can help it.
Terrorists win.
That's exactly the T push, the T aggression that we need from Elevate. Great entry from Intra onto that B side. Does get traded out, but still. Perfect shots for those AKs.
So Elevate live to play another round here on Dust 2. They need 2 more of those, though, to keep themselves going. Here, Intra connects with the op shot through the door, but it's not enough to get the frag, at least making that B site a lot softer. Fang, aggressive peek doesn't pay off towards mid. 60. Hoping to potentially get that trade, but I mean, he has to be careful not to lose his life himself and give Elevate a 5v3 edge. 60, letting Wolfie have a peek, a poke, a prod with the AWP. Incendiary in his hands, ready to be thrown should a push come through. In the meantime, Elevate tossed that Molotov in for Cubby. Wolfie, slow peek around the corner, waiting for someone. No face! Misses the shot, though! Goes for the shot through the door. That doesn't connect either. So he says, all right, let's get the heck out of here and readjust ourselves. Elevate, have a path in towards that A site now.
Yeah, but are they going to meet maybe a couple more guns than they expect?
Oh.
Wolfie able to find out one. It's enough to make Elevate pause. Their T-side pause. Always a trouble for them so far this entire series.
Another Molotov dedicated for that Cubby as well. 60 gone! What a peek from Snav. Wolfie manages to get the insta trade. Peeping, drops the op, picks up the A1S, jumps over, but the shadow was spotted. Wolfie misses the shot. Peeping manages to get one, but Ben is there for the trade. He abandoned the B site in order to support his teammates. Comes to the smoke, gets flashed. He's gone. Shane manages to find that. It's all down to Infinite in a 1v2 clutch to try and close out this series.
He's gonna pick up an AK. Could go for the op save, but I think they want to poke. They want to prod. They want to find something. This could be it. This could be the end. But no one from Elevate's really poking out. 1 year window. Only one smoke to his name has a kit, but his head's gonna be found. Enough time left. Oh, not gonna be it. That's not gonna be the round. Elevate possibly could make this into a double OT if Party Astronauts don't answer back. They do have the money to be able to take it, but still.
I thought Wolfie was doing a great job there. He continued to get frags, but there was that one moment where he slipped up a little bit, and that's where he falls and leaves it up to Infinite to get the 1v2. Anyway, Snav hits the check mark in the meantime. PrizePicks check mark coming through there with over 14.5 frags secured. I think almost everyone has hit their check mark here. And Peeping, well, he's happy to have that op frag onto Fang, giving his team another 5v4 edge. Long A completely exposed as well. We'll see where Wolfie decides to wrap around to. He's currently towards mid, but Elevate are taking all of that space afforded to them into long. Still a lot of time left if they want to make an adjustment, but it feels like, yeah, they're committing to it. At least one player's already in pit. You have one Dia watching the flank to make sure no one gets cheeky on the Party Astronaut side. And this is problematic, excuse me, for PA.
If anyone decides to sneak a peek out towards long one more time, Peeping is got all eyes on it. So coming out, CT smokes.
Oh,
But Wolfie through the smoke, gonna take care of Intra. Ben gonna get mollied out though, and shot out as Shane's already on the site. Wolfie though, almost good for a second. That shot just not connecting where he needs. And the bomb's almost ready to get planted. Dia with a great shot on him. Now a bomb plant is snapped towards long. Still is not gonna be it. And Elevate gonna win the round and bring us into double OT.
unbelievable. Unbelievable. The Party Astronauts, a clean sweep on their T side. They switch over to CT and they cannot do it. Not a single round found, and that one wasn't really close. Elevate get the opener, take the long control. Yes, there's one frag from Wolfie through the smoke. Good timing on the op shot, but outside of that, nothing doing at all for the Party Astronauts. Elevate are not gonna say die just yet. Double OT on the cards.
Really flash towards long just to see if they can grab any control. One player from Elevate there. Switch tighten up the push just a bit. And still 3 players from Elevate. Still committed towards this long. Like the stock from Shane. From under. Just trying to see if any cat players like to peek out. Does get Molly. Can't jump up there, but I don't think he even want to do that. We're gonna move on. Group up with this team at least a little bit more. Just hold on to this mid.
.105 left on the clock. Party Astronauts could not get a single CT round in the first overtime. They're hoping that changes here. I mean, technically no one got a CT round in that first OT. Both teams blanked on this side. Dia, watching with the op already in pit. Fang, peering around the edge of the smoke, may be a mistake. So he's just going to wait for it to fade away. And then he hides behind cover. Dia tries to take the shot, misses another opportunity. And Fang is not going to test that angle out one more time. He falls off, goes into the smoke, in fact, and good flashbang throw, pops out of it, gets 2 before he is traded out. Now Dia and Shane strike back, though. 3v3. Shane moving all the way up towards the site. Molotov thrown for Cat. And, I mean, it's just unbelievable. Shane cannot be stopped here. 27th frag comes through. And Dia wraps up the round 16-15 in favor of Elevate.
Yeah, that's like the second or third time that we've seen Shane do this exact movement, going up a ramp, at least finding 1 or 2 kills. And that's really problematic for Party Astronauts to overlook. Really important position. I mean, one player saw it, one player saw it through Cat, but a lot of other ones, the rest of the Party Astronauts were just kind of trying to focus on all the other players moving up towards long. Target selection at that point. Intra with a nice entry onto Ben. That's the IGL for Party Astronauts, and one less body for them on the map.
Wolfie waiting here amid. And Intra doing the same with the AWP over in the upper tunnels. Double op setup available for Elevate. On the other side, I believe they were in map 3 between rounds and undefined. And Intra, well, we'll get back to that. Intra going to get the op shot onto Wolfie. The Party Astronauts just have absolutely nothing working for them on their CT side so far.
It's like a pixel glitch almost. I didn't even see that person. His face must have been like in the monitor, but worked out for them. Fang spawning ahead from the util. Not gonna give up his leg just yet. Trying to keep mid control with the molly as the rest of Elevate are gonna take that as a cue to go up Cat. Let's go exploit this site. Only Infinite left here. Quickly taken care of by Dia.
What do you do? Just the Elevate is ripping them apart. Fang and Sixy, last 2 here. I mean, they might want to keep these guns up because Wolfie's only 150. There's an AK upgrade available for Fang. Peering around the corner. Maybe gets a second and it'll justify a push back into the site. Not anymore. I mean, they had to get it quickly there. Sixy does find peeping. Maybe. But no, they won't be able to get back in. They're just going to upgrade to some AKs and get the heck out of here. 17th round found for Elevate, who are on a 5-round win streak. By the way, update on the other match. Sorry, Apples, but update on the other match. The other series, Nouns have overcome Undefined in 3 maps. They are advancing to tomorrow's action.
I played against Nouns once. I got 2 kills.
Oh,
so
yeah, they're pretty good.
They are pretty good. They are pretty good, you know?
Yeah, they're not too shabby, honestly. Fairly certain I would have 0 kills against them. That happened. Oh, boy. Ben Leet. Oh, Wolfie, another Colette. Finally, something for the Party Astronauts to celebrate. Very rare to see a Colette come through over in towards Dark there. And Sixy and Fang strike true. Finally, where was this before? Snav, last one standing. as the Party Astronauts look to at least get one round on their CT side. They don't have to push here. I don't know why they are. Why are they pushing? Sixy and Wolfie give 2 1v1s to Snav. And they're even continuing to go up and potentially give him another 2 1v1s. He picks up another op. Oh, doesn't realize there's a player there, but he quick scopes onto Ben. What is happening here? This was a 4v1. Snav looks cool as a cucumber there on the cams. Absolutely unfazed. Infinite looking to gain the edge. Now he's waiting to see where Snav may end up. But this should not have been the situation. All Party Astronauts had to do was send 2 players to B, 2 to A, and wait out the clock. Instead, they charge in towards Snav, get way too eager, and now are at risk of not getting that one round. That would have been so great. And, geez, Snav doesn't realize they still get it. They're lucky. They made a lot of mistakes there, but the Party Astronauts do secure the 16th.
Gonna say, if I was Wolfie and I threw my team, just decided to continually swing and up top mid after I got that collat. Oh, that even looked like a no scope towards there. Unfortunately, that would have been a great clip for Snap. They were gonna take that back. But still, now elevate. On the CT side, not their strongest suit so far on this map. Party Astronauts back on T. See if they're able to make this happen. Not match point for OT yet. Still 1 round of differential here.
And let's not forget, the Party Astronauts did not lose a single round on their T side in overtime yet. Let's see if they can continue that run. Oh, people have a really great off angle. There's one. Down onto Infinite. Sixy and Fang get 3 back, though, and Peeping's one of them. Snav and Intra, last 2 standing, double op. This is what Elevate has done on their CT side every single time, trying to run this double op and make it work. But, I mean, it's such a risk and such a huge investment, even with that OT money.
I don't know if he can do anything magical this round as he did last. Peeking around and Party Astronauts. It looks like Ben just throwing a couple shots out there just to see what's going to happen. Intra holding B main with this. Doesn't get flashed out, but still not able to hit that shot. Hits the second. Now just Fang here as he burns into the molly. The flash is good. Intra down. It's just left to Snav. I think someone's about to come behind him. It's going to be Ben coming in through mid. So Fang. Here, bringing bomb A.
Snav?
Ooh,
Let's get a frag, but an instant trade there from Ben. Party Astronauts have tied things up at 17. It's crazy. I'm just laughing because, honestly, I can't believe that the Party Astronauts were able to recover in that final round. They almost threw it away, and now they're back to a tied scoreline here in the second half of the second OT. Alrighty. Second to last round of this second overtime. Which team will gain that edge and get another opportunity at map and series point? Party Astronauts, full on B rush. This worked so well for them previously. Let's see if it pans out again. Oh, Snap is going to get one, Peeping another. Sixy finds the response. They need another frag to justify a continued push in towards B, or even have a chance at coming out with victory here. One player lurking around mid and actually Elevate. They vacate the premises. They left B, but why?
Oh, are they going to go up tons? At least half it's going to be watching here. Ben, right at the angles, going to find a 1. Shane coming up is going to get the trade, and now that's going to be upper tons. It's going to be the walkthrough, and that's going to be an AK picked up. Smoke and a flash. Easy still here on this site. Easy taken out from Peeping through window. Being the last one here. That's not going to be enough for him. Shane going to take it, and that's going to be Elevate taking this around CT side. Party Astronauts, their B push isn't as strong as it used to be. They were able to really figure that out. Shane not going to be the one to go down first in the round. Flash is not connecting. At least I think they threw a what's it called? the anti-flash. They threw an anti-flash against Party Astronauts when they came through, rather than just sitting in the smoke. So
Yep.
Elevate playing that pretty well.
Yeah, honestly, like I was surprised they fell off, but I understand it. They wanted to readjust themselves. I thought they could just end the round by fighting on that site without allowing the Party Astronauts much space, but it just doesn't happen. Anyway, Elevate are one step closer to closing out this series now with Shane finding the opening frag. Party Astronauts already lose a body. 2 players make that 3, leaning in towards mid, 1 watching to see if a push will come through from the upper tunnels, peeping. After that, Molotov sails by his feet, decides to fall off back to the A site. 3 players here for Elevate waiting to greet the Party Astronauts should they come in this direction. PA, will they have other plans? They have the util. Can throw mid to B smoke, which may be a good idea given the circumstances right now, and then being trapped around mid. Dia does get finally traded out here by Fang. 1 minute left on the clock, 4v4. Here comes a smoke, I would think, from it to be. No, Fang just playing contact. Intra finds that. They do make their move towards the B site now. Sixy spots the player into window. Molotov sails in. Now he's going to look in towards those double doors, and he can't get anything. He gets his head taken off, and then the nade. I didn't even see it. Wolfie's gone. Ben is the last one standing. Fakes the plant. This one may be over. Ben has to clutch a 1v4 and somehow find a way to get this bomb planted down to dirt. Finally, no, he can't do it. He's just too hesitant, and the Party Astronauts fall. Finally, Elevate are the ones to advance to the second day of the NA Revival Series for the second series in a row. They did it in the first PrizePicks Revival Series, and here we are again, Elevate on to day 2. Wow.
Yeah. Wow.
What a
Really-
series.
Yeah, read a series, double overtime. I think 3 overtime halves that we had. So I mean, both teams really wanted this. This was a great matchup for them. After we've seen so much for them in ESL Challenger, they were able to really prove it on this stage here today, and it was going to be Elevate. I mean, we saw the firepower in the first map, and they were able to bring it on their CT side finally on Dust 2.
Yeah, no, it's that was very wild in terms of the overtime. I mean, we saw a lot of crazy things happening, decisions that were made throughout the entire series, scrappy Counter-Strike being played on both sides, but as it stands, the Party Astronauts I mean, themselves actually, the second straight PrizePicks NA Revival series, they fall in the first day, even though they've played 2 very good BO3s. It's just they're unable to close at those critical junctures, which really is a bit of a shame. And I mean, we're going to get those stats up, I think, in just a little bit, guys, but I was impressed by everyone on the server at one point or another, even Intra, subbing in here. I thought that would be to the detriment of Elevate, but instead he's able to contribute. I mean, not necessarily like the star player, right? I think Shane took that leaps and bounds above everyone else. He's the MVP
Yeah.
for me for Elevate, but still, like you were mentioning earlier on, Intra's just holding his own, right? He did a good job.
Yeah, did what he needed to do. I think there were a couple times we saw him get a 3K and also I think 4K from him. So I mean, definitely there at the impact times where he was needed and still brought Elevate. Didn't bring Elevate down. They were able to win this series. They were able to bring it on to the second day. But I do want to say I think it's a little bit crazy that we saw 2 up collat shots on Dust 2 in just from Wolfie. It wasn't from 2 different people. It was just from Wolfie. They were lining up way too well for him, but wow. I think everyone went higher than their PrizePicks estimated number here.
They did. Absolutely right. I mean, once you get that overtime mark, you figure it's going to happen. But I think it's just crazy. Fang performed exactly as I would have expected. 31 frags coming through, 60 right behind him with 23, and Wolfie as well. Wolfie's contributions came more in the latter part of that second half. And then into the overtime with the op, we talked about those 2 collats that he hit, which we felt would be difference makers and maybe push Party Astronauts along the finish line. But I mean, it could have gone either way. The same way as map number 2. This time for Elevate. This time it's Elevate's map to take in double overtime. But still, like we were saying, I think all of these players performed really well. Even Ben, I mean, not always a top fragger, but there were some key moments where he contributed in a very big way. And we look over on the Elevate side, it's the same. Like these guys have been fragging out map after map, but Shane, I mean, he had, what was it, like 52 frags in 2 maps? Is this 82? 82 frags total, which matches his ADR on this map. Like, it's just
Yeah.
insane how well he played throughout this series. He's not a player that we necessarily highlight that much. Usually it's Dia, Peeping, and Dare, but he decided that today was his day to shine.
Yeah, I wonder what he had for breakfast because whatever
Yeah.
it is, it was good and it brought the team to a victory. And I feel like we also have to highlight like the elevates like thinking skills. Like even though Wolfie was grabbing a lot of really good kills, like the collats, like we saw like twice. The opening kills were taken from Party Astronauts a lot of the time, but Elevate were really, really good at figuring out, okay, let's make this play. Let's go here. Let's go B tons. They won't have anyone on B because everyone's looking at us towards mid because they just killed 2 people. So Elevate playing it well, really, really well. Even though Party Astronauts were able to bring it into OT, it just went a lot better for them there.
Yep, so tomorrow we're going to have Elevate, Nouns, Wildcard, and NRG to fight off against each other to try and make it to those grand finals. We're going to have every match covered here today, but for now, guys, we're going to wrap things up. Before we do, we want to give a few thank yous to some sponsors here. So first off, the NA Revival Series is sponsored by, of course, PrizePicks. The best North American Counter-Strike players are competing right now, and you can win real money while watching them play. Join PrizePicks to get in on the action. It is super easy to get started. All you have to do is select 2 or more players and choose more or less on their stat projections to build your lineup. Then sit back and watch your lineup stats rack up. For a limited time, click the link on the panel below or use code REVIVAL when making an account and playing a $5 lineup to receive $50 whether you win or lose. It's a guaranteed win for all new PrizePicks users. Thank you again to PrizePicks for partnering with Complexity and Mythic League to host the NA Revival Series. The PrizePicks NA Revival Cup is also partnered with Mythic League. Players are always asking for a premier solo queue matchmaking experience without cheaters, and Mythic League has been providing this for over 6 years and is now free to play for FACEIT ranks 1 to 5 in the Silver Division. All players are required to have and use their microphone. The support staff is always available to help out in Discord for live matches, and Smurf accounts are banned swiftly. Additionally, there is $5,000 in monthly prizes available for subscribers throughout all divisions. Give Mythic League a try today and use code ML50 for 50% off your first subscription of 1, 3, or 6 months. Guys, thank you so much for coming out today. Apples, thank you for coming out here and covering this one. Tomorrow, we will have Exner by my side for the semifinals and grand finals. We'll see you then.